Tap that screen. We're about to get started here in just a minute.
Back to dad is the best way to go for the kids and their future. Let the love show. Single father, step up, take the lead. In their hands, children truly succeed. Kids need their fathers, that's plain to see. Guidance and strength, that's the key. Moms do their best, but sometimes it's tough. When dads take the reins, it's more than enough. In a father's care, kids find their stride. Strong role models know where to hide. Discipline, structure, and lessons of life in dad's hands. They drive. Single moms work hard, that's no lie. But sometimes kids need that fatherly guy. Back to dad is what's best for their growth. In his
What's up, Mongo? What it do, brother?
It's the best way to go.
Grand Rising. Yeah, we do. We got some work to do, brother. We got some work to do. Let's do it. I'm in. Grand Rising. Yeah, we do. We got some work to do, brother. We got some work to do. Let's do it. I'm in. Let's do it. Let's do it.
In their hands, children truly succeed. Dads bring the balance, the strength in the home. Teaching respect, they set the tone. Kids need both parents, but sometimes it's clear. A father's guidance, they need him near. Moms are queens, but dads are kings. In a father's care, kids spread their wings. Confidence building, they learn and they grow. With dad's direction, they're sure to show. Single
Go ahead and tap that screen. Show some love.
Where kids belong. Back to dad for the child's own sake. In his care,
Tap that screen. We about to get started here.
It's the best way to go.
We're about to have a good conversation.
Kids and their future, let the love show.
For sure, for sure.
Single father, step up, take the lead. In their hands, children truly succeed. Fathers teach lessons from heart to mind, guiding their
Come on
children.
up in here, hit that like button. Let's get the live going.
In a father's care, kids seize the day.
We'll have a good conversation today.
But sometimes dads pass the test.
We're gonna have a real good conversation today.
In their care, kids find their math.
I see they restored my big screen back.
For the kids to grow.
I don't know what happened, but they restored it. Thank the Lord.
It's the way to be for a future bright, happy and free.
So
it's about the children, their future bright.
We about to hit on that. We about to hit it on all levels. We about to hit this one on all levels, y'all. Go ahead and get the likes up. We about to get started here. We got to talk about it, man. You know, what has secret societies? What has fraternities? Greek fraternities. What have they done for foundational black Americans? Why? We got all these secret societies, these fraternities, right? These Greek fraternities, these Phi Beta Alpha Kappa Psi, AKA Zeta, we got all these, Iota, we got all these fraternities, Masonic, Illuminati, ooh. All these things out there. We got these Moorish temple dumb. All these things out there. We got these Moorish temple dumb Negroes, just, I'm trying to free my people. But we still at the bottom. All these so-called fraternities and sororities and secret societies, and what have they done to benefit foundational black Americans? Okay, you a Mason. Okay, great. Why haven't you been able to liberate your people? What's the benefit? Okay, you a Greek. You a Boule. What have you done to liberate your people? Illuminati, secret, whatever. Aliens, what have you done to liberate your people? We got a lot to talk about, fam. We got a lot to talk about, man. That's all I'm gonna say. This is insane, y'all. The world we live in, they try to act like it's an like let me just give you that. All these Moorish kufi hat wearing brothers, right? They come around saying, "Oh man, you got to change your name. You're sovereign, and you know El Shabazz, El Bay, Baba, you know Baba Tunde, whatever. You got to do this, all capital letters, and you're the real person, and all this. You know the water law, the maritime law, and all this stuff, right? How come none of it's liberated the people? None of it. So, welcome to another packed episode, okay, of the Too Much Moxie. This one's for every parent, every freedom fighter, and every FBA ready to break the code of the conformity. Because it seems like all these institutions, all these fraternities, all these secret societies, they're trying to tell you that they got the secret. And they hoard it for themselves, but none of that secret is you're never allowed to take those secrets to liberate your people. You're only allowed to keep those secrets and gatekeep. Think about that. You're never allowed to take those secrets, those so-called secrets, those so-called mysteries, right? That's supposed to put you up here. You're never allowed to take those secrets and liberate your people. Why is that? Why would you want to be a part of something that separates you from your people? Because isn't that the purpose? They separate you amongst the people, and you're so-called this special Negro now. You're a special Negro now because you got all this information that other people don't have. Oh, I don't get harassed by the police now because I got this top secret information. And you a dumb Negro, and I'm a smart Negro, right? That's really what it is. We're diving into the boule, the Greeks, the rituals, the hidden farm, and the solutions that don't involve secret oaths, but sovereign strategy. We're going to dive into that today. Let's go back to 1906. Cornell University, Alpha Phi Alpha is born. Our first black Greek fraternity. Within decades, we have deltas, kappas, AKAs, all models after elite white YT secret societies. But who benefits? Who's protected? And why does the hood still look the same 100 years later? Over a century, we got these secret societies just start popping up. And they claim to be community activists, community leaders. They want to build the community. You know, Masonics claim they want to build the community. Greek organizations claim they want to help the community. But what have they done really to help the community? They done a few car washes, did a few crowdfunding, did a few step shows, entertained us, came up with their cane, did their little walk. Remember school days? Now, you become an AKA. You're supposed to be the top woman on the planet. I mean, shoot, I think what's her name? You become an AKA. You're supposed to be the top woman on the planet. I mean, shoot, I think what's her name? Your girl y'all love the most. What's her name? Kamala Harris. I think she's an AKA. Shoot, She became vice president. So you get all these positions and power. You put on your resume, you know, I went to USC and I'm a Greek letter, and you know, you're in. You automatically get the job. So now you a rich Negro. But why aren't you ever allowed to help your brothers? Why aren't you ever allowed to help your brothers? Why weren't you ever allowed to help your brothers? You a rich Negro now. And anybody that do the secret handshake that y'all got, you know, the little secret handshake. The secret handshake, you know. The way y'all stand and y'all pose and let people know that y'all Greeks, you know, y'all do y'all little dance, y'all do y'all little step and y'all come in the room, all that stuff. So you a rich Negro now, you the top Negro now, but your people are still at the bottom. Your people are still being targeted out here. What makes you so special? Why do you get to gatekeep and really you get to decide which Negroes come in and which Negroes stay out? Why would you ever want to be put in that position to where you can gatekeep your people? And you allow the top 1% or whatever, whoever you choose to be in the top 1%, and everybody else get to be the 99. This was respectability politics in action. You had to dress like them, you had to talk like them, and maybe, just maybe, they'll accept you. But at what cost? What cost? What cost? You go pledge a fraternity. You know, risk. Even pledging a fraternity right now. Think about it, man. All the hazing. You know that hazing in the fraternity in the schools are not permitted. So you got to hide the hazing now. It used to be open, or you can openly do this thing in the colleges, but now you gotta go off campus with this, right? If they find out that your fraternity is doing those hazing rituals, your fraternity can get under suspension and even kicked out of the school. Your fraternity can get under suspension and even kicked out of the school. What's the benefit of all that? Way back when, because of certain influences and maybe I saw School Days and I thought it was cool, but I have an older brother who's part of a fraternity, and I decided not to tell him I was gonna pledge the fraternity, but I decided I wanted to pledge the fraternity and surprise him. So I go off to college. I find some young brothers from the fraternity that my brothers are part of, and I pledge. I go online. I go through the hazing ritual. I let these brothers they do some crazy stuff, man. They do some crazy stuff. They say you're supposed to do this because it's part of the brotherhood. You're supposed to come out brothers on the other side, right? After you go through this hazing ritual where they tap you in your chest a bunch of times, tap, 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 in your sternum. You're supposed to they're trying to break you, but it's supposed to make you stronger. On my particular line that I was in, They gave us something called. I'm not going to tell you what fraternity is. I'm not going to blow them up like that. But it's one of the big ones. It's one of the big ones. I'll just say it like that. You know, if I say the fraternity, y'all going to automatically know who I'm talking about. You know, a lot of famous people are from this fraternity that I was pledging. Okay, a lot of famous people. And they gave us something called the apple, and they called it whatever they called it, but it was the apple at the end. And you stood in line. Those who know. If you know, you know. So after they make us clean up people's houses and walk us around the school with hoodies on, we had to wear hoodies to go to school. No, it wasn't them. It was somebody else, but it was another big one. Trust me when I say it's another big one. Y'all would know it. And they had us walk around school. We had to wear hoodies. You know, all of a sudden you gotta act strange. It's like you gotta look strange. All of a sudden you go from dressing fly at school. All of a sudden you gotta act strange. It's like you gotta look strange. All of a sudden you go from dressing fly at school to now you dressing like you're just I don't know. You're like you're hiding something. You're dressing down like you're hiding something. So we had to come to school in these hoodies, these black hoodies, and these boots, and like we were going to like we were going to boot camp or something. And we would show up at school. Everybody was like, "Man, you went from dressing fly to now you looking like you going to WAR or something. You look like people start knowing like something's going on. Something's going on." Right, so you start changing. You show up at school, and you're up half an hour, so you sleep, but you still got to get all your schoolwork done at the same time. So it's really gonna mess up and take away from your education. A lot of people who pledge fraternities, I don't know if you guys know this, they don't necessarily graduate. Very few people who join these fraternities, they don't necessarily all graduate. They may be a part of the fraternity, and you're supposed to pay your dues. You're supposed to pay your dues, right? You're supposed to pay your dues. A lot of people stop paying their dues too. So they not only are they not paying their dues, they don't. A lot of them don't graduate. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway. We went through all this stuff, cleaned up people's houses, got beat with a paddle in the behind. You can't even sit down, man. I mean, like, this thing was crazy and brutal. But anyway, we're standing in line. We're being hazed at some older gentleman's house, and they give us this app. They call it the apple, but it really was an onion, and they make us all bite from the same freaking onion. What does that got to do with brotherhood? What does that got to do with anything? But I want to make you feel like a slave. I want to make you feel like a slave. I want to make you feel like the lowest of the low. And then something magically happens after you cross the sands, as they call it. You cross the sands. Something magically happens and you're in this brotherhood and the world just opens up to you all of a sudden, supposedly. But we stand in line and we bite this apple. And I start noticing the guy next to me, he starts acting kind of funny. I'm thinking to myself, oh man, okay, he trying to get us out of the line. He's trying to allow us to go home early because I'm thinking he's pretending like he's pretending like he's having an allergic reaction. And I'm thinking he's pretending. I'm like, oh man, in my mind I'm thinking, yes, they gotta let us go home now, man. They gotta let us go home early now, man, because this dude, have an allergic reaction. Dude start flipping out, flopping, and then all of a sudden I realize, oh snap, this is serious. And when the guys who was hazing us realized this wasn't a game, this was serious, they did not know what to do. Grand Rising, bro. They did not know what to do, people. They did not know what to do. They got, I swear to you, they all turned pale. These are black brothers who darker than me, who turned pale because they were so scared that this dude was about to be unalived in front of them from taking a couple bites, not just one, a couple bites of this onion that they passed across the line and made everybody bite at the same spot. So we had to get all, it's like we was kissing these brothers, man. It was sick. When I tell you, I had to, man, I was infuriated trying to get this brother to the hospital, and they were trying to prevent me from taking, like, it's almost like they wanted this brother to be alive. I said, no, we got to get him to the hospital right now. And I literally socked a hole. Like, it's almost like they wanted this brother to be alive. I said, no, we got to get him to the hospital right now. And I literally socked a hole in the person's wall and threatened to beat everybody up. Cause I was, I was a big dude, man. You know, these, a lot of these people in fraternities, man, they ain't really from the hood like that. You know, they ain't really about. I'm the one that's from the place they claim they from. I'm really from there, right? So I'm pledging, man, listen, I got clowned by people. Oh, they call me frat boy. Oh, my friends was, whoo, boy, when I pledged, let me tell you, man, I took some heat on the block. I took some heat on the block. I took some heat on the block. I took some heat on the block just to impress my brother and join a fraternity that he was a part of. I took some heat on the block. They called me frat boy. They called me college boy. They called me all types of names you couldn't think of, man. But I stayed the course anyway. Threatened to beat these guys up. Man, I went haywire, picked up dude, put him in my car, rushed him to the hospital. Nurse came out, doctor came out, whatever. They said if you didn't get him to here in one time, his larynx was swelling up. He was getting less oxygen to his brain, and he was about to be unalived. So after I rush him there, get him to the hospital, they shoot him up with Benadryl. You know, he's there for like 3, 4, or 5 hours. They put him on the IV. He comes back to the dean, the president, everybody know about the incident now. It's like everybody, even people who wasn't from the college that I was attending at the time, they all came down and they was like, oh man, scared. We can't tell nobody. We can't tell nobody. We just, start rubbing. I mean, it got real weird, family. It got real weird. I mean, I got a shirt on, and somehow there's a grown man with his hand under my shirt, rubbing my arms, trying to comfort me, and I'm like, what the hell is going on over here? Got real strange, and they start saying, oh man, you guys show true brotherhood. You guys show true brotherhood, and we gonna just cross you. You don't even gotta finish the hazing ritual now. You gonna get to the front of the line because of what y'all did. You saved your brother's life. You exemplify true brotherhood, and you belong. You should be in the fraternity. That's what they told me. While rubbing my arms because it was cold outside, and I got pretty much a thin shirt on because they had us pledging in some weird. We were pledging some weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? And man, let me tell you. I'll tell you like this. I don't care what they told me. They told me I was part of their fraternity. That they was gonna cross me and all this other stuff and blah 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 on the line. They just said, "Hey man, this line is gonna allow to be part of the fraternity without finishing the hazing ritual because of what happened to this brother and what I was able to do." And you know what I did? I said, you know what? I don't want to be joined to no brothers like y'all. Y'all scary. Y'all some punks. I don't want to be joined to that. I'm not coming back. After how y'all reacted to another brother and y'all didn't want to take him to the hospital because y'all was scared and y'all, they were like, oh, what are we going to do? Oh no, I can't lose my position. I saw these brothers go from what Big Brother Almighty to a little chihuahua to scared puppy. They went from big brother almighty to scared brother. Scared. They weren't. There was nothing superhuman or superhero about these brothers. They were scary. And when I realized that these are the brothers that I'm going to be looking to in the future to help me and elevate me in life and get this so-called special treatment that Greek organization is supposed to give. Now I'm not talking about all, but I'm just saying this. I'm sure there are similar cases like this. I'm sure this is what it really is once you pull back the veil. I said, you know what? I don't even want to be a part of you. I thought after a while they were cowards. Exactly. That's the whole point. Why would I want to be a part of a brotherhood of cowards? I went through all these hazing. I got clowned by my friend. When I tell you my homeboys when I tell you they used to call me frat boy. Oh, you don't want to be from the hood no more. Oh, you a frat. I mean, man, I'm from the life that some of these people was really talking about. They thought these were suburb Negroes. And nothing against suburb Negroes. Nothing against really talking about. They thought these were suburb Negroes. And nothing against suburb Negroes. Nothing against suburb Negroes, okay? Nothing against them. I wish we all grew up in kind of similar like them. Kind of. You know, there's an advantage and a disadvantage from being where I'm from. I'll just tell you like that. There's an advantage and a disadvantage from being where I'm from. But these were suburb Negroes and they were cowards, man. Point blank. Cowards. You said it in the chat. They not cut the same. Exactly. They were just not from the same cloth. I told you I socked a hole in the dude's wall. I threatened to beat up. I was gonna beat up all them suburb Negroes. I was gonna whoop them, man. I was just gonna, you know. First of all, it took everything in me not to strike back when they were abusing me, when they were hazing me. It took everything in me to be like, just take it, because I'm looking at these Negroes like, man, you just don't know, brother. I will wear you out. I can't wait till I cross, because you the first brother I'm gonna step to. You know, there was this one brother that just, you know, I was like, man, when I cross, oh yeah, we going out to the back. We going out to the backyard. We gonna stand 10 toes down on some things, okay? I was like, we got to go. When I crossed, after I finished, there was this one dude. And I swear to you, all I can think about, I can't wait till I cross, because I'm going to wear his ass out. I'm going to wear his ass out. I promise you, family. But anyway, dude almost unalived in the line. I'm still friends with this dude today. He still thanked me to this day. Man, you saved my life. He ended up going back to the fraternity and being part of the fraternity. He actually chose, because he was pledging because his best friend had already pledged. So him and his best friend, they grew up together. You know, even though we were all brothers on the same line, I still consider that dude my brother today. If he needs me for anything, I got him. Okay. I just could not continue the course after I saw that these was really some cowards masquerading behind a Greek fraternity and thinking they were bigger and greater and all this other stuff. You know, I have one thing about me, family, is I got tremendous belief in myself. I'm not gonna wait on you. I'm not gonna depend on you for nothing. I got self-generation. I can make things happen on my own. I'm a self-starter. I know how to make things pop. So I don't, you know, it's, maybe some people need certain privileges and things like that, man. Listen, man. When I was in the entertainment industry, they tried to haze me in the entertainment industry, and I didn't play that. I didn't play those games out there. Okay, I stand on business. I don't need your money. I don't need your hand. I don't need no special treatment. I'm gonna get it from the mud. I've always got it from the mud, and I'm successful. I'm successful. So it is what it is. But I say all that to say, man, What have the 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘁 done for foundational black Americans? Most of them dudes, and I'm not going to say all of them dudes, but they not cut from the cloth. They're already disconnected from the black from the black community. Let's keep it a buck. They're already disconnected from the black community. What gives them the right to choose which Negroes pass and which Negroes go? And really, I'm not going to say all of them, because I know we got some Greeks on here, and maybe y'all think y'all some real ones. But I just want to understand, what has being Greek done for the black community? I understand it's benefiting you some way or some fashion, right? You get to show up at the parties. You get to do all the stuff. You get to step. All that stuff. You get to do all that. You get to show up at the party. You get to be the coolest person on your college campus, supposedly, At least in your mind, you think you are. While there's other people, they're not even focused on that. They're just trying to get a degree so they can get their career and their life going. What has it done for your people? What have you becoming a Greek? What has it done for your people? What have you becoming a Greek? How have you being put in these 𝗔𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘁 positions? How has that helped you benefit foundational black Americans or benefit your people? If anything, you become more disconnected from your people, and you're now seen as the enemy of your people. Look at the whole thing with Kamala Harris, man. She's the AKA. Y'all are the same people that ran with the narrative that she is a black woman. All you 𝗔𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘁, all you Roland Martin fat donut popping eating Negroes, y'all misled. Jesse Jackson, all y'all misled black America. How do you feel being on the wrong side of history? How do you feel not garnishing the wisdom and the influence of the grassroots and acting like you, because you're put in this position that you're the man of influence and the people should follow you, and you really don't garnish, you really don't have nothing. You're a devil in disguise. You're here to trample on the little bit of good you're here to trample on the innocent of black America. Let's keep it a buck. Obama the tether. That's what I feel about Obama. Obama the tether. He's a nothing burger. Again, another charlatan here to prey on the innocence of black America, the gullibleness, the naiveness of black America. That's what they do. They're puppets. Somebody's hands up there. Family, don't let me get into the LGBTQ part of all these Greek fraternities too. Don't let me go there. Y'all don't want me to go there. Y'all really don't want me to go to the LGBTQ side of these fraternities. Y'all don't want me to talk about that, because a lot of these so-called Negroes is downloads. Y'all really don't want to know what once y'all get into the fraternity. You think you pledging a fraternity of brotherhood, but when you find out that there's somebody there waiting at the top of the top to play with your booty hole, y'all really don't want me to get into that. That a lot of these people y'all see on television, part of these fraternities, come on, man. There's always a final boss at the end, and the final boss wants to take your cheeks. Okay, let me just say it like that. And it's all hush hush, and yeah, man, come on, man. Y'all don't want to get me started. I'm gonna leave that one alone, because I know we got some Greek people up in here, some Alpha Kappa Who's and Johnny's, and I know y'all up in here. I know y'all 𝗔𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘁𝘁 up in here, man. But I gotta give y'all the business today. Y'all gonna get this work. Because I'm tired of y'all deceiving and misleading our people. We are no longer going... Listen, I want all you young people to listen to me that are in college. You are to stay away from Greek fraternities. They're done. They're done just like the Democratic Party is done. We are not doing those we are not doing those secret society Greek fraternities no more. It's not for us. What has it done for us? What has it done for us? What has it done but elevate Negroes that shouldn't be elevated? Them Negroes, let me tell you, them fraternity brothers, they're not really that smart. I just told y'all half of them don't even graduate. Once they become what they become, they don't even graduate, y'all. Half of them don't even graduate. There's nothing phenomenal about these Greek fraternity, sorority, nothings. And I'm sorry to say it like that. There's nothing phenomenal about these people. Nothing phenomenal about these people. Republican, Democrat, same bird, man. Same bird. They're the same political. Listen, to get into these clubs, man, you don't they don't want you to be smart. They don't want you to be brilliant. They want you to be, I'm not saying they want you to be dumb, but they want you to want to win. They want you to be vulnerable and fall. They want you to chase the fame and the money more than the integrity and the morals. That's all I'm here. That's all I'm trying to do. They are looking for people who want to win so bad that they're willing to sell out their people. Those are the people that get to advance to the final boss. Those are the people that get to be groomed at the next. Those are the leaders that they groom for the next level. When they see that you want to win so bad that you'll sell out your people, that you'll sell your soul, then you get to move to the top. That's how all these secret societies work. They get you in with these little, oh man, they get you in, however they get you in. They get you in with promising you're gonna get a brotherhood. You know, they hide behind the community activist piece part of this thing. They all say, you know, we're here to build our community, but they never build it. Let's keep it a buck. They never. What community what have they done? Oh, I did a couple food drives. I did a couple car washes. Did a couple crowdfunding. I helped my brother get a job. You know, blah blah. Man. But they know how to get on code with that Democratic Party real quick, don't they? They know how to tell you, oh, you niggas need to vote for this person, and you ain't black if you Kamala's black, and they do all this funny weird stuff. They attend the parties. They're doing the DRUGSs and all this funny weird stuff. They attend the parties. They're doing the DRUGSs, and they're doing all they're all puppets being controlled, man. They're all puppets being controlled, man. And I want to tell you, young people, do not get involved with these secret societies or these Greek organizations. There's really not, I promise you're not going to learn anything that's going to, I promise you, what they're telling you, man, there's no high level information, nothing. It's all a scam. All of it. It's a scam. There's really no true brotherhood. You're just a puppet, and you're being groomed for whatever they want you to do. And if you have a little bit of charisma, great. They're going to use that to their advantage, not to your people's advantage. You're not better than nobody. I'm going to just tell you like that. Just because you're a Greek or you're a Boule or you're not better than nobody. You're no better than nobody. If you can't liberate your people, if your society makes you hide information from your people so only some of you succeed and the rest of you fail, that's not anything you want to be a part of. You want to be able to liberate your people, stand on business, make a real difference, not this pretend nonsense. You don't want to hang out with a bunch of cowards, because at the end of the day, you're hanging out at the top with a bunch of cowards that will sell you out. Listen to me, family. It's dog eat dog. Once you get to the top, they will sell you out just to keep and fund their lifestyle. Because that's what it is. They don't really love you. They don't really care for you. There's no really true brotherhood. These are suburbanite cowards. These are suburbanite cowards. I promise you. I promise you, family. I'm telling you the real. What has these secret societies, what has these Greek fraternities, what have they done to build up foundational Black American communities? What have they done for the communities they say they come from? And a lot of these, man, let me tell you something. A lot of these Greek organizations is full of tethers. Did y'all hear about the Greek organization they got in Nigeria now? They got them in Nigeria now. You can be a Q dog in Nigeria now. A lot of these Greek organizations, especially these black ones, they're not full of black people. They're full of tethers. And you know they're gonna be the quickest. They're gonna be the quickest to undermine the people. They're gonna be the quickest to undermine the people. Please explain what a theater is. It's acting, man. It's all a play. It's all an act. I don't know. If there's some deeper terminology, I'm sorry. I don't know it. A theater is nothing more than a theater. Okay, it's an act. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women are merely players. Oh, they mean tethered? They mean tethered? I don't know. Like what? I thought that's like a special term in the Greek in the secret societies. What is it? Man, I'm sorry if you don't know what a tether is, man, but a tether is anybody that's non-FBA and undermines black people. A tether is that Jamaican governor who hides under the title as the first black president or first black governor, who says we're not going to do no study on reparations. I think he's from Maryland, the governor of Maryland. We're not going to do no study on reparations. We're gonna build businesses for minorities. That's a tether. A tether is anybody who's not from the lineage but comes in and tries to speak on the lineage in a negative way. That's a tether. When you come to America, you show respect to foundational black Americans because our ancestors are the ones that put their sweat equity and their blood into the black Americans, because our ancestors are the ones that put their sweat equity and their blood into this soil. You didn't fight for nothing. You just came over and benefited from things that my family fought for. And if you come in, you're going to tell us what we need to be doing and what we need to get over. You need to get the hell up out of this country and take your raggedy behind back to your homeland. And go fix that homeland before you start trying to fix things that we done already established here in America, buddy. So do not be a tether. But anyway, a lot of these boulets are tethers. They don't even come from here anymore. They probably grew up here in this country, either anchor baby, first, second, third generation. But a lot of them, man, you be lucky if you find a foundation up in these fraternities. I mean, and I'm not saying there's not a lot of them in there, because there's a lot. But lately, man, we got all these people in power, man. Obama was a tether. Obama, another one that used the black community to get elected and did nothing for the black community. Obama, another one that used the black community to get elected and did nothing for the black community. Obama, the Kenyan, his father's African, his father's Kenyan, and his mother's American. He's the true definition of an African American. And look what that got us. Us switching in the 1980s, we switched our classification from black to African American, only to allow African Americans to come over here and cosplay as us and tell us what we need to be doing. So let me say it with my chest. I'm not African. You might be, but I'm not African. My family been here for over 400 or 500 years, and I'm also have indigenous side, so they've been here for thousands of years. I also have European ancestry. So again, I'm an amalgamation of a lot of things, and one of them is I'm not African. I may have some African ancestry. I'm not going to deny that, but I'm from here. I'm from America. I cannot be. You cannot get me up off this land. I'm not an immigrant here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not an immigrant up in this joint. I'm really from here. I'm really from the place you claim it. The place you claiming to be from, I'm really from here. I'm really from here, family. I'm really from here. Okay? So, listen, man, it's we gotta I want y'all to understand, man, we cannot trust these fake organizations, these Greek letters, thank you. We can't trust them. They're not to be trusted. They don't do anything for the community for real. They haven't helped change the plight of Black America for real. Yeah, you may get a nice job somewhere because you mentioned that you're part of whatever organization. But at the end of the day, you're a puppet. You're being groomed. Somebody's watching you. And God forbid, man, only God knows what you really got to do when behind those closed doors. Because there's always a LGBTQ mafia waiting to snatch you up. Okay? There's always something. There's always a P. Diddy in the corner. Man, come to this party. Here, drink this drink. Take the pink one. Hey, man, don't tell nobody what you seen over here, okay? Keep it on the hush. You know, we from the same shh, hush, hush. Man, what have these secret societies, what have these Greek organizations really done for Black America? Why are we still at the bottom, but we got all these people claiming Greek? All these people claiming that they part of some secret society. Look, you got these Moorish temple, kufi hat wearing Negroes talking about they got the answer. What have they done to free their people? Nothing. What? I'm not a Diddy fan, but you can't if you allow Hugh Hefner to be Hugh Hefner, I guess you gotta allow P. Diddy to be Diddy. If you're a grown person and you want to be a celebrity so bad that you allow the diddler to diddle with you, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? If you wanna hang out at the studio till 3, 4, 5 in the morning working on your album, and then a couple dudes come in and you wake up in a mysterious situation, whose fault is that? And you don't call the cops. Or whose fault is that? Shout out to you, brother. Whose fault? I mean, listen. You can't force no grown people to do what they don't want to do. That's my take on that. That's my take on that. All right, guys. Make sure. Just quick announcement, real quick. We're gonna keep things rolling. We're gonna bring some people up in a minute too. But FBA coin. It's not a trend. It's a tool. It's our people's crypto. It's transparent. It's trackable. It's trustless. It's verified. Every $300 donation drops you 30,000 tokens and an additional 5K bonus tokens just for believing in yourself. Do your due diligence on the FBA coin. Go to fbacoin.org and do your due diligence. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. The likes are lacking right now. Take time right now. Get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. We need to get to about 5K. Let's get it to about 5K. Let me bring some people up. Let's have the conversation. Excuse me. If this brother can come in, I don't know. What's up, brother?
Rising, bro. What's going on, man?
Man, we hanging. What's going on with you, brother?
Nothing, man. I was in your panel the first time, I think, the other day.
Yeah, I remember you, brother. Shout out to the Caribbean brothers, man. Shout out to y'all, man.
No doubt, bro. You know what, man? I really I appreciate your live, man, because you gave me a perspective that I never really looked at before, as far as a Black American and indigenous Black American. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So yeah, you gave me a different perspective, man. So that's what's up, man. It's all about communication and learning,
Yeah, man, we got to learn, man. Listen, I don't have no problem with no Africans, no Caribbeans. I keep saying that. My wife is East African, okay? I have no problem. I've traveled, I've been to 12 countries in the last 5 years. I mean, I respect every country I go into. But all I'm saying is that thing needs to be, there needs to be some reciprocity. When you come here, it should be the same thing as when I go over there. I know what I can say, what I can do. I know how to conduct myself when I'm in someone else's country. I don't come over there and act like I need to tell them, oh, y'all need to change this. Why can't you? I don't come in here trying to shame them for the condition that they're in, and they should definitely not come to my country and try to shame me. We all got things we need to work on. Fix your country, I'm gonna fix mine. Fix your people, I'm gonna fix mine. I'm gonna deal with my lineage. We gonna get it tight, and then let's try to do business, and let's do it under a form of a treaty, not under the unction that we're one big Negro. Everybody got their clan, everybody got their tribe, everybody got their lineage. We're not all the same. We don't all think the same. I'm not going to come into your country and start trying to change things that you've been systematically fighting for. And that's what we're telling people. Don't come to our country, get in our politics, and then try to change what things that we've been systematically fighting for and fighting against.
Right.
If you do that, you become an enemy to us.
Right. So how do you feel about all right, so people that you identify with, right? Like caring, like coming to America and caring.
Man, right. We want, listen, if you want to come over here and you want to get in the fight like us and fight against the system of oppression, we like that. Matter of fact, that's the reason why we opened the doors back in the civil rights era to get y'all to come over here, because we thought, man, we need to bring more Black people over here so we can fight against the dominant society in the belly of the beast. The problem is we got a bunch of people coming over and they have that fraternity mindset. I want to get myself together and then I'm going to diss everybody in my homeland. I'm going to worry about me and mine, and I'm not going to join with the brothers here who invited us here in their fight. I'm just here to get my money, and that's it. That's what we've been getting, and that's cool. We don't even mind that to a certain extent. But when y'all start getting involved in our politics, when y'all start opening your mouth and saying things and talking slick and saying we don't have no culture and white man built this, and we're like, what? What did he build? Everything. And when you ask them, they always say everything. Really? What is everything, brother? Because we built the light pole. All these building structures, the very foundations of the wealth of this country, we built that. What do you mean everything? So we just, we got to check a few people, man. That's it. We just got to check a few people, get some straightening. And if they accept the correction and change, shout out to them. If they don't, then we we're not going to ignore it like we have done in the past.
You said the Irish built America.
That's a lie. You see what I'm saying? That's a lie.
But you know what I don't get? Why do people come in here with the user tag and no photo?
Yeah, because they're that's a troll account. You know, they're afraid to show their face. They're afraid to be who they really are.
Cowards.
And that's why, yeah, coward. That's why nobody pays attention to them. Nobody pays them no mind.
Right. See, that Jamaican dude is a fake Jamaican dude, bro. Because I'm telling you that governor you're talking about, because I'm from Jamaica and I know what like real grassroots Jamaicans stand on. So a real grassroots Jamaican will never do what or says what he's saying and act how he's acting.
That's the problem. We don't get the writers that come over here. The ones that go into politics, we don't get them thorough writers that go into politics. We always get the Sambos and the tethers that get in those type of positions. Obama was a tether. Obama used the black community to get to where he's at, only to do absolutely nothing for them.
But you know, the system recognizes them and places them. Positions.
Exactly. And the brother is sad because the brother thinks he can still talk to people, he can still make moves. And we just I mean, a lot of us are just laughing at Obama, like, especially when he had that little thing about, you black men need to stop talking about the black woman and the blah blah. I was like, nigga, shut up, you tether. We was like, man, shut up. And even our black woman was like, shut up, you tether. We don't need you to speak up for us. That's not a black woman. Kamala's not a black woman. I mean, we laugh at Obama, man. We laugh at him. He's a joke. He's a joke. Like he's like Al Sharpton now. He's like Jesse Jackson now. When we see these Negroes pop up, Roland Martin, we just be like, oh, another tether. Laughing. What's up, Sandra?
Oh, I'm good. I ain't mean to come up. I'm at work. I was just listening in, but yeah, you know, I respect your opinion, brother. What you saying? If you ain't coming to really fight, if you from another country, you know, us black people, then you know you just need to stay out the fight. You just need to stay, you know, just shut your mouth. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm from the Virgin Islands myself.
You already getting to the money. Stay getting to the money and keep your mouth shut. Don't wag your finger at no foundational, because
I had to get on a woman. I had to get on this lady the other day in a live, and I'm like, Ma. She said, oh yeah, you got an accent. I said, yeah, I'm from the U.S. Virgin Islands. I said, I know the struggle of black people in America. I say, I'm not from Jamaica. I say, but the thing is that you don't understand. You saying all what you got from this country, but you coming in here and impeding the fight for the people that built this country. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not gonna help them in their fight and in their struggle, you just need to hush.
That's it.
And that's real, because somebody from here is not gonna go to Jamaica and tell them how to run their government and how to run their struggle. So why is you over here saying that? And that's why I don't understand what a lot of people that's coming into this country. You coming in and you trying to set laws and push things, narratives on black people that's been here, that's been fighting for this country for however long and built most of the shit that's in it. Respect is due.
And still building. We haven't stopped.
My nephew live in Ethiopia right now, and he was saying, Auntie, you know, it's certain things that I learned. It was things that I thought. He said, but now that I'm over there, I got to respect certain things. These people live a different type of way, and I got to respect that.
I got a serious question, because I'm trying to learn here, because I'm from Jamaica. So, you know, until I met this brother, he showed me a different light, you know, of understanding him as far as being a native black man in America. And so I got a question. Like, how do you feel, right, about, like, especially like this Christian black thing that's going on right now, like all that unaliving of BLK people in America and all of that stuff, you know, time and time again, and then, you know, people just boo-hoo, throw chairs, cry and march and don't really get no resolution. How do you feel about that?
I don't believe in that by any means necessary. That's the school I came from.
We had a good sister. One of my mods on here, her name is Fanny, and she made a very perfect point. She said, it's time to match energy.
Mind energy. Yep. I agree.
It's time to match energy. You know, the same energy that the same force that they bring to the table, we have to bring it. We have to match that same. We have to bring that
That's
same
the
force.
only. That's the only thing they understand.
And if you look at the delineation movement in foundational Black Americans and how we're standing on business, what we're doing really with people that we call tethers is we're just matching the tether's energy. We're saying, oh, you want to wag your finger? Now we're going to roast you. And we don't really mean for good people, you know, who are not tethers to get caught up into it. But it's only by nature that y'all get caught up into it, because you know when we clown, it's gonna hurt you. You're gonna feel it, because we've been feeling it for so long, getting called these names, these weird names like 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 and you know lazy, and all these stereotypes been placed on us, and we're like from other people that share our same melanin, and we're like, where the hell is this coming from? Where is all this jealousy and hatred coming from? What did we do to y'all that make y'all think y'all can come over here and talk to us like that?
Indoctrination.
So now we're matching the energy, and a lot of people are catching strays. So the best thing that we tell people who are not tethers but are not of the lineage is check your tethers. Because if we got to do it, some of us are not going to be friendly about it. Some of us are really going to give them that work that they asked for.
So how realistic, right, is matching the energy to you? How realistic? What percentage are you think?
Extremely realistic, and we won't quantify that number for you. But would you mind if I go ahead and go here? So I noticed that there's a lot of melanated immigrants who are tethers by orientation, just because of the way that they think, right? The way that they think. Like when he prefaced his statement by saying, his initial statement when he's talking about how should he view, or what do we view it like the Jamaicans that can't use their beaches. See, what has happened is that these people have been able to disassociate themselves from the reality of their home country. They evade the reality of their home country. They take an oath of allegiance for citizenship to come here to America, and then they act like what they're seeing in our community, which is an effective destabilization by our government, is something that they have never seen before, but they literally are coming from failed nations. And so what needs to happen is us. So when he says, how realistic is it for us to match energy? Oh, it's very realistic for us to remind you where you come from. It's very realistic for us to do our due diligence and find out what you have going on in your country of origin and remind you of that. Because if you want to come over here playing in our faces like you forgot, then we're going to have to remind you. And that's the energy you're going to get from us. And if you keep playing in our faces, then you get what I'm saying? We'll just have to up the ante. But it's very realistic for us to remind you that you come from a failed nation governed by your own people. You've lost access to, you've been effectively dispossessed, disenfranchised, and it doesn't make sense for you to come over here, forget that, and deal shrewdly with us. So yes, we're going to remind you each trip. And I feel like we're heading the direction. Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Okay. My bad.
Can I ask you something?
Hold on.
Don't ask me nothing.
Let me.
Oh wow.
Oh, aggressive. Blood.
This is what I always say in my life. I say, listen, if you stand on business, you stand on business. Okay? But don't get disrespectful until the person is disrespectful. If he's disrespectful, then you have every right to come at him with disrespect. But if he's coming under the guise of asking questions and wanting to learn, it's our duty also to teach, to let them learn, so they can understand. So I don't see this brother as coming in with a tether mentality. I see him coming in humble, trying to understand what's going on and how we should move forward. This brother's been in my life before. He wasn't disrespectful the first time, so I'm not going to disrespect him this time. But the sister, you're absolutely right. Every word you said was 100% true. We are going to match the energy. The energy's always. We're always going to listen. Don't ever think that foundational Black Americans have no power and that we're weak. If we were able to to destabilize the Democratic Party, so they're in the shambles that they're shambles, that shows our power right there. If we're able to rise up and do what we need to do, and then all of a sudden policies and things start changing on our behalf, you should know right off the bat that we actually do carry a lot of power. We are the swing vote in this country. That's a powerful position for Black Americans to be in when it comes to politics. That means that if you don't do something, if you don't get a bunch of Negroes emotional and vote, you don't win. Nothing happens without us in this country. So she's absolutely right. But I'm gonna say stand on business. You can say whatever you want to say, but but understand this: if you dish it, you better be able to take it.
Right.
Now let everybody stand on business. Let me hear from real quick MIH, the brand.
Yeah, I just joined. Really liking the vibe so far.
Okay.
I just want to know the way she put it across. Like they gotta teach us about how things go. Everybody goes through a struggle. Everybody struggles. Everybody got their own struggle in their country. So if you come over here, you don't have to teach us y'all struggle.
No, we do, brother. No. You're
You
wrong.
have to teach us.
No, we have
y'all
to
struggle?
teach you. Yes, because you don't know. Because you don't know, and if you don't know, you're probably gonna disrespect or impede on some of the things that we're trying to do. So you do need to come. Like when I go to Kenya, brother, I'm not going over there trying to. Oh, y'all need to do this. No, I'm coming over there to learn to understand.
Right, respect.
What's going on.
Right, respect.
Right. So that's the level that you need to come, because they're going to tell you, they're going to teach you how things go on here, so you know, so you can get along.
Yeah.
And
Just like you go into a friend's house. You won't go to a friend's house and act like you act at home.
Of course.
Right.
Course.
So I don't understand what's by y'all, how to put it.
I want to say this, like you, brother, host, you being indigenous Black American, I can learn from you. But this lady over here, original, whatever her name is right here,
Don't devalue
I
my
can't learn
submission.
from her.
Don't devalue my submission.
Her attitude
I
and her
educate.
disrespect.
Oh no! Do not devalue
and it's just
my.
the way she put it across.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. First of all, this is what happens: is that people from other ethnic groups get to think that they can decide what value I hold in my community. You are a Jamaican American. You don't get to decide what value I hold
That's
in
besides
the
the
Black
fact. We're not talking
We're all
about
African.
race.
So with that being said,
you being a basic human being and
I
respect.
educate and I give
I
plenty
can't
of
learn from you
intellectual
because you have no
property.
respect.
And so I don't have to respect. You're not entitled to my respect, sir.
Oh wow!
So this is it. How you
I
gonna teach
perceived you
us?
as passively disrespectful with your line of questioning.
How is that disrespectful?
Because
I'm here
you all
trying
need
to
to
learn
you
and
need
communicate
to
with the
spend.
host. You
So-
came in with the hostility and disrespect.
Yes, I was listening
let me
to
say
your
it
line
like
of
this.
questioning, and I view it as a passive aggressive disrespect.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
you
hold
trying
on
to
real quick.
gauge where we are at in our community lets
I'm
me
trying
know
to
that you are
learn.
not.
Okay,
Lets
hold on
me
real quick.
know
Okay,
that
hold
you
on
are
real
not
quick.
doing what you need to do concerning your collective.
Okay,
That's
hold on,
the
hold on real
point.
quick. Okay, hold on real quick. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna speak directly to the brothers. Okay. One of the things it does, you can do this, but I'm gonna say that it never looks good to argue with a woman. I'm gonna say it like that. Okay. I always tell, and I really what I'm about to tell you, I really do this and I really practice. Listen, when talking to women, period, if you're a man, you need to exercise extreme patience because women are emotional.
Right.
And you have to understand that, and you have to allow them to emote it in whatever way they come. And you got to also add the fact that we're under a system of white supremacy, so it has changed our women. They're not going to be as sweet. When you got women who are under oppression, they don't handle that under oppression like men handle that oppression. So they're going to talk, and they might have a little bit of mad. They might not say it the way you want to hear it, but we are going to have patience for them. And then I also tell the women, men talk differently than women. You guys are very articulate, very educated. Y'all use sharper words, right? Y'all words are like swords to us. And I say, women, don't use that power against the man. Men, don't use your strength, your dominance against the woman. You exercise patience with each other so we can have a clean conversation. That's all.
Respect,
That's all I'm saying.
respect,
Now, I
Respect.
still want you guys to stand on business. I still want you, the men, to stand on business. But men are very direct. Men don't necessarily use a lot of words that women use. We're quick and to the point because we're leaders. You have to be. And understand this, ladies. Listen, whether you believe this or not, right? Your men are the only one that can liberate you from the system of oppression, and you need strong men to do it. So if you
Yes.
come in slicing them up all the time, you cannot look for that same man to defend you when you need him because you weakened him.
Preach.
yeah, preach.
Preach.
So we want to
I
keep our
agree.
women powerful and let them have a voice at the same time. But we also got to understand our men got to be men because we don't want to emasculate our men because they're the only ones that can liberate us, liberate the people, liberate men, women, children. Men are in that position. So keep men in the man position and women keep, be a woman, but stay in the
It's
position
been
of
mixed up
feminine.
for a few years now, to be honest.
Hey,
Yeah, it's been
I agree,
mixed up
brother.
for a
Well
few
said,
years.
well said, well said.
Yeah,
Well said.
it's
Well
been
said.
mixed up for a few years.
Let's
We
try to
over
have a
here
let's
trying
try
to
to
think
have an
about
intellectual conversation and let's keep the emotions low. When emotions are high, intelligence is low. Let's bring the intelligence to the forefront. Let's stand on business and be who we are, but let's use our intellect, not allow the emotion. Now, again, if women do get emotional and they have that passion, we're gonna let y'all say it with your chest, man. Nobody's here to dim your light, man. You sound like a very
respect
educated
first though.
person.
Right.
Yeah, you
Because
sound
the
very
way
educated and you stand on business. So I appreciate that.
because of how she came towards me, I can tell the way I look at her, she doesn't look at me the same way. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but here
Questions that you don't view my collective the way that I view your collective and
You can't
respect your
speak for me.
collective.
You cannot
I'm
speak for
listening to
me.
your questions, and I just feel like if these people put more of a conscientious effort, some of the stuff that they ask us, if they would just ask their own people and figure out does it make sense to be even asking in the first place?
Why would I
Because
ask
That's a
my
personal
people if I know
problem.
my
they
own
act like
people?
they're
I'm
so
trying to
far
learn
they
about
act like they're so far
indigenous
removed. They
Black
act like they're
Americans.
so far removed from these people
How
have
are we
effectively
removed?
evaded the reality of their home country.
Who gives you
So
the
when they come
authority and
ask
the
us stuff, they're
knowledge to
talking
say
to
that
us like we're
I
some
am far
despondent
removed
group.
from my people or
Because when you're
whatever you
talking
claim?
to us, like you
It
don't, your
doesn't make,
people
you
and your
cannot
country
speak
don't
like
have the
that.
same
You're
issues.
speaking like you're the foremost prophet and knowledgeable person on the
You don't
world,
know
and
who I am. You don't know who I am, so I wouldn't
you're a
go that
human
far.
being like
Man,
everybody
y'all
I
gotta
wouldn't go
else.
that far.
stop.
I
Too
am,
much
and
You're in a
I'm a
hostility
position
going
human
of
on
that
on
right
the
now.
position.
panel.
Yeesh.
I'm a
You're
human
not
on the
God.
panel, and I'm listening to the
You're
lack
not
of
woman that rules the
conscientiousness.
world.
I don't
Okay?
want to rule the world. I don't want to rule the world.
You're a speck in
I
the
want to
human
match,
population,
I
like I
want
am.
melanated immigrants to put the same amount of conscientiousness that they apply to their collective. The way if they don't accept us, certain behaviors from us,
You
they
sound
want to
We don't have
biased.
to
explain
You
act
sound
like,
nuance.
biased. You sound very biased, and that's a
yeah,
shame as a
I'm from the
melanated.
I
islands
think
You
too,
hold
No,
on,
sound
and
hold
I
on,
biased
hold
sometimes
on,
sound
it
hold
against
like
on,
I
gets
a
was
hold on, hold
hard.
on.
listening.
melanated
To
I
be
sound
person.
like I
fair,
was listening in the live
hold
before
on.
I.
To be
I sound like
fair,
I was
hold on,
listening in the
hold on,
live before I
You
came
sound
up.
biased.
I sound like
hold
I
on,
was
everybody.
listening in the
This
live
is the
before I
host.
came up.
I'm the host talking. Hold on. Okay. To be fair, I think she's saying something that y'all need to listen to. I know y'all don't may not like the tone at what she's saying, but I believe she is saying something here. I think she's giving y'all some content. She's giving y'all some content that y'all can ponder and think about. To be fair, I understand y'all don't like the tone. I understand that the way that women are viewed outside of America is different from the way we view our women here inside of America. We give our women, especially in the black community, we give our women a little bit more of a voice and a more leadway than other ethnical groups would do. And like I said, I've traveled, I've been all over. And a lot of times, some of that translation that our women have in America doesn't translate well outside of America. I understand that too. But in
And
our
what's the big
community,
cause of that?
in our community, brother, you got to understand this is our culture now. You
Yeah,
got
Say
respectfully.
something,
this
please.
is
Can I
us.
say something, please? He said, so how do you view Black Americans who are marching, but it yields no result? But listen to this. If I just show
I
up in
did not say
Jamaica,
that.
you
You
were.
need to listen.
I didn't
You
use.
listen
You
to
didn't use.
react.
So.
You don't listen.
So I did listen.
That's not what I said.
You
So
said,
I can
how do you
clearly see
view
that you
Black
don't listen.
Americans? You asked about how do you view
You
Black
don't
Americans.
listen because you can't even say word for word what I said.
I don't have to
You're
say
not
it word
listening.
for word.
You're
You
not
know what?
listening.
Then how do you know I'm even addressing your statement at all?
You just hear what you
How
want
do
to
you
hear.
know if I'm
Selective
even
hearing.
addressing anything similar to what you're saying? My point is, if I showed up in Jamaica tomorrow and literally said, "Hey, Jamaicans, how do you view those of you who have lost access to your beaches
You know what they
and
would
have
do?
not
They
been
would explain it to
and
you.
have not been able to
And they would
effectively
be
galvanize?"
respectful.
You would literally try to figure out why I'm even asking that.
No, they would be respectful and they would explain it to you. That's my point. What I'm trying to get across.
That's not the experience of Black Americans in visiting Jamaica. That's not been my experience.
No, you cannot speak for people.
Personal,
I can speak for myself. I can speak for myself going down
You're not
there.
saying that when you vocalize, though. You're trying to speak for
I can speak for myself going down there. That is
for
not
yourself.
speaking
Don't
into
speak for a
action.
mass.
Listen, I don't want to mute anybody. I'm the host. When I start speaking, calm down, okay? Listen, going back and forth, this is not going to serve us right here. This and we're getting further and further away from the topic also, okay?
Facts.
Okay, I get it, okay? Again, the way our lineage and our culture, we give our women a little bit more leeway to be who to say it with their chest. It may not translate over well, and I'm asking you to respect the way we do things here as Black Americans. Because our women are strong, our women are powerful, and we know we need our women in order to liberate our people as well too. We understand that because our women are very, they've proven themselves from history, from Harriet Tubman, from the civil rights era, from the Black Panthers. They've proven themselves.
Right.
So we're not going to say, "Hey, man, be quiet." We're going to say it with your chest too. So
respect is universal.
I'm gonna ask y'all, brother, just again to exercise patience. Allow her to say it the way she says it. Don't get mixed up in this tone thing. Keep your masculine frame and stand on. I'm not saying don't stand on business. Stand on business, but stay in your masculine frame. That's all I'm saying. Stay in your power. Allow her to stay in hers. Or you staying in your power might allow her to calm down and rest in her feminine energy as well. So that's all I want y'all to understand. Again, we're under a system of oppression. Stress on men is different when you have stress on women. Women who are under a extreme amount of stress, they respond different. They're not, God gave us these shoulders to handle more.
Right.
Can
so
he
we can be calm in the midst of a storm.
Can he re-ask his question? Can he just re-ask his question and I'll answer it?
No, I don't know. No,
does anyone remember his question?
I'm going to the
Does anyone remember his question?
I'm going to the host's directive.
Okay, direct the question to me. I'll answer. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to your directive. I'm not trying to stray away from your
I appreciate that because I got to get up because my thing is this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the boule.
Right.
I'm talking about the Greek fraternities in this country that have not done anything for the Black community in general as in whole. They've done everything for themselves and their Greek brothers and sisters to disconnect themselves from to disconnect themselves from the real Black struggle. I'm saying, what have they done? What have they done that benefited Black America? What has the boule done that's so unique, that's so amazing, that the Black American can say we can trust what they're telling us? Because so far they've been telling us, oh, vote Greek because they're Greek. So far they've been telling us vote Black because they're Black and they're Greek. We haven't heard anything. We haven't heard any scholarship really come down the line that says, "Hey, man, we're trying to make true change and true difference." And they haven't given us any strategy that we can run with that has shown itself to prove itself to be good for us. So my question is, what measure of gains have Black Greek organizations delivered for the bottom 80% of FBAs since their founding? That's my question. What measurable gains have Black Greeks organization delivered for the bottom 80%?
I think that
Anybody can answer.
so Greek.
Go ahead,
Peace and blessings. I think that this is a very interesting question, and I want to make sure that it aligns with not causing controversy, because I think that it's a very hot
Very controversial. Very controversial. Yes, it is. True that.
and with the I think that one of the biggest pieces, just to clarify with the gray areas, it's more along with, I'll say, the most recent. And when we say most recent, we can take it back as far as within the past uh, decade, because there's an opportunity to really lay out the alignment for the Black Greek letter organizations and the plight of the blacks. One of the things that we want to be cautious of is the purpose and why they were originally created. Okay. And I'm not saying each one of them, but just as a whole, I'm going to make sure that I stand on. I am not a member of a Black Greek letter organization. However, I am the product of a Black Greek letter organization. My father has been a member of Omega Psi Phi for almost 60 years, and my mother was a member of Zeta Phi Beta. So I want to be, and I don't want to sound oxymoronic, but I want us to make sure that we understand what the original purpose of the organizations. They were to provide leadership and guidance, and to establish the frameworks and the foundation and the pathways for us to be, and I'll say that the chain of a kind of a relay. There may have been a huge disconnection between the last 10 years. And so the question is very valid, and it is very controversial, but when we talk about as a whole, we could go back and, say Martin Luther King was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha. Jesse Jackson is a member of Omega Psi Phi. So there are examples that are out there that we know we see the action and the activity that goes along with it. And if I remember correctly, Shirley Chisholm was a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. So when we talk about where they get into the next level of leadership, we want to make sure that we're clear with, yes, we see that the power is there, the opportunity is there, but the question is, how is it being used today, and how can we partner to make sure that we are providing or getting the right message across? I yield.
No, very good point. Very good point. Like I said, I have family members who are in Greek organization. My brother, one of the reasons why I wanted to join a Greek fraternity was because of my older brother, and I told the story where I wanted to surprise my brother and pledge a fraternity. And it just so happened somebody while we were going through the hazing period of the fraternity, just so happened that someone almost passed on my line that we were on, and I was the one that rushed this guy to the hospital and saved his life. And not all Greek organizations, but the organization that where I was at, I looked at these dudes as cowards, and I decided to myself I didn't want to join with whatever I was going through. I didn't want to cross on the other side and be surrounded behind people who I didn't respect anymore. And that was my decision. I'm still friends with the dude to this day, but that anecdotal experience what helped me shape my mind and look differently at these fraternities. And then when you look at how long we've had a fraternity, since 1906 was the first black fraternity, Cornell University.
Correct.
The first black Greek organization was 1906. And what have we done? What have they done in the last 100 years? I get you. We got some great people. You mentioned Martin Luther King. I'm not a fan of Jesse Jackson, but we also there's the pros and the cons behind these things. But what if how have these organizations moved the black community? What have they done? What are they doing now? Because they've set themselves up to me today to be actually against the grassroots movement of the people. If anything, these fraternities should be working with the grassroots, not against the grassroots. And we're seeing that these people have been put in these positions now to be gatekeepers. And that brings me to my next question. Does the boule proximity to elite institutions create a buffer that blocks grassroots voices? Or is there a bridge that we don't know about?
So I'll jump in really quickly. This is just my opinion. If there's anyone that's in the comments that's a part of the Black Greek Letter organization, I think that it would be fair for them to join. And the only reason I
welcome y'all to come up. And I'm not gonna, I'm gonna stand on business, but I'm not gonna disrespect people in the Black. I got people in my family who are Black.
It's a fair comment, and I think that these are great opportunities, because each one of them have different, I'll say different pillars that they are responsible for. And one of the things that I think that helps to your point that bridges the gap is to have a clarity with how to, because they should be our allies. That's the honest truth. And I'll say, I'll just, again, I don't want it to sound like I'm controversial, but I want to also continue to be transparent, because my mother transitioned in 2002. My father remarried to a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Phenomenal woman, phenomenal people. When George Floyd was unalived, I lost my entire crap. And I because to me, I said, where are they? This is the time. You spend all this time in conclaves and conferences, and you're doing all these exercises. Now it's time, also being former military, now it's time to shift and move. What happened? Those things became apparent, that I don't know if it's been clearly articulated, and it's not to articulate it as an attack, but it's articulated because of the fact that, guess what? You don't know what you look like, and that's not what your founding forefathers wanted this to be. And now it gives the ops the opportunity to say, oh, we can put them against them. We can make them over them. And then you continue to build these allegiances and moving to the next level.
What do you think about this, original woman? What do you think about this? What do you think about the boule class today? How do you feel about them?
They are Luciferians. They're the bottom rung of the occult, and they were not created for the purposes that she has outlined. And I think that when you are thinking that way, you have this unreasonable expectation that they would fight for the liberty of our people here in America. And that's not been the intention. They were actually gatekeepers. They actually were to prevent, the economic disenfranchisement of Negroes is what has kept the system going, okay? And so they were designed for that reason. So I just think it's weird when people try to append like benevolence to those organizations. And it usually comes from having some investment where the individual is either part of them or have family members that have been initiated into them. Ultimately, it's the occult, and they do not fight for the liberty of our people here in America.
So I'd like to, if I could respond to that.
Go ahead, respond. Please respond. Please respond. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I appreciate your lens into that, but just to be clear, I don't have an alliance. One of the things that I don't do is I don't come up, and it doesn't make you more authoritarian because of the fact that you know how to assassinate someone's opinion. It leads to the lens of not having a level of respect and understanding when you seek first to understand, then be understood. I understand that I completely align with certain things that are, and I chose, and I'm going to be very clear, I chose not to be a part of that for a reason. And not only was it, they were part of the the Black Greek letter, but the others that go along with it, the Masonic as well as the Eastern Stars that align with it, because that to me was a level of darkness that was not in any shape. That's me personally. And that's why I said one of the things that I want us to be careful about is not to assassinate and annihilate instead of just listening to why or asking follow-up questions, other than, you know, saying that, oh, you know, it always comes from people who have an alliance. And I did, and I do have an alliance to my parents. I think it's
The
disrespectful.
word alliance. I didn't use the word alliance.
Well, whatever it was that you used at this point.
My granddad is a Mason.
Okay, and your point is not where I
So
am.
I didn't use the word alliance.
I am not.
I wasn't trying to purport that you had an alliance with individuals.
That you need to be a little more. You need to tone the way that you're addressing certain things down. Because
No, I don't. You act like it's not a shared experience across the community to be confronted with initiation or not. I have the same experience.
Is very negative and crass. That's all she's saying.
That's exactly right.
I
this
think
is now coming
dark
from a
light.
woman saying this.
I think you have a dark light. So I don't think we
Woman
should
speaking to you. It's not me, a man. This is another
It
black queen.
doesn't matter. I did not. I
Elderly
wasn't
black queen.
disrespectful. I said I think
you
that
were
somebody
very
trying to append benevolence to these organizations when they have literally been actively harming our collective.
And you don't.
It doesn't make sense to do unless you have some emotions appended to the.
attack someone.
I didn't say you had an alliance. I did not attack you. I didn't make a character assessment.
Very clear. You can talk about.
I didn't attack you. I didn't attack you.
You did attack her. We're
No,
here.
I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
My granddad is a Mason.
You can attack.
I literally have to reconcile the fact that I have people in my family that have been initiated into the occult. And unless they free themselves, they're going to be bound by
This is the host. I don't
the
want to have to mute anybody.
organization.
Hold on, this is the host. I don't want to have to mute anybody.
No
I just
emotions
want-
appended. You want me to feel something while I'm saying it? That's the
She's
problem.
disrespectful. She's
Hold
not
on.
listening
I'm
to
not
you.
disrespectful, and I didn't use the term alliance, and I can effectively
If you're
re-articulate
talking-
what I'm
If
saying.
you're talking while the host is talking, you're being disrespectful. This is my
Yes.
platform. I'm asking you kindly to hold on. When I say hold on, when I start talking, I need everybody on the panel to be quiet. Okay? Now, I just want you to know, okay, again, like I said, I like people standing on business, so stand on it. But I want you to know that this is coming now from a black woman also saying that your tone is coming off disrespectful. And I just want you to take note of that. You have to listen to understand. Hold on, brother. You got a lot of feedback. I need you up. A lot of feedback. Listen to understand when it's more than one person. It's not just men now telling you they don't like your tone. Now it's your fellow sister, because she is your sister. She's not your enemy. You know, I'm sure you guys, if in another setting, y'all could benefit and help each other. So it's not about attacking your sister. If your sister is telling you that there's a disrespect coming, and you may not feel that, you might just want to take it into consideration. That's all I'm saying. Take it into. I know this woman. She's a phenomenal woman, and you probably would want to get to know her. And she's at a level where she can actually mentor you. So I'm just saying, give this. You know, if this woman's saying give her some respect, because she's speaking from her heart, just like you are. That's all I'm trying to say. So take note when people point out things that you may not be aware of. Okay, a lot of times, you know, we're not aware of some of the things that we're doing. If more than one person is telling you, you have to take it into consideration. Okay, let me just table that real quick, because I don't want y'all to continue to go back and forth. I want y'all to respect each other. I want y'all to bring your intellect to the, you know, take the emotions out of it. Bring intellect, bring scholarship to the table. Let me hear from Nicholas. Nicholas, did you hear the question, sir?
What was the question?
The question was, okay, first of all, were you here for the whole conversation? Do you know?
Yeah, I've been here. I've been hearing some of the stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Are you part of a Greek organization or no?
No. I'm African,
we-
but I'm African, but I've lived in the States for like 25 years. I've been here for like 25 years. So I feel on both sides. I always tell my people, I've experienced the African life, I've experienced the American life. I know what black people go through somewhat, and I know what Africans go through. I always tell Africans and black Americans, please give each other grace, man. We are hunted everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world we are headed. Why do you think that is? So it's good to give each other grace. That's the most important thing. Everybody has a story. The world is so huge. Everybody got a story. Somebody's experience might be totally different from yours. But to hear them, let them finish their mind. Let them speak their part. Let them speak their mind. Then from that, you can get your perspective from there. But let people finish their mind, whatever they're going through, whatever they're trying to tell or relate to other people. We should always try to listen first before we jump and like, oh, we already put you on a box. We are supposed to gather, not put each other in a box. We already been put in a box to divide and rule us. Let's find each other. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, everything starts with respect first. You, especially if you're in a country that's not yours, you need to always show you are the one that really needs to show the respect and the grace first. It should never be people requiring Black Americans to show respect and grace first.
That's true, because you're in somebody's house. You have to respect
You're in
their
somebody,
house. That's
exactly.
true.
You're in someone's house. So when you got to understand, when Black people are hearing disparaging things about 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie and lazy, and when we see a lot of our Caribbean African brothers siding with white supremacy, saying things like we don't need any reparations, that's never gonna go. That's never gonna fare for any African or Caribbean.
That's true. That's true. We have to defend each other. We should be defending each other, not trying to bring each other down.
The moment y'all come in with the energy that says we're here to learn, and we're here, and where do y'all need us?
Right.
We go. Then we can have the conversation.
Right.
But until then, we already delineated, and we're saying, listen, respect my lineage as a Black American. Don't try to Africanize me because I have some African ancestry.
Right.
Don't do that. Deal with your homeland. Every shout out to 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶, but y'all need to rally behind that brother and get him to the next level. Help make sure he crosses the finish line.
Right. And I appreciate And I appreciate the brothers who are supporting him. There's Black Americans who are, with him, and it's very, very encouraging to see that.
Americans have always stood up for Africa.
Right.
It's really been Africa has not stood up for Black Americans, but Black Americans have always stood up for Africa.
You can say that from your perspective.
Always.
I wouldn't say that because I'm always against the people who call Black Americans.
In history from South Africa apartheid to
Right.
Italy. I mean, we got so many things that to the narrative that y'all come from mud huts. Who do you think switched that narrative? Y'all didn't switch that narrative. We are the ones that said y'all don't come from mud huts. Leave these people alone. Don't talk about them like that. Black Americans stood up, and Black Americans went over there, and we start filming the nice places over there and bringing it back to our people and say, see, this is what it looks like over there. We're the ones who've done that. We're the ones that got your country and the tourism popping in your country. Not the YT people. It's us that went over there and got the tourism cracking. We're the ones that made white people think, oh, man, it's safe to go to Africa. For a lot of times, YT people are like, man, is it safe to go over there? We went over there and brought the message back, and they listened to us. And when you look at the global face of Black, of what melanated people are supposed to be, it's always going to be a Black American in the forefront because we are the picture of success. So all we're saying is, again, show some respect. We're not saying you got to get on your knees and bow down and worship her, but we're saying, hey, man, show some respect because you wouldn't be in our country if we didn't do what we had to do. That's it.
You're right. Can I say something?
Can I
I
say
say
something
something?
after him?
Yeah, let him finish, and then you can go after him. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I just don't want to feel like you guys think like every African is like that. There's
No, we don't.
always ignorant people in every community. You
Yes.
know what I mean? And the fact, you say something about a kata. That's one thing I always tell anybody, man. You can't be calling people the names they're out of their names.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it goes both ways. You know, Buddhist
But
culture, all those. There's black people who say that, and
here's what we're asking you guys
there's
to
African
do.
people who say the things they're not supposed to say. It goes both ways. You know what I
Right.
mean? So
Right, but
let's teach.
here's what we're asking you guys to do. Here's what we're asking you guys to do. Check them before we check them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Me,
Check them,
you can
grab
count
them
me
by
on that.
their
I've been checking
coattails,
them, and I
and
do
make them
that because I
understand.
try to.
Make them understand. I get it that everybody's tribal and everybody comes from a different tribe, so
Right.
you may not have as much influence as you would with another African brother because he could be from a different tribe.
Right,
But y'all got to make these people understand, because if they don't understand, y'all see what's happening. Y'all are seeing Black Americans be quiet. We're actually silent on a lot of issues that we would normally be vocal about. That doesn't work in favor of Caribbeans or Africans.
Or even Black
You actually
Americans either.
want- No,
it doesn't
works.
work either.
Brother, it works fine for us. Us being silent on certain things is okay with us. It doesn't benefit y'all.
We have to know that we need each other.
Well,
You
no,
know? That's one thing we gotta come from. We need each other.
okay, time out. I hear what you're saying. In the bigger scope of things,
Yeah.
if you guys were on the page of really standing on YT supremacy, I would say yeah. But because we haven't seen y'all do that yet, we don't feel like we need y'all.
What do you
We
mean? What do
need
you
y'all
mean?
for that.
What do you
We
mean
don't
by
feel
that?
like we need y'all to stand against YT. So we don't feel like we need
Mm.
y'all to help us stand on business, because we've been doing it alone for so long that y'all haven't contributed to anything against YT supremacy. We're the ones who've done that. So when we've done that and we've been doing that, we're like, well, do we really need them? Do we really need their help?
So
now, if some of them come over and do something, we'll appreciate it then.
Like what? Like what?
Can I say something about this too? So, do you understand? Because in real life, you would not engage with the person who's wasting your time in conversation. So, Black Americans have never had an international tie. That's an objectively true fact that everyone on this panel should be able to agree with, right? So, when he tries to characterize it as us, when he tries to characterize it as we need each other and we have not seen that value, that is just, we could be 10 years beyond that conversation if literally that could stop. And I was not trying to, when I was talking about within the submission, an individual appended a certain level of benevolence and goodwill to these Greek organizations that are literally the bottom rung of the Masonic order. And I feel like to do that goes against logical reasoning, which is why she had to be met with her own cognitive dissonance when she said that she saw no support coming from them when she felt it was appropriate. So what I'm saying is that typically why someone would go against their own critical thought process towards a thing is if they have some emotions appended, is what I said. So what that could look like is someone presenting these entity is what they are. They literally are high level sorcery, okay? Presenting these entity as something palatable to you. So for me to have a grandfather that's a Mason, then I could view that as something palatable had I not done my own research. So I understand and do not expect for anything good to come from these people misrepresenting us, which is how we got ourselves in this little situation with having the need to literally delineate ourselves from other groups, because dark races are the original humans. You've always had dark races that were responsible for the dispossession of other dark races. That's before pale skin even came into the equation. So with that being said, when you look at the boule, when you look at the occult, they are literally just functioning in what they were created to function in. And anyone saying otherwise is because you literally have some emotions there that need to move out the way. And I'm not going to do that with you because it's not a unique experience. And it's not, let me just finish. I have one more sentence. One more sentence. So it's not a unique experience for us to have family members, friends. One of my best friends is a Zeta. It's not a unique experience for us not to be on a college campus and presented with the opportunity to cross as I was. And I heard directly in the spirit, let your yay be yay and your nay be nay. Meaning that if you cannot say yes to it, you have three parts, flesh, soul, and spirit. If you cannot say yes on all three parts to a thing, then it's a no. And that's where I was at with it. And so I just think it's weird that I can't freely say that without you misconstruing the purpose of me speaking. And even by you saying that I said align, I didn't even say that. I said nothing about an alignment.
You know what? That's
I
all
said
you
when
heard
you go
was
against
that
your
I said
own,
aligned.
when
That's
you
all
go
heard
against
that
your
I
own
said
critical
aligned.
thought
That's all
process,
you heard was I said
you
aligned.
have
And
emotions
that let
there.
me know that
That's
you
it.
understand
That's
the
all I
importance
No, it's
said.
called energy, Miss
when you talk
Original. It's
about
called
someone's
energy.
cognitive
I don't
Okay,
have
dissonance.
to
hold on.
modify my energy
It's
when you
called
have no
energy,
fight,
and it's
sir.
called
You
operating
have no fight
Make
in
sure
with
that
you.
I
the
understand.
intelligence.
I'm
You
You
the
gotta
have
do
no
host
that.
fight in
speaking
I'm going to
you.
people.
stand on business.
I am the host
I
speaking
stand on
people.
business,
Hold
okay?
And
on.
guess what? And you can
I'm a
speak
Hold
on
millennial.
on.
I
business as
stand
well.
on
And you
business,
know what?
okay?
Hold
I'm glad
on.
that you
I
stand on
stand on
business.
business.
Hold
You,
And I wish
yeah,
on.
I could see you in person
yeah.
so
Hold
we could
on.
stand on
Do
business.
not
I
Listen,
stand
That
on
y'all.
would
The
be
business,
hostess,
period.
wonderful.
I don't
hostess.
That
even
would
sound
Yeah.
like I
absolutely
don't.
be
do
amazing.
not
I don't even
disrespect the
sound like I
host.
don't.
Hold on. I gotta mute y'all up, man, because y'all do not disrespect the host. Now, Miss NJ, I just want you to get a little closer to the mic because there's a reason why her voice is louder than yours because your voice is like kind of we can barely hear you. I need you to get closer to the mic so we can hear you clearly. That way, when y'all are discording, y'all can actually you can be heard. I want you to be heard, Miss NJ. I'm giving you a chance to you can say what you need to say, and then we'll try to advance the conversation after that. Go ahead, NJ.
I'm going to say this first and foremost. The focus and emphasis when we start talking about my cognitive dissonance, when your alliance or
Disrespect.
the focus was aligned with alliance. That's all that you focused on. You did not have a
I focus on you
understanding.
misconstruing what I said. I focus on you misconstruing what I said. That's it, ma'am. And because I'm effectively able, because my communication is so effective,
Host, can I
I don't
say
need
something
to
to mediate
misconstrue
right
what I
here?
said.
Can I say
Let
something
her
to mediate
I
right
said
here,
nothing
host?
about an alliance.
Between both
let
of
her
them?
That's a literal. That's a totally different point entirely.
Let her speak. Let her
Then don't lie on what I'm
Oh my
saying.
God.
I am still
let
speaking.
her speak. We gave you time to speak. Let her
Jesus.
speak.
Woo.
Go ahead, NJ.
One of the things that I hear exactly what you're saying, but I think that one of the components that has been misaligned here is that there was an emphasis on one particular component. I think that do have a lot of things that are aligned with where they've actually those organizations, how they've actually been moved into and the perception. Because of the fact that I don't like to come up and be an assassination or annihilate certain things and people's experience, guess what? That's called respect. I do, and let's be very clear, let my yes be a yes and my no be a no. When I tell you that it wasn't about just, someone having an emotional, I did the exact same level of research that you did. My father's father also was a 32nd degree Mason. And I also looked at that and was like, what exactly is going on? That's a level of generational understanding that we have to have a clear reason. Why has that been a part of our culture? We do have from a spirit perspective, we can talk about that all day from a biblical perspective, how secret societies are absolutely not supposed to be aligned. If you're a Christian, those are things that you should not be aligned with, point blank, period. But there is something, in order for us to move to the next level, we need to have a clear understanding as to why these things what is the root cause? Why were they put there? Why were they put there? Because if they were put there for a reason and they didn't serve that purpose, then we need to make sure that we are rearranging or realigning what we need to do to make sure that, number one, we can create the original objective. If it goes aligned with something else, we just need to make sure that we stay woke and we continue to move forward. When we take the opportunity to stand on someone else's platform, to go back and forth and to allow us not to have the ability to stop, cállate la boca, and listen, it becomes more problematic.
Yes.
Because your powerful voice is one that is needed. When it becomes a part of a component where it becomes a part of me, I'm never going to punk for anything. And whomever God out there decided, Miss NJ, grow up, you need to grow up. And you need to, in the comments, I saw your little nasty comment. You go back and you grow up yourself. Okay.
Let me say this real quick, because let me tell you, I respect.
I have to jump. So I'm gonna close this out. I did not get away. I did not get away from the original purpose. The original purpose was because of the fact that I wanted to address the fact that you still decided that you feel like it's okay to come. You cannot assassinate anyone's opinion.
Terrible.
Because what that becomes, it's called bullying.
Terrible.
Okay.
And it makes you look less than intelligent, because that means that emotionally, if you cannot process what someone else is saying and then have the ability to say, you know what, that's not something I agree with, I'm going to agree to disagree, it causes you to look less than powerful. And that's not who you should be, young sister.
Very much.
Okay, let me say this.
Now, I do agree.
I don't value your insight there.
I was going to say,
I don't value your insight there.
I do
Her
agree.
saying young sister is weird to me.
Hold on.
Let me. Oh my God, weird. This is weird. Oh my God, this is weird to me. You know what?
Now you sound younger than me.
But that's
why you sound younger than me. So are you really an elder, or are you being immature now?
No, I am. I'm going to say this, and I said young sister because
original one, you're getting a little bit too. You're going a little bit too far in your assumptions.
Just mocked me in a weird tone. You don't think that's weird?
Let me jump in real quick. You guys.
You know what? Let me say this.
This is like the fourth person host.
Negroes don't have time to believe these are good organizations as they undermine us for decades. That's my point. Why would we spend time having a circular conversation about them being good organizations if they're not, and they haven't shown themselves to be?
God bless you. Good night.
I'm a generation that literally we don't even have time to go through that process of thinking these are good organizations.
Hold on. I gotta mute you, my sister, and let me tell you something Again, I respect the energy of our millennials. Y'all are some riders, but let me help y'all understand that there's an age gap. There's also a age gap thing that we're dealing with our young people. Okay, I'm a Generation X, and I want you to understand, original. Hold on, I gotta mute you up, big dog.
Could you mute the mic?
It's a lot of feedback. Hold on. Mute your mic, brother. I gotta mute you up. Okay. Keep the mic muted. So listen, I want you to understand. Okay? Gen X, or we're not weak. And you can learn a lot from Gen X. Just because we don't come in with that same, not that we didn't have that when we were younger, not that we didn't have that in our 20s and our 30s, but there is wisdom in keeping your composure. There is wisdom in choosing, and you're very articulate, and you stand on business. And everything I'm not saying I disagree with anything that you're saying as far as Greek organization goes. I'm not saying I disagree with anything that you're saying as far as Greek organization going. But let me tell you what. Let me say it like this: young people who listen to older people move faster amongst younger people. Yes. Older people who listen to younger people move faster amongst older people. Brother, sister, you are powerful. You're saying some great things. and you want liberation now. But liberation doesn't happen like that.
No.
It takes, in order to get speed, you must first have trust. And in order to get trust, you must first move slow.
Wisdom.
You don't get trust with speed. You move slow and then you get trust. And once you get trust, then you get speed.
How old are you, brother?
I'm in my 40s. I'm 45. But listen,
46. I understand.
Yeah, but listen. You're powerful. You're saying the right things. I get it. We don't need to be saying these Greek organizations are good because they're not. They're not. They're just not. Anybody who thinks so, they're under propaganda and witchcraft. But I don't think that's what our sister was saying. I don't think you were listening to what our sister was saying. She wasn't. She was just approaching it with a wisdom perspective that our young people need. You're always going to need wisdom. See, they don't like to hear the truth, and they drop. They don't like to hear the truth.
Yes.
But
Point
that's
blank.
what it is.
You know what, host? I was going to tell you this. You know this. It was 4 people, me, myself, and almost 5 other people came in and said the same thing about the energy.
Yeah, they don't want to listen. They're ready. They're ready to go get their heads chopped off.
Boy.
Rushing in.
Yes.
But you still need strategy. You still need allyship. You're still going to need so many other things before you get to where you're trying to go. And we're just trying to tell you, hey, sister, you saying the right things, but you're gonna get BOMB'd over here. You're gonna get BOMB'd away over here if you step on this person, if you step on that person. The adage that you can catch more bees with honey, I mean, it's still gonna be true. I mean, you still have to have wisdom in your tongue. You still got to be sharp. You still got to be a writer, but you still have to understand. You still have to listen.
To learn.
More than anything. Now, I know they're the next generation. They're going to run with it. These are all things they're going to learn. They're going to get to my age very fast. And they're going to learn.
We have to. This is what we need to actually listen to. There was a ton of amazing information that she said that she had, but it was just the energy is, and it makes sense why these conversations that I see on TikTok. Oh, this woman is too masculine. Oh, it goes along with this. And oh, it goes along with that. Because there was about 95% of what she said, nothing that she said from a 95% perspective was wrong.
Right.
I think that it was just that we cannot come across as constantly always being angry. If we are angry, then there is an energy that we need to pause and think about. First and foremost, that emotion that you're exuding to the outside, you are perpetuating that from the inside, and it's going to impact your own personal immune system as a woman, because we do carry a lot. It's by nature that we carry that ability, and it's what we do. We are, I'll say the bulk of us are empathetic by nature. So there are certain things that
one of those.
Okay, I have to jump because I have an appointment, but I just wanted to come up to say to any of those that I have offended, please accept my apology. It was not meant for that. But one of the things that I think that we will need to be very clear on is that we need to be careful about what we say, how we say it, and to get the point across, we can say the exact same thing without wanting to pick a fight with someone, because you cannot bring a knife to a gunfight. No. Because Gen X are the ones, someone, grow up. No, when we talk about growing up, you don't want the smoke with us. That's what I said, and I dropped.
Don't go so quick, baby. Don't go so quick. I want gang blasted. Thank you, Miss J. I appreciate all that you've said and done. And I would only say it like this: you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. And sister, beautiful as she was spitting too much vinegar with her information. And nobody likes the bitterness.
If you're going to be a leader and you're going to be in the fight and you want people to rally behind you, I'm not saying you got to feed them BS. You definitely got to stand on business, and you definitely have to be strong. But if you're just cutting all your generals up that you're going to need in the future to help you, I mean, I'm gonna just say like this: if you're a millennial, if you're what's the other one? There's millennials and there's Gen Z, or if you're any
Gen
of those,
Z. Yeah.
and you think we're like the baby boomers, you are mistaken.
Yes.
Generational X, we are the true
Backbone.
Listen, we are. Man, we kept y'all alive. Believe it or not. I'm understand. We went through some stuff here, and we kept y'all alive. We kept y'all afloat, and y'all don't lose that respect. Don't think because we haven't liberated our people yet
Too much.
and don't even think that we're done yet because here's what we got to do. We have to fight a generation that says we shall overcome. We still have to fight that generation that's still coming in with the marching attitude and we shall overcome and God's going to deliver us. Okay, so we're coming out of that propaganda and witchcraft that God is going to come down and send the Messiah and everything's going to be okay and that's how we're all going to be. No, we must liberate ourselves. We're realizing that, we're waking up to understanding that, and we're standing on. And we're not saying God's not real and all this, but we're saying that the awakening, the second coming of Christ is the awakening of the people, the body of Christ. That's what we're saying. It's going to take a collective people standing on business to get it done. It's not going to be one guy coming from the sky and then all of a sudden the world's just going to bend at the will. It's going to be the collective body realizing they are the gods and the goddesses and they must speak up. That's what we're saying. So once we deal with that, everything that sister said, man, we paving that road. Once we come out of that witchcraft and wake all our people up, it's going to be much easier for you to do what you need to do and get things done. So
let me say this right quick, brother.
Go ahead.
I have a Maury. I am Maury. A Maury in the chat. The Gen X and Boomers are in the way, and Gen X is in the way to say the least. I am a bottom boomer. Okay, I mean I'm the last of the boomer age. That's my age range. And while I understand the concept that the boomers are in the way, the idea that the boomers are the cats that you're speaking of, I believe, are in that Donald Trump, Susan Collins, who was the chick they had wheeled out from the Democrats, that Nancy and them wheeled out her. At any rate, this is the age group. Yeah, this is the age group that I believe she's talking about. However, our black boomers from that generation are still riding with us. They are still in the fight. They have not forgotten one thing.
A lot of them are waking up too, because see, listen, we have to come out under the spell. See, a lot of our boomers went into the spell of Democratic Party and voting only Democrat. And whatever the Democrats say, and we gonna pray and we gonna wait. And the Generation X, we're saying, you know what? We tried that, and now we're saying, you know what? That don't work. That don't work. We still gonna pray, but we gonna act like it's up to us. That's the piece that we're adding in there. We're gonna pray like it's up to God, and then we're gonna act like it's up to us, and we're gonna get things done. That's what it is. And listen, when something magical happens when you get to your 40s. If you haven't got to your 40s yet, I'm saying you're not even in the game yet. You're not even activated yet. But the moment you get to your 40s, it's like a great awakening happens. It's like all of a sudden the moment of clarity hits you. All of a sudden, let me tell you like this: from 40 to 60 years old, 65 years old is when men make the most amount of money that they're ever gonna make in their life. Because you know why? Because they bumped their head in their 20s, they learned from it in their 30s, and now they're like, man, this is easy. Now I know exactly what I need to do to get it done. So I'm telling you, if you haven't reached 40 yet and you're fiery right now, keep that fire. Don't let it burn out. But something magical is gonna happen when you hit around 40 years old, especially for men. I can't speak for the ladies, You know, I'm not saying it doesn't happen for the ladies, but I'm saying for men in general, you're gonna become a man. Most people become men in their 40s, not in their 20s and their 30s. You're still learning. You still got the training wheels on. But the moment you hit 40, you become a man. It's like, oh, you have that aha moment, everything open, and the moment of clarity hits you, and you know exactly what you need to do. We're Gen X. We're in our 40s and 50s right now. Watch what we do. We're coming out of the witchcraft. We're coming out of the propaganda. I'm telling everybody, turn your TV off. You don't got time to watch TV. You got time to. The only thing you got time to do is liberate your woman, liberate your children, and then liberate your people. Those are the only three things you got to focus on. Anything else, you're wasting time. Anything else, you're not really down for the cause like you say you are. Liberate your family, liberate your woman, get her out of that job, get her out of that stress, because stress does not look good on women. Stress looks better on men than it does on women. Get them out of that position and then go liberate your freaking people. Find your brothers and walk in sync with your brothers. Be a collective group and let's make some things really, really happen. That's the only way. And that's Gen X. And if millennials and Gen Zs are watching, that's what we're gonna set that example for you. And then you need to learn from that. You need to take that information and bring it back to the millennials and the Gen Zs and say, hey man, we got to keep this rider spirit, because the Gen X is gonna be the seed. Because we're the seed. We're gonna be unalived. And they're gonna come for us. And we have to be willing to lay down our very lives and be unafraid, not accept the consequences. Be like our brother Rodney Hinton Jr. We got to understand that's the energy that we need, that Gen X need to have now. Bump the consequences. We want what we want, and you're going to give us what we want right now. We're going to get our lick back. The only justice we understand is we're matching energy. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. That's the only real justice. Anything outside of eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, that's not justice, people.
Can I say something to you, host?
Yeah, one moment, because I was here already. Look, too much. I think I don't know anything about the Gen X, or what is it, other one? Gen X boomers or millenniums, Gen Z. I don't know what that is. I only know old people and young people. And who's that? Who's speaking?
You can't come in with a hot mic, brother. You gotta mute up when you come in.
Yeah. The thing is that the younger ones think that they are being attacked by the elder ones, or that the elder ones are standing in the way. Some of the elder ones are standing in the way, but there are also younger ones that are standing in the way of progress. We have very intelligent young
You're not
people
even
right
one
now.
of us, man. You're not even from America, man.
Please shut up.
Bro, that's the problem right there, bro. You can't be like that, man.
First of all, this is our Suriname brother. He's not a tether, and he's going to speak in this live. He's not a tether. He's going to speak in this. He's going to speak in this live. He's from the Americas. He's from Suriname. We understand who he is. He's been in this panel before. He's a writer. He's been proven. He's going to speak, and you're going to wait your turn. You're not going to disrespect our brother. Go ahead, King.
Yeah. I think on both sides you have people who are standing in the way, and I think it's wise for both sides to listen to each other, learn from each other, and not disrespecting each other. Right. Because the elder ones are not your enemy, and the younger ones are not your enemy. You should find a way how to work with each other, because we are going to need all of us to move things, because we are at the edge of change. And we should use that opportunity by uniting with each other, young as well as old. Teach each other what you know more than the other one, because you can't do it alone. And I'm not with that old mindset that we have to wait. Yeah, we have to be submissive. No, those days are over. No submissiveness, or how do you call it? My English isn't that good, but I'm trying. We should step over that line and move forward. That's the goal.
I agree. Now go ahead, King Knowledge. You can speak now, brother. But I do things differently. We respect. Listen, unless that person comes disrespectful to you, you don't disrespect that person. I'm gonna let you stand on business. You can say it with your chest. And if somebody has a problem with you, they can talk to you. If you have a problem with a person, you can talk to them. But what I'm not gonna allow you to do is not be aware of the room. In this room, we do things differently. We bring logic and intellect, and we don't do triggering, and we don't do emotions. You come with the logic, you come with the intellect, you come with the scholarship. You're always going to have a place here. Go ahead, King Knowledge.
I appreciate it, but you said you was in your 40s. So am I. And in regards to it, thank you for saying what you said. I'm pretty mature enough to understand that. Listening to his voice, I thought you was having an FBA versus 𝗵𝗴𝗵𝘵𝘀𝘀𝗶cie conversation. So when I heard his voice, I peeped the accent, and we do have a uprising of a lot of people that's not from North America that like to get into our business. It wasn't me being disrespectful. It was me being aware. I thank you for letting me know that, because I don't know your panel. First time I've been here. Thank you for the conversation. I was listening to you speak, and I was also listening to the other woman speak. And I'm not trying to judge you or criticize you, but you were contradicting in regards to we got to do things this way. And then you basically told everybody to crash out. Eye for an eye. You got to do this and you got to do that. And then they're coming after us. So it was a lot of fear mongering. Then it was like crash out. And I'm trying to understand your stance. Then you said after 40, you get all of these things and you change and things come your way and this, that, and the other. I hear you, but after 40, you kind of have this fear of going out there and taking a risk that you used to do, because life becomes a little bit more important to you as a man. So you can't go out there in the streets like you used to. You can't go out there and do the things without consequences because you're not thinking about them like you used to. So after 40, it keeps you a little bit more reserved. It keeps you a little bit more thinking. And that thinking stops you from doing crash out things. So it shouldn't be no man at 40 years old crashing out and just going to do anything without the consequences. It should all be strategy. It should all be stress. So I understand what you're talking about, but it does not coincide. It's like if we come to you for the leader, everybody will be running around in a circle trying to find out what to do. So what I'm trying to say is this, and this is what I'll end it. We have genetic information in us. We cannot stop the trauma that we went through our grandparents and grandfather. We all got that in our DNA. It's information running through our bodies. And I will say that after a certain age, it activates. Whether it's intelligence or whatever it does, it activates in us. And then after it activates, we start to think a little differently. We start to explore the gods and goddesses. We start to try to find our identity. But before that, we just live in life. But I do thank you for having this platform. I don't want to go too much. I'm going to land my plane. I appreciate you bringing up this conversation.
Let me clear up some of the misunderstanding that you might have heard. Okay. In your 20s, that's when you're supposed to, from 18 to 29, that's when you're supposed to take all the risks, sir. That's when you're supposed to be a crash out, because that's when you have a wide range. I mean, you have the ability, you have the strength, you have the ability, you have the mindset to go through those, because men learn through failure. Let me just say it like this. Men learn through failure. The only way you're going to learn is if you fail. You need to get all your crash out dumminess between the 18 to 29 years old, because 30s is when you're prepped for leadership. 30s is when you learn how to, when you start looking at your peers and you start realizing who has the skills and who doesn't, and you start learning, you start putting together your team. Okay? Your 30s is leadership. 40s, you should it's clarity. It's not that you don't take risk in your 40s. You definitely still take risk. You take calculated risk. Now you're not going to take the risks that are going to unalive you. You're going to take the risks that are going to benefit you and build you and equip you. Now, what you're talking about not taking risks, you're talking about somebody they always leave when you give them the real game. You're talking about your 60s and your 70s. That's when you're not trying to take any risks. That's when you're trying to live. That's when you're trying to retire. That's when you're trying to enjoy the fruits of your labor. But 40 to 60, you're still working, brother. You're still working, and you're working hard, right? You're working hard. You're going at it. You're trying to build. Your 40s is building, so you don't necessarily use the same knowledge that you had in your 20s and your 30s. You're using the knowledge that you've accumulated from your 20s and 30s, and you're being calculated. And if you're not moving calculated in your 40s, it's because you really didn't learn in your 20s, and you really didn't get the lesson in your 30s. That's all I'm saying. I'm not contradicting myself. I'm just saying there's strategy to this. If you're not doing the chess, you're playing checkers. And if you're playing checkers when the game is chess, you're losing.
Yep.
Right. And I understand what you're saying. It's just that people's lives are different and they see things from different perspectives. I understand, but it's not cut and
Everybody's
dry
going to see
like you
things
say.
different.
Hold on.
Everybody's going to see things different, sir. Everybody
honestly-
has a different perspective and unique, especially Black Americans. We've had a unique experience, so we see things differently from the way the rest of the world sees things.
Right. Okay, and I definitely understand what you're talking about, people leaving. I wouldn't leave during the conversation because I feel your frustration too as a host. But I will say this, when I was 29 years old, I had $750,000 cash personally. You know what I mean? It's been hell trying to get to that point again. So I let it go. But what I'm saying is you have the opportunity to run around with things that you're doing that you don't mind the consequences, even though they haven't hit you. It's kind of like when you're young like that, you're invisible. It can't happen to me. But when you reach over a certain threshold, it's kind of like you know you're not invisible and it's not worth it. So I hear what you're saying. It just doesn't add up in other people's lives. My perspective is different than yours, and that's what I was just trying to tell you. I'm not going against you, but it's not cut and dry like you say it is. Some people reach their prime in different ages than 40 or 50 or 60 years old. Some people reach their prime in their 20s. Some people reach it in their 30s. Now, mature mentally, more than likely, I agree with you mentally.
But in general, hold on, brother.
Hey, I
hold on,
think,
brother.
you know
Of course, hold on, Arlene.
Hold on.
Of course, in general, people hit their stride in their 40s. Now, there's early bloomers, there's late bloomers, there's and there's seasoned bloomers. I mean, listen, if you're a man, let me give you this real game. If you're a man, you have the ability to turn it on at any time in your life. Women, and I'm not dissing the women. Women can't say that. They don't have the ability to turn it on like a man does at any moment in their life. But there's a season for women, and men have a longer seasoning process than everybody else. We have a larger window of error than the female gender.
Nice.
You can be 70 years old and decide, you know what, I'm going to be a man, I'm going to be strong, I'm going to be useful to my people, and you can turn it on right then and there. You can be a 60-year-old man and not have no children and decide one day you want a family and go find you a 20-year-old, 30-year-old woman and get married and have a family. Women can't say that.
I like that.
I'm saying if you're a man, you're always going to have the ability to turn it on. But it's from your learned experiences that you become a man. And through failure and through failure and through failure and through learning from those failures is what makes you the man that people want to become one day.
True.
Information and execution, man. That's what it's about.
Because,
If you don't learn to
I see
tell you
where
something
my
else.
coming from.
When you fail in your marriage, or when you fail during your marriage, because you're gonna fail some during your marriage.
Yeah.
How you grow from that turns you into an even better man.
How
An
many
even
people on the panel are
better
married?
version
Let's
of
get fair.
yourself?
How many brothers on the panel married?
Right
I'm
here.
married.
How many?
I'm a widower.
Okay, so you've been married. I'm married currently.
Mm-hmm.
How many brothers?
So I'm speaking from years of experience, brother.
Do you want
Before we go on, when you share this live, hold your finger on the tile of the host itself. You will get the list of your followers or people that you follow, and from there out, you can start sending this live to your followers instead of using that arrow on the right corner downstairs, of your screen, because over there you can only select 15 peoples at once. But by holding the your finger on the tile of the host, you can select limitless accounts to get this live in their box.
Thank you, brother. That was very informative and helpful.
Very, very helpful and important, even to myself, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. Brother,
I'm gonna run, man. I love this conversation. Too much. I wish you a nice day. Everyone over here, I wish you a nice day. Cousin, uncle, I wish you a nice day.
You too, brother.
Take care.
But listen, man. Listen. As men, this is how we stop the beefs between African, Caribbean, all that stuff. Is we have to come together as men, not the women, but the men must come together and set the tone and set the rules of engagement.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
You can't see me as your
I
enemy.
can see.
Look, I'm from Jamaica, bro.
I
So I'm gonna give you from my perspective.
No, I'm just trying to get an understanding about that.
I don't see anybody as my enemy, especially if you're melanated. I don't,
Right.
and especially if you come from the Americas, okay? Because at some point, if you come from the Americas,
Yeah.
this is where we need to rock. This is who we listen. Africa got Africa, but Americas, we got our thing here. But what Black Americans are saying, we're not going to let you impede on us, especially when we are leading from the front, and we've been doing that. And that's just something that the world has to accept. When you walk in a room, you always know who is the big dog in that room. You know, it's called the law of the lid. You know who's going to garnish the most respect. The ones who put in the most work. The ones who got to a higher level. And you got to respect that. You got to respect that. But I'm saying, as the Americas, as men, we got to come together and hash out the treaty. We need a treaty amongst each other, how we're going to conduct and do, how we're going to treat each other, and then how we're going to do business with each other. Because at the end of the day, it all points to business. Are we going to be able to make money and generate income and wealth for our family? And are we going to be able to get the system of oppression off of our back? These people are 7 to 8% of the population, but they dominate every area of activity in our lives. How can our women respect us for a long period of time? You understand? That's why I don't get mad when women pop off at the mouth, because I understand it's white supremacy the reason why they're popping off at the mouth. It's white supremacy that got them upset. It's white supremacy. It's always going to be the dominant society that the pressure that they're dealing with, because they feel like if our men aren't doing it, they got to do it. And we're telling no, you can't do it. No matter how frustrated you get, you're not going to be able to change the situation. It's only going to be the men who are going to be able to change the situation. And yeah, we're telling them to wait. But how long are we going to have that message to our women to wait? I'm saying women hate to see men who are idle. And I'm saying, men, this is not the time to be idle. Let your woman see you work. Because believe it or not, that's where your respect is. That's where you're going to get your respect from. When she see you doing the things necessary to liberate the people. You liberate your woman first, your family first, and then you go liberate your people. You get your woman out of the stressful job situation, and then you go to work and work with your people. Work with men, and get the job done. We need to be moving as a block. If you're not on the board with fighting against white supremacy, and you're in the diaspora, we're telling you, get out the way. We're not going to bother you, and we're not going to allow you to disrespect us. But if you're not going to stand on business and help us liberate and get this system off our back that's been on everybody's back, then shut your mouth and get out the way.
How do you fight them? I hear you. Like, what do you do? Like, I hear all of this, but what is it that we do as an individual to fight another group of people that don't do anything to us? We do it to ourselves. I don't understand. How do
that's
we
a small number of us who are doing that, brother. That's not. I understand it's in the clique, but that's a small number if you're being a good man.
I'm just trying to understand where I'm listening.
I want to hear what you're asking. I want to hear what you're asking. Go ahead.
I'm paying attention to what you're saying. Okay, I'm listening to what you're saying. And when you brought up the word fight, it had me thinking like, what? And I tried to put a whole bunch of black males together, maybe 100,000 in my head. Do we go to war physically? Do we fight them mentally? Do we do it spiritually?
Fight them intellectually.
Where is the fight at?
Listen.
Who are we fighting? Who do you mean?
You said fight. You said fight white supremacy, and I'm looking at it like the only way to do that is to become black supremacy. But the only thing is black men, black women, and black men, they don't get along. So if we don't get along, how can we team up to fight somebody else? Then you're talking about the people in the diaspora or the other black people. We don't bother them. We don't talk about them. They talk about us. They compare themselves to us. Correct. So how do we fight the world? And we're still fighting each other, because it's not just white supremacy. It's the world. Other black people in the world do not like us. And we have to start acknowledging that, before we keep teaming up with African people that don't approve of us, UK people that don't approve of us, Jamaican people that don't approve of us.
Pause. I knew you was gonna say that. Stop.
Mexican
Let me
people that don't
elaborate on that
approve
right
of us.
quick.
They all talk about us.
Hold
That's
on.
where.
Hold on.
Don't get upset.
Hold on.
I'm speaking from my perspective. I
No,
didn't
let me
disrespect
elaborate.
anybody.
I'm Jamaican. I'm gonna break it down for you now, brother.
Okay,
I'm a black man at the end
you
of the
cut
day.
me off though.
Break
You
it
cut
down
me
for
off
me.
because of
Yeah,
your
because
emotions.
brother, you sounding real angry, and no one in here is sounding
I'm
that
speaking
angry.
with passion, man.
Nah,
Y'all
brother.
don't like
I
the way
have
another
feelings,
man
man.
speaks. That's an issue. That's femininity. Just be able to understand a man speaking.
Slow down.
We
Hold on,
talk
let me
about
get your
40-year-old
word.
men. This is
Slow
what we
down,
get
slow
to.
down.
This is how we feel. Let me
Everybody,
finish.
hold on. I'm gonna
Don't
let
hit
you
your
finish.
enemy.
I'll hold on. Let the brother finish. Let the brother finish.
Listen. You
No,
know
no, the
what
problem
we
is
just
you
talking
guys don't want
about?
to hear nothing but what you want to
I'm
hear.
gonna
So you
let
get
this
emotionally
young brother
triggered.
No, bro,
emote.
you sounded like that girl that
Man,
was
you
here.
can, who cares how I sound, man? Grow up and
King
be a
brother.
man.
Slow down.
Who
Everybody
cares
mute
how I
up.
sound?
Come on, man. No one here is your
Everybody mute
enemy.
up.
Listen,
Hold
calm
on.
down,
Right,
man.
because
That's
nobody here is
the
your enemy,
problem.
but you
This is the
sound
problem
like
right
we're
here.
your
This
enemy.
is the issue right here. This
Hold
is the
on.
issue.
I'm gonna let
Criticizing.
this brother speak and get it all out. That's what I want to do right now. Let this brother speak. He's a young brother. He's on fire. I want him to speak, and I want to hear what he's saying so we can properly tell him what needs to be done. Go ahead, King. Go ahead.
Man, I appreciate you so much. Thank you, sir. All I'm saying is I sit here and I sit back and I watch. I'm not new to this. This is not a new voice, but I watch everything. And I watch how all of these other groups of people have a disdain and a dislike for us. And it's based off of jealousy and envy. It doesn't matter what immigrant. You could be Asian. You could be any race. You could be Mexican. You could be any islander. They all have a problem with us. And we act like we don't see it, but yet we try to team up with people that don't like us. They smile in our face, but when we get around they people, they talk about us. Just because they come on the panel and it's just one of them, that's cool and everything. Of course, he has to act accordingly. But go to Jamaica and go around them and see how they treat you. Go to Africa and get around them and see how they
Bullshit, bro.
treat you.
Bullshit.
Go to
You
these
ain't
other,
never
go to
been to
Mexico
Hold on,
and
brother.
see how they
Hold
treat
on.
you.
I'm
You know what I'm
allowing
saying?
him to speak.
That's all that I'm saying. I feel like we have to get our house in order without letting anybody else in. We're not in those other countries' problems, trying to resolve them, trying to salute them. We're over here in America. Let us deal with America. Let us get our identity back. Let us get our foundation back. And then we can deal with all of these other blacks and whoever else that wants to talk. But until we have our conversation with black males and black females, we can't never get nowhere because we got everybody else that has nothing, no understanding about how we were raised, no understanding about how our genetic, our past, our dramas, our traumas. We went through things, man. Our grandmothers went through things. Our great-grandfathers went through things, and they were different than the rest of the world. So
No,
the
it's
rest
not
of the
very
world needs to
different,
leave
bro.
us
It's
alone
not
and
very
let us get
different.
it together.
Don't come
That's
off the
all.
mic. Let this brother
I'm speaking.
emote. Let him
Go ahead.
finish.
Man, I'm just speaking to you.
Let
I'm
him
just
finish.
telling you and everybody else. Yes, I'm a black
Okay.
man. Yes, I've been
Okay.
through the black struggle. Yes, I lived in America. But I don't know all of these other people because when I grew up in the 80s, they wasn't around. You had black and white. You didn't have all these other groups. There was no Africans. There was no Muslims. There was no Mexicans. There was none of these people. Now we see everybody trying to latch on to our hard work, our ancestors' pain, our ancestors' blood. Everybody is trying to latch on. And I'm tired, man. Everybody should be
Slow
tired.
down, man.
All of
Come
these
on,
people
man.
are coming in, latching on to our struggle. I got that ancestor in me. I know what happened.
King.
I feel it.
King.
Hold
King,
on.
I
Like
hear
they need
you.
to go home.
Hold
They need to
on.
sit down,
Hold
and they need to
on.
stop coming around us, trying to get into our
You
conversations
gotta
and tell us
calm
what we're
down,
doing
bro. You
wrong.
gotta calm down. You doing
I
way
don't
too
got
much.
to.
Let him
I got to do
finish.
nothing. You need to calm
him
down. You need to
finish.
calm up. That's what the man is telling you. You need to get busy, bro.
Let
Stop
him
running
finish.
your mouth and talking to me and go talk to one of them. That's the problem. Y'all focused on each other instead of looking out there and look at all the people focused on you. Get it together, man. Stop worrying about how I act. This is pain. If you don't like it, go sit down. You're feminine. If you can't take a masculine man, then sit down. This is passion. I'm not mad. I'm not upset. This is
Stage,
how I
bro. Is that
express
what you want?
myself.
You want a stage? Is
Let
that
him
what you want?
finish, brother. Stop coming
We
off
can't.
the mic.
This is why I tell you the immaturity. They cannot take us as masculine black males. They need us to pipe down, calm down, and this is how we gonna get it done. Everybody want us to play by the rules. We make the rules. That's what you saying, host. You saying the same thing. We make the rules. We tired of playing by y'all rules.
Now
Our
let
women
me
don't
say
respect
this.
us because we don't respect ourselves.
Okay, great.
That's
brother.
why our women don't respect us.
I'm glad
It ain't
you
got
said
nothing to
that.
do with work. We don't
I'm glad
respect
you said that.
ourselves. We don't
Listen.
respect each other. Why should she respect us?
Now listen. Now I'm gonna answer your question. I'll let you get it all out. Okay, and everything you're saying, It's absolutely correct. The fire, the energy, the passion. I respect it, brother. I respect every. I just want you to know I respect you as a man, brother. That's man talk you're saying right now, and I respect everything that you're saying. Now I'm going to give you the wisdom. Now I'm going to give you the game that you need to hear. What are we fighting for? I'm going to tell you what we're fighting for. We're fighting to stay on code. Because if we don't move codified, nothing is ever going to change. So the first fight is understanding and believing and practicing the code is the leaders. And foundational Black Americans in our lineage, we don't have a leader. We know what happens when we do get leaders. They get taken out. But what they cannot take out is the code. We fight to keep the code. We fight to stay on code. We practice the code. We put the code in and enforce it. We make the code. We make the rules. Yes, of course we do. So why aren't we enforcing it? Why aren't we practicing it? Why aren't we doing it? Why don't our women respect us? Because you're watching television, you're playing video games, you're chasing other women, you're doing all these things that the world is distracting you, and you're not staying on code because the code said you have to be disciplined. The code says you have to have integrity. The code says you have to move a certain way. The code says you have to conduct yourself a certain way. The code says you have to vote a certain way. So the real fight is not outside. It's fighting against the code. That's what's going on. You fight to keep the code. You become a codified man. You become a man of principle. You become a man of integrity. You are already righteous. Now you have to act out the righteousness. You have to perform the righteous deeds, perform the righteous acts. And that's how we destroy the system of oppression. It's already crumbling. It's already weak. It needs codified people to really put a dent in the system and keep that door open so all of us can come in. The code is everything, my brother. The moment you get off code, the moment you get on tilt, the moment you get in your emotions, you lose. So keep your composure. Keep your frame. Keep your wisdom. Keep your masculine energy. That's what you do. And you lead by example. You know what? The diaspora is going to be the diaspora. They're going to come around, but we're going to lead. You see what I'm saying? We're the generals. They're decades behind what we've already done. They can't catch up to the work we've already put in. We're trying to tell them to. But guess what? The only way they're going to catch up is we gotta show them how to get on code because they're tribal. They're bringing that tribalism to America. That's what you're frustrated against. They don't look at you like you look at them. We look at all melanated people like we're one big Negro, and we're realizing that guess what? We're not. It's our lineage or nothing else. And if they don't adopt the Black consciousness that we have, we can't work with these other groups of diaspora people. We can't work with you if you don't have the Black consciousness. So we're telling everybody to adopt the Black consciousness, adopt the code. We got the code. The code's already in our DNA. It was birthed through pain. We got the blueprint. Now we have to follow the blueprint. Dr. Claude Anderson gave us the blueprint. Many of our other generals gave us the blueprint. Are we going to follow it, or are we going to fight against it and think there's another way? Our women can't be liberated if the men don't liberate them. And that's why our women are not respecting the men right now, because we are not doing our job to liberate. If you can't liberate your wife from her job, how can you liberate your people from this system of oppression?
Facts.
So that's the code, brother. You're fighting against the code. Don't fight against the code. Get on code. That's the fight right there. The fight is to keep your bodily members in check and stay on code. You stay on code, you move as a block, and listen, we don't need all 43 million of us to get on code either. We just need enough of us to get on code. That's it.
Can I say something, host?
Right.
Can I say something behind that?
Go ahead, man.
Okay, so now First of all, I'm a melanated black man at the end of the day, right?
Okay.
I can't help that I was born in Jamaica, right?
Okay.
You know the history of Jamaica. You know about slavery and the Maroons and how we fought and kicked all of them suckers out of there for our independence.
Okay.
Exactly.
Fast forward, I migrated to the U.S., okay? This is code I'm speaking on. I see my brothers and sisters. Now, I'm within this space, my brother, the host right here, I'm within this space to learn about this indigenous Black American man and his struggles here in this country so I could understand how to work with him against oppression. Because I know oppression, bro. I'm from Jamaica. So there ain't nothing you're going to tell me about oppression, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I'm in the space to learn about my fellow brother from this land here so I can join within their struggles to fight against oppression. Because I'm for my people, period, at the end of the day. Because if I step out in the streets, the United States, I'm 30 years in the U.S. If I step outside in the U.S. right now, you think the oppressors see me as a Jamaican or a Black American or this or that? He sees me as the enemy, period, point blank. Because I look like the enemy, first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? So I totally understand where my brother, the host, is coming from because he opened my eyes to a deeper understanding of what's going on here. Because, you know, I came in his live. This is the second time. The first time I came, I listened to him and he started dropping some game and it opened my eyes to see things from a different point of view. So I'm learning more and more about the indigenous Black people of America, who I am with, who I support, who I will fight for. I have a United States born daughter. You want to hear what I'm saying? And I will disintegrate anybody that comes against that without hesitation. You hear me, player? So let's get there and let's start right there. I'm in this land. I'm not indigenous, and I understand that. I know my position. I know how to learn from people that are from here because that's what I should do, being intelligent to understand and move forward. All right? So that's code I'm speaking on as a foreign Black man. So I hope that clarified things for you. So you speaking on Jamaican, speaking on this, on that, that is not code, bro.
Here's what you got to do.
May I respond, host?
Hold on, you know.
I'm gonna let everybody respond. I gotta let other people speak, but I'm definitely gonna let you respond. But here's what I'm gonna say: if you are a non-FBA, what you can do is to decrease escalation on all levels is make sure your people understand when they touch this soil that as the foundational Black American go, so does it go.
Facts.
You get your people to understand that all that slick talking and mouth talking, that's only gonna make us show you that we have true domination and power in this country, and we can use it at any time. We can use it to help y'all situation, or we can use it to crush the situation. Right now, we're letting Donald Trump do what he get all these pretenders about the pain. That's what's happening. They're getting all these pretenders about the pain. You know, you're gonna have to go home. So the best thing that the diaspora can do is y'all need to fix the homeland y'all come from and make that strong.
Exactly.
Take the game that we got here and use it there. Get the code from here. We got the code. It's in our DNA. It's in our bloodstream. We got the code. We understand. It's inherent. Take the game that we got here and send it back to the island, send it back to Africa, and say, hey, this is the blueprint. Dr. Claude Anderson, this is the blueprint. Dr. Francis Quest Welting, this is the blueprint. This is how we're running things in our country. We're following our brothers who are leading the charge, who are in the belly of the beast, and we're getting on code with them. Whatever they say, we're going to lock sync with them because the code is how we're going to get out from under this system. The Black consciousness is what's going to liberate us. It's not Black color. It's the Black consciousness. Black consciousness. I'm a copper-colored race. I'm indigenous to this land, okay? I know where my people come from, okay? I'm not African. in any
Yes.
sense of the way. You understand what I'm saying?
You want to
I'm
know
a
where you keep.
foundational Black American. That's my lineage. That's my heritage. That's my roots. That's my culture. That's what I'm going to stand with. That's what I'm going to ride against. It's always going to be us versus them. That's just the way it is. But you can get your people on code over there, and you can get rid of that tribalism, and y'all have that. Y'all need to have a treaty amongst the different tribes. Y'all got to get that treaty cracking first over with those tribes, and y'all got to get on code. Get on the code that we already laid out for y'all, and then we can work together. Then we can have a treaty with y'all.
Yeah.
And
You know where you get that fertilizer, right? You know where you get that fertilizer. You get that fertilizer for that code at the New Black Media.
Come on, tell
The
it.
New Black Media would be Professor Black Truth, The Black Authority, 𝗤𝗏𝗏, Vicky Dillard, Torian Rain, Afro Elite, Too Much Moxie, and a host of other young brothers who are out here rocking the code. You want to get on the fight, you want to join the brigade. This is how you get on code.
Okay.
Joining the B1 Brigade brings the family together down the line and up the tree.
That's it. But right now, we're telling everybody get out of our business for right now.
Thank you.
We got some things we got to fix, and we're working on it, and we're fixing it. That's all we're saying. For right now, we're not saying forever, but for right now, leave foundational Black American business alone. Mind to yours. We're gonna mind to ours. We're gonna be stronger later. We're gonna all come together later. But right now, you have to deal with what we got to deal with right now, and that's it. Once we deal with that, and once y'all deal with that, then we can talk about, hey, let's coin this. But while you're here on this land, respect the foundation of Black America. We're not saying bow down to us. We're not saying get on your knees and be like, oh, Black Americans, be praised. No, we're not saying that. We're saying respect us. We're saying you can stay in your lane, and we're gonna stay in our lane. Get out of our politics. Get out of our business. Don't try to hinder anything that we're trying to do in this country. Don't become an enemy to foundational Black Americans, because we will have to exercise the power that we have in this country and get you about the pain.
That's factual. Now,
I wanted to say something to my Caribbean family in the United States. You got people of yours sitting on those seats undermining the North American brothers and sisters. You should send them a clear message to go home, because they don't belong there. They are no authority to make decisions for more than 54 million of our brothers and sisters in North America. I don't care what kind of job you have. You send those people a clear message to focus on their own country, even if they are mixed. If they have that mindset to undermine our brothers and sisters in North America, they should move back to where they belong and practice what they have in their mind over there.
totally agree.
Me, I'm from Suriname, South America. Thank God my people aren't that irritating in the United States, because we check them. You know, if you meet one of my people from Suriname in the United States that shows that type of behavior, undermining our brothers and sisters over there, you just send them their names to me, because I'm going to check their family. And I mean it, I'm serious. And that's what the Caribbean people should do also with all of their people in the United States who are undermining. Check their families, because those days of them are over. It ended the 31st of December 2024. They had their time, a decade, from 2014 till 31st of December 2024. It's 2025. The next 1,000 years belongs to us.
Listen,
You know, I can feel what King is saying. I can understand it where it's coming from, because Africans and Caribbean people are sitting in those seats making stupid decisions just to benefit themselves. You know, and you're talking about tribalism. I'm done with Maroons, because Maroons had meetings with each other, overwriting my ancestors, their history, make it all about them, while the Maroons are the ones who are hiding in the forest. They never built anything.
Oh
Now
no,
they wanna act like they're free
you are wrong,
countrymen.
sir. You can't speak on that.
No. I know what I'm talking about.
You are
because
sounding
I'm
biased because you're from
Hold on, let me get
Suriname.
in
You
there.
cannot
I
speak on
am
that,
in
bro.
direct contact with
You're
the
putting
Caribbean.
personal feelings into it.
No, it's no personal
Yes, you
feeling
are.
because that is
Yes,
what
you are.
happened.
Because I'm Jamaican
I'm
and I
telling
know
you,
about the Maroons. So
no.
I understand where you're coming from. That's
The
not true.
Maroons should check
Stop it.
themselves.
Stop it.
I'm
Stop
telling
it.
you, because
Stop
I'm
it.
not down.
You're
I'm
from
not. No, listen.
Suriname.
I
You
don't
don't
want
hear
to
me
have
speaking on
anything to
Suriname.
do.
Stop
I
it.
don't want anything to do
Stop
with
it.
Africans or wannabe
You're
Africans.
sounding
Because
biased now. I was listening to you and it comes out.
listen, because you're
Eventually, it
foreigners.
always comes out.
Maroons are foreigners.
Bro,
Maroons are foreigners in the
you're
Americas.
sounding very
Maroons are foreigners in
unintelligent
the
now, bro.
Caribbean.
You're
They
sounding
should ask the
unintelligent.
Africans for a piece of land to go live in peace over there.
You
Because in
are sounding
Suriname,
unintelligent. You
listen
don't
what I'm
even
saying.
know who Maroons are. You're
Because
sounding
I know what
unintelligent.
Maroons are. I know what Maroons
Hey,
are.
too much, man. I
I'm
gotta
from
go.
Suriname.
You're from
Maroons,
Suriname. Maroons are
yeah, I'm from
Jamaica.
Suriname.
You don't know
And
what
all of
Maroons are.
them,
You
all
don't
of them
know.
in the
You sound
Caribbean
unintelligent.
had
You're from
organized
Suriname.
to overwrite our
Amazing.
history. That is what's going on.
Personal feelings, bro. I was waiting for it. I just was
No,
waiting
it's
for
no
you
feelings.
to
It's
say
facts what
Sometimes
I'm
y'all
giving
should
you.
be talking
Maybe you
about
don't want
each
to
other.
listen,
Y'all
but I'm
got
no
information,
African.
facts, and
I'm
exactly,
an
knowledge.
bro.
indigenous South
Y'all ain't
Exactly.
got
American.
no information, facts, and proof and
Yes, bro.
evidence of
You
this
Go,
y'all
sounded
should
very
be
no,
arguing
unintelligent,
about
bro.
one
it,
thing.
man.
Okay, listen, my
Really.
brother
I'm
from
just
Jamaica.
saying,
Listen,
listen, man, I'm from America,
CARICOM.
man.
Go read
And
the
ain't
plan of
nobody
one
should be.
moment, Ali.
Let him talk.
Go read
Let
the
the
plan
guy
of
let him
CARICOM
talk,
where
yo.
they wrote it's a 10-step plan. Step 2,
Hold on.
Bro,
repatriation.
let people
They
speak,
Hold
bro.
only
on a
speak.
second.
They
Hold on a
only
second.
speak
Let
about
Aleem
you.
speak.
Oh my God.
Why do they don't speak about those contract workers from Asia? That's why
Let
they
people speak,
discriminate
man.
you.
Let people speak.
I'm indigenous to South America. I'm no African. So
Bro,
I wish them a lot of luck because I'm not down with them. What they have done, override my ancestors, their identity, even mine, while I'm alive, I don't like them.
you have people that undermine your own people. What are you talking about? Sound
You
intelligent,
don't
man.
know
It
what I'm
makes
talking
any
about.
sense.
Hey, Aleem trying to say
CARICOM
something,
plan.
y'all. Y'all got to
Go
give
with
respect to
CARICOM
it. Y'all got
plan,
to
the
give respect to
10-step
it,
plan,
man.
and step 2
Listen,
and
man.
You
3.
can't just take over the man panel. Give respect to the other
I know,
guests.
right? I
Aleem,
agree.
man. Let him talk.
I agree.
Listen, man. Y'all arguing about y'all arguing about each other country about this information. Y'all ain't got nan one of y'all said no proof or information
Oh, I'm
about
not
nothing.
arguing. I'm backing up him attacking. Like,
Listen,
what are you talking
don't
about,
worry.
bro?
Listen, let him get his little stuff out. Whatever he gonna get out, he gonna get out. Cause this evidently this man pretty much older than you, so he might know a little bit more information. So you know what I'm saying. So whatever he grew up on, or whatever he got to get that out. You know what I'm saying. I'm 55 years old, man.
I'm
I
gonna be 46, man.
I done seen stuff flip upside down, back and forth. And with my man talking about our black community, you know what I'm saying, being as a black minded, yeah, we messed up. We tore up.
Facts.
Facts.
And
Excuse me.
I
But we
praise the
excuse
host
me.
for trying to bring it together, man. Thank you.
But
Yeah, man.
we tore up. You know what I'm saying? And I understand when he's saying get ourselves together. We need to get ourselves together. We need to establish ourselves as a man first. What our man duties need to be done so we can teach our women how to be women.
Right. But you know,
You
you
know what I'm
can't sit
saying?
back and let somebody attack anyone, bro.
Hold on, listen. Let me tell you something.
You don't always
I'm
need
gonna
to
tell you something. I
respond.
can't, just like over in Africa. Y'all it's a lot of leaders over there. There's black leaders. And they living like trash. I'm a Muslim man. Listen what I'm saying. I'm a Muslim man. And even over there in that other country, just in that other country, I just follow what God want me to do. Not what this man say do.
Right.
But over in that other country, do you think they consider me as a Muslim man? They can't stand me. But I don't care. I know the knowledge, period. I know the knowledge of being here, living in America. As a black man, we lost.
I appreciate Big
You
Daddy.
know, like my man say, we don't you sit there and sit around, I sit there and see men sit around playing video games, sitting on the corner, want to get this, want to get that. Then he got his woman right with him and stuff like that. So God, yeah, she gonna act just like he gonna act.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna act masculinity just like he gonna act.
I agree.
No, I don't want my woman with me. Go home. Whatever I do out here in the street, I got to deal with, regardless.
You know,
I gotta fight this bull out here.
take the time. Look, we are not your enemies, man. Take the time
Listen,
to
I didn't say
decipher
nobody's my
respond.
who
enemy.
is
Let me
with
respond,
you.
Femo.
That's all
Let me
I'm
say
saying.
something.
Take the
Let me
time
say
to
something.
decipher who's with you.
Listen.
Okay, listen.
Ain't
I'm
no
gonna let,
enemy.
I'm gonna let,
Listen.
I'm gonna let, I'm gonna let other people respond, but I need y'all to keep it short because we got Anthony, we got ASM, we got other people on the panel that need a chance to speak.
Like my man said in the host earlier, said earlier about our age limit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we do start growing up at a certain age. We start seeing stuff. At a certain age, yeah, I still had a lot of fight in me. Even in my late 30s, early 40s, I had a lot of little fight in me. Even when I came Muslim, and I kind of had a little fight because a lot of stuff I resented. But when I grew up and started looking at stuff different, I took it as different because I can do it in a different way and fight in a different way. But if it come down like King Knowledge said, if it come down to a battle, yeah, we're gonna have to battle. That's regardless. That's a part of life.
And
To get what I want.
right.
To
Hey,
get
man,
what I want. Just like y'all
Revolution, one with
country,
words.
just like in your country, you gotta get that junk straight over there. Even if we got the blueprint here, you take that junk back there and get that junk straight. Tell them to get their stuff together.
But see,
Exactly.
hold on. Let me bust in right quick. The reason why I say what I say is because, like I said, I sit back and I analyze and I see things, and a lot of people are not seeing these things. When you talk about white supremacy, host, it's not just white people. It's immigrant supremacy. It's
Right.
immigrant, and we got to start saying this. We got to start speaking about this because we, as indigenous Americans, we do not hate nobody. We don't have no slang curse word for nobody.
Nothing.
We don't have no derogatory words in our language for nobody. But the Jamaicans call us Yankees.
Bro,
The
don't know.
Africans
Be
call
honest. You're not being honest, bro.
Hold on a second.
You
Hold
do
on a
have
second.
words and all
Hold
that.
on.
Be
Hold on.
honest,
You're
all
getting
the way
emotionally
honest.
triggered.
Brother,
You're getting
Be honest,
emotionally
be honest.
triggered. I'm not saying you. I'm talking about the immigrants that come into this country. The Mexicans call us pincha miatas. The Africans call us acatas. And then so on. The Asian call us certain names. The Italian calls us mulis. We get talked about in our own land by foreigners that come over here and don't give us no respect, but respect the white Caucasian man. I mean, the white male. They have no respect for us in our own land. And they take the instructions of these others and then they use that to act like they better than us, knowing that they came from a third world country. Bro, do you know how it's disrespectful when people come into our land waving their flags? If you
Some
went
of them
into
come on
Grape
right.
Street Crip in Compton waving a blood Inglewood Pyru flag, that's disrespectful. So when you guys come from your islands and come from your lands and come to the North American continent where we reside, and you be waving your flags and being all proud, that's disrespectful to us. You understand what I'm saying? I understand where you guys are coming from, but it's easy to say when it's one of y'all. You guys come from countries that are in turmoil, and then you come over here and try to criticize us. We live in a first world country. I have never not used a bathroom. I have never not used toilet paper. So how can somebody that comes from worse conditions than I do sit here and criticize me about my life, about my people, about what's going on? You can't. You got to go and fix your land and then come over and then tell us how you did it. But we invented everything for you guys to be civilized. Like he said, y'all was tribal. We were national. We never had tribes in America. We had nations. We had the Cherokee Nation, the Chickamauga Nation, the Yoctow, the Choctaw Nation, the Washita Nation. We had nations. The 𝗏𝗏𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie Nation, the Iroquois Federation. We never had tribes. You guys brought tribalness over here to America and we civilized you. We get no respect as foundational black Americans for civilizing the prisoners that were brought from Europe, for civilizing the immigrants that were brought from those lands that did not have running water. We helped y'all see things. We helped y'all with agriculture. You give us no respect. You give us none, and we're tired of it. If y'all was on our side, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We would have been crushed everything moving in America. But you're not on our side. You are helping the enemy. And this is why we can't get up, because we have only each other to do it. We have nobody else. So stop acting like you with us when your land is against us, when your people are against us. And this is why I said on TikTok, we have never created a challenge to go against anybody else because there is no competition. Everybody has came against us, from the South Africans to the Caribbeans to the United Kingdom people, the British people, to the Africans. Now that's the diaspora. Now why is everybody so focused on Black America? That's what I want to know. Why y'all always want to come after us? There's the people in Brazil, you got Colombia, you got Argentina, you got the Pacific Islands, you got people over there in India. How come you so focused on us? We can't get ahead because y'all are trying to keep us down. Go home and let us get our stuff together, and then you will see who we are. Because we've been preparing forever. Don't you see every time you turn on the news, it's 50 shot, 50 gone in this place, 50 going in that place, 100 going in that place. We almost bulletproof. You can't just shoot one shot at us and we gone. We almost bulletproof. Our skin is becoming Teflon due to the generational of practicing on each other. Now you tell me what other group in the country practice on each other when it comes time to war. Black male have PTSD from the news and their community more than any war veteran. And we don't get no help. And we don't get no help. We don't get no help.
No help.
So at the end of the day, if that's the case, then I don't want to hear nothing about our women and men. We're going through things that we're supposed to go through in order to make us stronger than everybody else in the world. I love it. I love going to prison. I love being put down. I love the struggle that I've been through because at the end of it, I know I'm stronger than everybody else and I can do it. There's many people that couldn't get through it. This skin is my story and I'm going to keep pumping it. And in regards to it, I'm a proud indigenous American. My people died on this soil. So if you come over here, respect the blood of my ancestors. I'm a living ancestor. I'm a living ancestor. I ain't dead. I'm living. I'm right here. I'm all the people that came before me talking to you. And I'm going to rep that. And I'm going to do better. And I appreciate you, host. And I'm going to go harder because they living in me and they need me to do it in order to get y'all to do it. So thank you. Each one teach one. We ain't followers. We leaders. Every one of us. But I appreciate that. I'm going to give the mic back to y'all. Consider it. Consideration.
Respect. Let me. Respect, brother. I like, man. That's what I'm saying, man.
Go ahead. That was fire.
Yeah, yeah. I don't listen. I'm different, man. I want to listen. I look at the youth and I see the fiery passion, and I become like a proud dad. You understand what I'm saying? Because I know that our generation is in good hands. I know that the generation beneath me is going to carry the things that the things I wasn't able to complete, they're going to be able to complete. And the things they're not going to be able to complete, their children are going to be able to complete. We watch what happens in America in the next 15, 20 years. That's all I'm going to say, y'all. Watch what happens to this country in the next 15, 20 years. We're not taking the same stuff we used to take 60 years ago.
That part.
We're not looking for symbolism anymore. We're looking for tangibles. Right. We're looking for tangibles, and we're teaching our children to look for tangibles, not symbolism. We're not looking for nothing burgers anymore. We're not looking for words of affirmation because we don't need to be affirmed anymore. We know who we are. We're confident now. We're competent. And because we're competent, that's why we have confidence. See, the only way you can be confident is you must become competent. The moment you become competent, now you have all the confidence you need. And that's what's happening. The Great Reset is not what you think it is. The Great Reset is the Great Awakening.
That's the
We're
part.
coming out of the propaganda. We're coming out of the witchcraft. And we're stepping into our power. The pineal gland that was once decalcified is becoming listen, I saw a video today of a little child and they put a light bulb on the child's skin and the light bulb turned on. When I tell you that we used to be a magical people and that the spirits and the universe really listened to us when we prayed and when we spoke, I'm telling you that is real. I'm telling you those little creatures that you see on these buildings that actually have been here longer than you think. They wasn't just made. Been here a long time. I'm saying those magical creatures, they used to be in this land. I'm saying that America, the United States, the Americas period, is a magical place, and that's why it's a holy land. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that our children, there's going to come a generation where you're going to think we X-Men, where you're going to think we superheroes. It's coming. It's coming because we're awakened. We're coming to know the truth of who we are. And once
Facts.
foundational Black Americans
And
come
hear
into
the
the
history.
total
Thank you, sir.
truth of who we are, it's game over, people. Well, listen, think about this. They talk about this so-called holy war that they're pushing. We're not pushing that. Understand that? We're not pushing it. They're pushing this. They're pushing it because they're scared. But here's what they don't understand. If they believe that OJ was able to unalive 2 people with 1 knife, grown people, what do they think one of us is going to do to 10, 20 of them?
So that's where the problem
They're
is.
not taking that into consideration. They're not taking that into. See, they think they're protected by their little pew-pews and
No.
military.
That's the
Let me tell you
problem right
something.
there. What you just
One
identified
can
is
slay
exactly what our
1,000,
Black brothers
and
our
2
Black men have been
will
going.
slay 10,000, y'all. One can slay 1,000. One of us will give y'all that work. Y'all seen that 60-year-old man when he picked up that chair in the Louisiana brawl? Y'all seen them white tea people when they said, "I didn't know a 60-year-old man can punch like that."
That point.
Let me tell you something, man. We are not, boy, we're not weak in any sense. We've been conditioned for the terrain that we're living in today. Y'all wasn't, I'm sorry to say, y'all wasn't built like we were built. We're built different over here.
Thank
And
you.
if y'all push us, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out. And brother, I respect you, brother. I like the passion, and there's no correction coming from me, brother. You're standing on business.
At all.
You're standing on
You
business.
know what? I just wanted to
You're
step
standing on
in
business.
a moment for a quick second, and I'm going to step down because I don't like to be in the middle of men's business. But I wanted to say to this to King Knowledge, you stood on business. I love everything that you said with passion, with true authority, and that's what is required. I love the way that it's about, stop coming over and feeling that the disrespect is normal. Game over for that, because guess what? We are awake and we're not having it anymore. It's over. It's over. We're not going to pick a fight, but don't do it with us.
And let me add to this. The only reason why we've been going through what we're going through is because of lack of identity. See, when you don't have no identity, that is the main reason why you suffer. And I never understood that. When I understood that if you're a nobody, then anybody can treat you like you're a nobody. You know what I mean? So I see these people that come over here from their countries, they get pride because they're no longer in their country. So they become somebody when they leave their island, when they leave their country, when they come to America, they get around their group of people and it's them versus everybody. So now they're somebody. Well, what about us versus everybody? And then we stop loving everybody, start hating everybody, and then we'll love ourselves because everybody hates us, but they love each other. And then now if we switch it around and we hate everybody else, we'll start to love each other. Hate is the opposite of love. You have to have hate in order to define love. And these people love themselves because they know who to hate. We haven't been taught that because we never had an identity. Well, as an indigenous copper-colored American, I now have an identity. And if you are not one of me with afro hanging out the top of your head and you did not come from the Americas, I do not accept you. I don't care what color you are. Those people over there in India that work in the gas station be darker than me. They got straight hair. They ain't me. So I don't want to hear nothing about color and black. That don't even make sense no more. That's a trap. That's a program trying to get our enemies to get closer to us so they can take what we have. They're coming over here benefiting off of us. If Africa and all these places are so great, then why can't we benefit off you? If we came from there, then send an army over here.
That's exactly
How come you always come over here and you work for these people? How come you never come over here and you work for us? Stop claiming us. Stop calling us your brother. Brothers do things for one another. If you have 1.5 billion people on that continent, then when you gonna do something? Jay-Z went over there and gave you water. Oprah went over there and gave you a school. And we continue to help you, but no help given. We give you $2 billion worth of food every year annually. What do you give back to us?
Nothing.
What do you give back to us? And then you blame us for what these YT people do to you. We didn't get on no boat and do nothing to none of y'all. We haven't done anything to nobody in this world except give you civilizations through 300,000 inventions. And
Come on. Come on.
We deserve better, man. We gave you music. We gave you swag. We gave you style. We gave you weave. We gave you basketball. We gave you a life of literally adventure. And what did you give back in return? It seems like we're more natural because Mother Nature does the same thing as well as our mothers.
Oh my God, I'm
They
such
give
a
without
victim.
giving.
That's all I hear.
They
I'm
give
such a
without
victim.
giving. They give without receiving. Thank you. That's just like us. We give without receiving. So one day we should be appreciated. One day the world should wake up and say, thank you, Afro-Americans, for making us who we are. Because every stoplight, we need something off of that. Every elevator, we need something off of that. Every radiator, every furnace, every GPS system, we need something off of that. We are the richest people in the world by default, based off of our minds. We have created everything for everybody. We deserve to get a piece of that. Everybody else is making money off of what we created.
Everything we created.
Everything we created, they're making money off of and living their life from every country on now. But we get nothing. There's no way we should still be at this point right now. But things are changing, everybody. And we're coming into our time.
That's right.
So we made it. We made it. We made it. You ain't got to worry about nothing. The attack is not on us. They're making us the victim so they can justify the attack on other people. That's why they're making us the victim. You see, look what they did to these black people. Oh, man, they need to be punished. They're preparing us for their punishment. This is why they keep putting us in the news as the victim.
Yep.
Don't you understand that? It's not to control us. They're preparing us for their punishment. So everybody in the world will be like they deserve it when their time comes. This is what they do with war. Remember when 9/11 happened? All the people that was on the movies were from the Middle East. Every movie was about Middle East people being our enemy.
Every one of them.
This is social programming. Pay attention to the social programming. Everybody's not your friend, Black America. Even your Black Americans are not your friend, especially when they don't know themselves. Never deal with somebody that does not know themselves. If you ask them, well, where you from? If they say black, get away from them. They don't have no alliance to you. When people know themselves, they act differently, more disciplined. They have more morality, more integrity. But when these people have no identity, you cannot trust them at all. Do not trust the ones with no identity. They will cross you over. And that's all that I'm saying. We need our identity back for all of us before we can go forward. It starts with our identity. We are indigenous Americans. 98% of us were here. Only 2%, which is 380,000 people were brought here. And we were never the Slavs. We were never the slaves. That was propaganda in the movies. If you want to go and do your research, go do your research. The YT man and the woman were born Slavs. Slovenia, Czechoslovakia, they were all from Eastern Russia before they hit Ellis Island and came over here. Groups and groups of them came over here. We were never slaves. We went through Jim Crow and discrimination based off of jealousy and envy. But go and look it up. Your great-grandparents owned all the land. Go look at the South. We own 70% of the South. 70%. Now we own nothing. Why? How does a slave own land? Make that make sense. Everybody knows slaves can't own property because they got somebody that owns them. So if somebody owns the slave, how can the slave own land? It's not possible. So how did we own 70% of the land?
Because we were
never slaves. They tricked us. They tricked us off our land. They made documents. They made all of these laws, and they tricked us, and then they reclassified us so that we wouldn't own land. We got to know these things. These things are important in order to go forward.
So were the Indians that they came here, were they indigenous to America?
They were brought here, sir. Go do your research. They were put on reservations that owned by the government.
And they continue to reclassify us to try to keep us confused. But where the problem is coming in is because of the fact, just like the young brother just said, guess what? We know exactly who we are. And when you learn who you are, and too much, you know, this is one of the first things I said when I joined this panel months ago. I said, we don't know who we are. And it is sickening because you are not an African American. Talk to me and tell me what makes you. When did you go to Africa? Tell me one of your ancestors that went to Africa.
Thank you, love.
There's no ancestors.
Not one of them. Not one of them. But guess what? I guarantee you, if you have a conversation. If you have a conversation with one of your relative, that if you have one relative that's over 80 years old that's still alive, they'll tell you, oh, guess what? We are from, and when they attach it to the South, you better get on. Don't you pay attention?
Exactly.
You go to ancestry.com and you better not upload anything. You need to find out the source of where they're getting that information from, and then you use that as the opportunity. You need to find out who you are. When you find out who you are not going to allow anyone to step and stand on your back.
And I appreciate you. And why do we all come from the South? There's no ports. The ports are in New York. The ports are in Florida. The ports are on the West Coast. How do we all get in the South? What we went through the Gulf of Mexico?
Come on now.
How did we all get in the South?
Because
we
guess what?
Been
That's
brought
where
by no boats.
And that's exactly where all of the indigenous people came from. That's exactly where 𝗤𝗏 and Chickasaw and all of us are from down there. And I'm trying to tell you, but guess what they try to do? They say, oh, well, if you're from the South, you're from the country. Guess what? Who cares? The country, call them the South or whatever the case may be. You can label whatever you want. But I know that you stole my land. And guess what? When I tell you I'm coming, I'm coming.
Well, let me explain this to you. You had a lot of people up. You had a lot of people up north too, and they don't talk about them.
Hold on, real quick, brother. Everybody said a lot. Everybody said a lot.
You're right. You're right. Thank you, host.
Y'all said a lot, man, and I appreciate it, man. I really do. I really do. The scholarship in here, the intellect in this room. I love these type of conversations. But this brother at the bottom, ACM Production, he's been patient. This brother's been patient. I want to give this brother an opportunity to speak. ACM Production, can you come off your mic, sir? If you're still there.
No, I'm really gonna leave. I like the fire.
Production, are you there? Let me make sure you can turn your mic on. Can you turn your mic on, ASM Production? If not, I'm just gonna drop you down, brother. You've been up here a long time. I don't know if you. Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Okay. Let me just drop you down. Alim, do you want to say anything, brother? You've been also patient. You've been quiet. I know you spoke a little bit, but I want to give you an opportunity to say something as well. Alim, are you there, brother? Alim, let me make sure I don't got you muted, man. I don't. You can turn on your mic if Alim. Okay, I'm gonna drop you down too, brother. You can always request back up. I just want to give people a chance to speak in the room. Bring some new people up here. Let me see what this person's talking about. Great scholarship in this room, man. Great passion. I'm loving everything I'm hearing. Yeah, man, phenomenal. Understand that the word black is not a color. It's just a consciousness that we've adopted to help ourselves codified and stay on code. Foundation of Black American is not against indigenous. It's not against any of our copper colored family. It's actually just a way to keep us focused on being codified and not becoming tribal. We understand we have many different cultures coming out the South, coming out the East, coming out the West, coming out the North, but we're all one people. And we can all trace our roots back to the South. That's how we know you're foundational. That's how we know you're of the lineage, because when you do your genealogy, it's going to tell you where you come from. It's not going to tell you came from Africa. It's going to tell you your family came from somewhere, Mississippi, Memphis, Alabama, Georgia. You're coming from that part of the region. And when we know that you're coming from that part of the region, we know who you are. Whether you're still calling yourself an African American, whether you call yourself a Native American, whether you call yourself an indigenous black, whether you call yourself Afro black or whatever mulatto, colored, Negro, whatever you call yourself, as long as you come from the lineage is the lineage. We can't change that. We can't change who you are or how you classify yourself.
Let me say this to you, add to you, host.
You're from the lineage. Go ahead.
Can I say it? I want everybody to really, and especially like to the point where they did a study and they said that between the time of 1994 and up until the matter of fact, it wasn't 1994, it was 2011. They did a study to say from 2011 up until this time, there has been more Africans brought to America than they did even in the whole slave trade. How do you guys feel about that?
Say that one more time.
There was more Africans brought from Africa to America from 2011 up until 2025 than the whole slave trade.
Oh yeah. There's like about 3 million, maybe 4 million Africans that they allowed to come over here. And the reason why they've been allowed to come over here is because they're here to replace us, to dilute.
That's exactly right.
To dilute us and to erase our culture. They're meant to be the new Negroes who don't have this resistance, but who have this colonized mindset. And that's the only reason they've allowed
And
that.
I think you're looking at it absolutely wrong, because if you're looking at it that way, then that says that our time is not up. I mean, our time is not here. I really feel like these European little hat people are trying to get rid of these so-called white people, and they're using us to do it. Because anybody that comes to America, we turn them out. You cannot keep your culture by being around us. It's impossible. Our culture is too addictive. So when they come over here, you can look at the Mexicans in California. Bro, they don't do that in Mexico. The Mexicans in Mexico don't like the Mexicans in California because they lost their culture. Anybody that comes to America and comes around us, they will lose their culture. We're making people that never been to America lose their culture. So we are literally being used by the Europeans in Hollywood in order to influence the world so they can come up out of their culture. You have people in Africa that don't even speak their native language no more. They only speak English. So they lost their culture. They lost their way of life. They were
okay.
So you have to, everybody has to look at it like it's not an attack. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on real quick. I want you to slow down because we got to unpack that. Now you said something that's powerful. They're using us to take other people out of their culture. Right. Now I believe that. Okay. Now I can. That's some ancestral knowledge right there. That's some ancestral game right there. That's interesting that you said that. That's very interesting that you said that. Because again, we are being used, but there's all kinds of chess moves on this chessboard that's being played on us. Right. That calls for the rankest form of piercing. Hold up. Is that Sue? Is that somebody's television? Or is that somebody talking?
That sounds like someone's background.
Sue, are you there?
And let me put it this way, Mr. Harris. You did overhear
TV in the middle of, I don't know why they request to come up. But yeah, that's very interesting, and I think we got to slow that down and really understand what's being said right there, because again, as these immigrants are coming in and being used as a buffer class, and as they're coming in, try to take on our culture and our identity and stake claim to it.
But he got a point.
See, they're not just coming over here walking, talking, acting like us. They're trying to say they are the African American. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're trying to say that they are us, and they're trying to say everything that we invented came from them. And they're being allowed to run with that narrative. Matter of fact, when they say that narrative, they get mainstream media attention.
There you go. Now, I definitely understand that. I definitely understand.
And I think it's a two-part. I think it's both of what you're saying. I think it's both what you're saying too much as well as what King is saying.
Yeah, I think it makes both too. That's why I like when this brother said it. He came with that angle.
It makes complete sense. It absolutely makes complete sense because you get it. Some things are on paper and some things are subliminal. That's exactly
about this right now too. What's going on over there in Africa with 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀? Why is there a push? Why is there a need for them to once make? See, so think about this. They once wanted us to become Africans by calling us African American, and now they're saying they're not intervening in, because normally the YT would come in and be like, no man, will come in and intervene in our business. They're leaving us alone right now. Why are they leaving us alone? That's what we have. We have to question that too, because Trump is in power. And Trump is doing his thing, but but understand what they're doing. They're leaving Black Americans alone. Why are they leaving Black Americans alone?
I'm going to tell you. Let me tell you why, sir. And I'm going to tell you this. The reason why is because we're going back to our natural order. As you can see, more of our people are waking up on purpose. So what they're doing is, this is why Trump is literally telling everybody that they must leave. Because now we're coming back to the truth. You cannot stop the truth. The lies are being unheld. So now they're literally doing this deportation. So look at all the people that they're deporting. They're deporting all of these Spaniards back to Mexico. They're deporting all of these Native Americans and telling them that you're not who you think you are. All of this is, when have they ever heard this? This is crazy. But they have not spoken about us. The reason is why is these people did not have control like you think they did. They only was able to place a corporation over America, but America never left. They just put the United States over America. You guys can go in the Black Law Dictionary, look in the back of it, and it will tell you how they changed the United States of America for the United States for America. They literally changed 2 words to put bylaws into the Constitution so that they can make a new nation over another nation. Washington, D.C. only governs a 10-mile radius. So what they've done is they've literally went to the state, every state, and they got contracts with the state. So now the state signed on to get government assistance if it listens to what the government tells them. Just think about it. All states get funded by the government to do what the government tells them. So it was about money. They took over the states. They took over America by literally paying them from the government. So now if they stop that, we win. But there's 2 Americas. Look at the back of the dollar bill. I'm not teaching you this. I know this because I am an American national and I gave my birth certificate back and they sent me $100 million bond, a registered investment. The government sent me that. The U.S. Treasury sent me that. So I know that it's not about race. It's about knowledge. If you go and get your knowledge, they cannot stop you from claiming who you are. They can't. And we just haven't done that. So they put us in citizenship. And citizenship have privileges. So now we're all together as one of them. They can't never be us, but they put us involved with them. All you have to do, there's a process that you have to go through, but you file yourself with them, putting them on notice. I copyrighted my name, everybody. You cannot use my name without my authority or you're going to actually get hit with a $500,000 lawsuit. This is not a game. I got my paperwork. I can pull it up right now and show you on a government website.
So
you guys can do the same thing.
Hold on. Before you go off into that, right?
Yeah.
Listen, brother. I'm rocking with you until you start saying certain things, and then that's when proof is gonna have to, because so many people
I'm not worried about it.
I'm that. Now, if you can show us proof, I'm open to letting you speak if you're able to show us the proof.
Oh, no problem.
So what I want to do is I want to table this conversation for another time. You come back on the live, and I want you to bring the proof.
Hey, where is he? He's gone.
Okay, well, I think he's going to get the proof. But one thing is, I don't want my people being misleaded, because I know a lot of people are talking I'm sovereign, and I'm not getting pulled on I don't have no license, and I they start talking like that. You rock with them until they start, and now I'm like, we got you. But I'm always interested in seeing somebody. If there's anybody out there who's sovereign and claim they got the actual proof.
I know people.
I've never seen it.
Listening. I know people that
I've never seen it. And many people have never seen it. Never seen the proof. Many people who come on these live, when you ask them, have they done what they said they're doing, they're always saying, I'm in the process of. I'm filing the paperwork right now. And trust me, man, I hear about that sovereign stuff all the time. And I got a couple buddies who go down that road, and they be like, so I'm like, okay, but I'm giving this brother grace only because of the game that he was spitting. If he wasn't spitting the game he was spitting, I'd just be like, I would have just dropped him, like, hey, get the hell out of here, man. I look at them like the Kufi had the Moors. I don't trust no damn Moor. I mean, that's what this live is about. It's about these secret society and how they haven't liberated their people, but they have all this game, they have all this knowledge, and they say if you do this, but they don't really have anything to back it up with the proofs.
I need the receipts.
Okay,
brother King, because of the knowledge that you were spitting, I'm gonna give you grace to come back up and show the proof. And it doesn't have to be on this live. It could be any other live, but I'm gonna extend that grace only because I like.
Can you put me in your box or no? Can you just switch boxes?
Yeah, I can.
All right, I appreciate it.
Hey, too much. One thing. Every time when he speaks, if important information, my connection is getting disconnected. That I can't hear what he's saying. Maybe that I can use. So that's what's going on my internet connection right now.
Brother,
I like what he was talking about.
All right, can you hold on? Can you hold on, King?
I can definitely hold on.
Second. Let me give you proof. All right, everybody. So right now, you guys can see this is my filing. This is the Secretary of State, Iowa.gov. Everybody can see that right there. This is my filing number. This is my UCC financing statement. This is one of the most powerful contracts that you can actually use in business in that contractual law. I don't know if you guys are able to see this. Hold on a second. Did you guys see that?
We saw it.
Yeah, just for a moment.
I'm trying to save it.
Yeah.
This is my, I don't want to give my information in my name. This is my UCC financing statement. So look, all of this is on the government website. This is my UCC addendum. This is my hold harmless agreement. All of this. I'm a secured party creditor. This is my common law copyright notice. This is my name. My name is in a trust. You can go right down here and see that it's $500,000 per each occurrence of use of the common law copyrighted trade name, trademark, property. I mean, plus triple damages. So if you use my name without my authority, I'm able to file paperwork and get $500,000 from you if you can't pay me. Well, I put a lien against you and you can't own anything until you pay me. And that's how this works. So listen, this is right here, my common law copyright notice. You can go down here. This is all my paperwork filed on the government website. You can go down here and you can look at a $100 million bond for investment. Everybody can see it right here. What does this say to you? Private registered bond for investment. What's the value of the bond? $100 million. This is right here what was sent to me by the Secretary of Treasury, the International Monetary Fund, and it's in San Juan, Puerto Rico. I had to literally file, I had to notarize my things and found, what is it when you get private of attorney?
Power of attorney.
Power of attorney. I'm sorry, I got caught up. Power of attorney, I had to give that over to Melba Acosta, who was running it at the time, and Jacob Lewd, who had to sign off on it. So I'm not, this is all in the, this, like I said, this is a government website, filings for the SOSIowa.gov. This is I didn't make this up. They sent this to me and they filed it under the website. This is my notice for concerning fiducial relationships. I have my trust up here. I also have my W-8 bin, which makes me exempt as a U.S. foreign, because I'm not a part of the corporation. I have an exemption that literally tells them that I don't have to pay taxes. It's called a W-8 bin, and everybody can go and look up a W-8 bin. I'll find it for you. It's right here. A W-8 bin. It's a certificate of foreign status of beneficiary owner for United States tax withholding.
Could you go back so that they can make
the foreigners from India come and do. Go look at the internet and you will see all the East Indians come over here and file a W-8 bin, and this is why they don't have to pay taxes. You can file it too, yes. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I know people are skeptical, but I did it. You know what I'm saying? I learned about it. I applied the paperwork, and it's true. You don't have to believe me. It's right here. See, when you know,
are you a national king?
When you know, you don't have to believe. So it's right here. You can look up my stuff. It's public record. And I have all of my paperwork at home. I'm not at home right now, so I just showed you what I'm showing.
So what does that $100 million bond do for you? What does that do?
You got to be able to understand that it's not about money. It's about discharging debt. It has nothing to do about money because you're in a corporation. So money doesn't exist in the corporate America, only contracts and credit. See, you have a debtor and you have a creditor. The creditor can never go into debt. The creditor is always a creditor. They credit. So a debtor can never be a creditor until he transfers over his paperwork and comes up out of the United States citizen where he gets privileges and becomes a creditor. Now, I'm a secure party creditor, so I can issue what you call currency or money. So they have this thing called House Joint Resolution 192. Everybody can discharge their debt and the government has to pay your bills. The government has to. That's why so much fraud is going on, because there is no money. You're just working off of credit. Just think about it. When you get paid, they credit your account. You never receive any money. It's just credit. So we're dealing with credit, and black people have been controlled to deal with money. That's why they use the celebrities to show you money, because money is an illusion. And if they can keep you stuck on money, you will never go into the credit side of the game and be prosperous. You cannot be prosperous in America dealing with money, because money is not traced. So you have to build up a portfolio of things that can be traced so you can get rich, because you're going to constantly be trying to hide this so-called money. Money can't be used for gas and groceries. Outside of that, it has to be documented. You can't go into a car dealership with 200,000 cash, no matter what you see on these Instagram videos. Nope. That's not how it works. You have to be able to account for that. The only thing that you don't have to account for is something like a house. They don't care where you got that money from, because they need homeowners, because homeowners literally give them more money. So it's all about discharging, not paying. Once you discharge it, that means there is no balance. When you pay it, it's still a balance. When you pay it, there's no paying when you become a creditor. So as a creditor, I'm going to give you this one example. I'm going to give you this one example, and then I'll leave it alone. And everybody should be able to understand this one example. I walk into the bank. You walk into the bank. I am the banker. You come and sit down with me. Me and you have a conversation about you getting a house. I say, okay, you're approved. Everything checks out. So now the reason why I approved you is because your credit was good and everything looked good. Everything checked out. So now I approve you. When I approve you, I give you paperwork. Because you're not knowledgeable, you're signing the paperwork, not understanding what each paper says. So one of the papers is a promissory note. That promissory note is a form of payment that cannot be completed and turned in unless you sign it. So when you sign that promissory note, that's your money. That's your credit. That's them going into your Social Security account and grabbing the funds that's already there. So what you do is you sign it. I take that and I send that off. They bring me back the payment. You never see it. So I've been paid for it. So what I did was I gave you another form. This other form said that you're going to pay me monthly installments. You agreed to it because you didn't know that you already paid for it with that promissory note.
Right.
So you agreed to those monthly installments because you're ignorant and you don't realize you paid for it. So now that you agreed with it, it doesn't matter if you're ignorant or not. You agreed to it. So now that you agreed to it, you signed your signature. Now you have to pay monthly installments. But guess what? If you default on that mortgage and you don't pay those monthly installments because you agreed to it, I can come and take that house from you.
Right.
But you already paid for it. Hold on. You already paid for it. But because you signed that second contract, I can come and take that house from you. And when I do take that house from you, I don't care what I get for it. I've already been paid for it. So I'll just auction it off. Right. Just give me $55,000 for a $300,000 house. I don't care. I've already been paid. So that $50,000 is free money for me. Now you don't know this. You don't have no understanding about this. So you're all stressed out. You feel guilty. You feel like you lost your house. You didn't. You was just a debtor and somebody gave you credit. Right. You understand what I'm saying? And you signed it. They never gave it to you. You signed it. All of you guys do the same thing. Biscuit? I'm trying to get you to understand that concept.
Y'all can't talk and let this brother cook.
Right. So I'm telling you that your credit is a scam. Before 1984, there was no FICO score. They introduced the FICO score in order for you not to move into white communities, YT communities. So they said, you know what? You know what I'm saying? You need this score in order to live in this neighborhood because it was about home ownership. And home ownership gives you to the point where you're able to establish equity into your home to pull it out to start businesses, to do what you want to do, to literally rise. It's like life insurance, but home equity is how they make their money. That's why so many of them have saturated the real estate game, because that house builds up equity based off the market appreciating. So if that house you get for $50,000, all of a sudden you sit on it for 2 years, well, it built up equity. If it goes to 150, now you have 100,000 equity in it and you didn't do anything at all. It's the best way to get rich. So you're sitting on $100,000 in 2 years and you never did anything but keep a property. So this is how they get paid, keeping you ignorant. So they keep you ignorant and then you don't know what to do. They don't know what. So what do you have to do when you don't know what to do? You go work for somebody else that knows what to do, don't you?
Correct.
If you don't know what to do, you go and apply for a job and they show you what to do. It's called training on the job. So our whole thing is to cross over from a level of poverty and start getting knowledgeable so we can get into the level of business. It will always be about corporate, no matter your feelings. It has nothing to do with race. You can go get an LLC just like they can. You can file your paperwork just like they can. They keep you ignorant with race, thinking that it's about race. But at the end of the day, they treat their people just as bad as they treat you. So it can't be about race. The people in the trailer park get treated the same people as in the same way the people in the projects do.
No, that's a fact. And let me say this real quick.
So you gotta look at business. Hold on a second, sir. Hold on, I got you. You gotta look at business. Always be business minded to the point where you understand what things mean. Your signature is very important on every document. That's why they need it in order to go forward. They need your signature even to be in prison. You cannot be locked up if you don't give them a signature. The only reason why people are locked up is because they're ward of the states. So now when you're born, you've always become a ward of the states until you rescind your birth certificate. You have to charge it back and give it back to them so they no longer own you. If you don't do that, they own you because you surrendered. Your mother surrendered you. When you surrender, it's kind of like you need a certificate. It's like when you register something, you're giving it up. When you surrender something, which is registering something, you're giving it up. So now your mother surrendered you based off the signature of the birth certificate. So she gave you up. She did not know. This is how you're able to go back and do what you do because they tricked you. She did not know. So it's called the redemption process. So once you fall out between a Fair Trade Credit Act, once you found out that you've been duped, you can go out and make arrangements and hold those people accountable to the point where they have to send you yours. A social security number is an account number. The letter before it on the back of it, that literally belongs to the bank who owns you. The bank owns your birth certificate. Find out which bank owns it. There's 12 banks in America. Find out which one owns your, everybody can look at the back of their social. There's a letter before the red number, which is your exemption number, and it tells you on there which bank has your account. Once you find out that bank, there's a routing number to it. Then you have to be able to understand that red exemption number is your account number. There's the private side, and then you have the public side. They don't mix. This is why you know nothing about the private side, because they don't tell you. It's private. You have to go educate yourself. The public side is your social security number on the front. That's what everybody can find out, the credit companies, but they cannot find that one on the back. The back is private. That's why it's in red. That's the real one. You have 3 inks. The black ink is a copy. So anytime you sign black in black ink, that's a copy. When you sign in blue ink, that's the original copy. You always want to keep the blue ink copy. When you sign in red, that means that you are sovereign. That means you're the real person. That means that this is blood that I'm signing in. There's a difference between 3 forms of ink that they never tell you about, and it's important in contractual law. We're only dealing with contracts. All of this other stuff is ignorant. We're just dealing with contracts. There is no money. That's a false. That's why they keep giving you a bank robbery movie every year. They give you a bank robbery movie to make you focus on money. There's even no money in the bank. Money is nothing but debt. That is just a promissory note that they created to keep you away from the truth. That's monopoly money. The real money is your signature. You are the one that backs the money. When these people buy houses, they don't pay cash. They sign their names. All of these mansions, they sign their names. All of this Forbes magazine, that's false. All of the nation's debt, that's false. All of it is false. They go off of resources and what the country and the nation has. They don't go off of money. Money is meaningless. Why would they use that as debt as a nation in triple? They don't care about that. That's the illusion. And the racism is the illusion. Do you think that if I got a mansion worth $3 million and they got a mansion worth $3 million that I'm going to be racist to him and he's going to be racist to me? No, that's a poverty level game. That's a low vibrational game. It has nothing to do about your color. It has everything to do about your status. So when these Moors come and lie to you about religious concepts and doing this, this is not what I'm talking about. This is individual basis. And you can also go and get your children and put a lien against them. And nobody can lock your children up. You have a lien against them. Nobody can do it.
I got a question. I got to ask you.
Everything is commerce.
Hold on,
Everything is banking. Everything is commerce. When you go to court, it has nothing to do about criminal. That's you can go and look up CFR 72-11. All crimes are commercial, all the way from murder, all the way to theft, all the way to everything. Every crime is commercial and can be paid for. So when y'all see these rich Europeans get off, they're paying. They're not just getting off. They're paying. They're literally being able to discharge it. It's about commerce. It's about contract. It don't have nothing to do with your emotions. Business and emotions have nothing. They don't go together.
Nope.
Personal and business don't go together. Stop mixing your personal feelings with business because you're always going to get upset and mad. Get into the business world and be able to learn how it works. It has no sympathy, no empathy. It's just business. Don't take it personal. Remember, it's just business. So once you get into the business aspect of the game, your mind will change. You won't look at things how you used to be. You will simply being able to know, okay, I can do just as much as anybody else can do. So I'm letting you know as a host that when they talk about this, it's real. It's true. I just showed you a government website. You can discharge any debt that you have, but you have to create debt in order to discharge debt. So it has nothing to do. It's like you're skipping over the middleman called money, and you're getting whatever you want. So let's say you want that Lexus. What you do is you go to the dealership and you get a purchase agreement for that Lexus. Once you get a purchase agreement for that Lexus, you take it back to your home, draw up the paperwork, send it off to the Secretary of State, Treasury, draw up a UCC3, put all the information about that Lexus in there. You're placing a lien against that Lexus that you're trying to buy. Then you send that off to the Treasury with a promissory note and letting them know this is the Lexus that you want. They cut a check to the Lexus dealership, and that's why people get their cars delivered to their homes. Do you understand? They know this.
He dropped a mad game on y'all.
They know this. We don't know
finish,
this.
y'all. Don't cut them off.
That's all. That's all that I'm trying to get y'all to understand is they have knowledge of this, but they don't want to share it to you. But it's not new. This stuff goes all the way back to Roman times. This is not new. They just kept it away from us. We are not the same. We can do all of this. You can have anything that you want to have. They keep you in a state of distraction so you don't know what I'm talking about. That's why the indoctrinational system, why do you think they don't teach you about checks in school? How are you able to drive? How are you able to write a check and not go to jail and they give you the money? How are you able to go into a bank and you can write them a note and they give you the money, but then they have to arrest you after they find out that the note was fake? Of course the note is fake. But they have to go by procedure because they can't do whatever they want to do. You have to remember that when you're writing these checks, all checks have to be accepted by the bank. How do you think these scammers are getting away doing what they're doing? Right. All checks have to be accepted. They have to find out that it's fraudulent in order to take action. But at first, you have to accept that check. That's why check fraud was going crazy in the 90s. Because people didn't know what was going on, but this is how America is run. There's different types of currencies. Don't just get caught up into money. Money is something that distracts you. Like I told you, it's illusionary. And there's more to this process. There's more to what I'm talking to you about. But you have to go into the research that America is a corporation and the president is only the face, of the corporation.
Yes.
Donald Trump is not the president. He's the president, but he's just the face. He don't make no decisions. America is broad. Just like if I have a corporation that I own and I make the host the president, I'm running the corporation. He's just the face of the corporation. That's how America is. All presidents run corporations. They're the face of it. Then what's under the president of a corporation? If you have a corporation, what's under the president? What's the next level?
The vice president.
The vice president. So every corporation has a president and a vice president when it has so many employees. And what happens when you go and start an LLC? They give you a what number? An employee identification number. So all of y'all are literally working as employees for the United States corporation when you have a business, and the president is the face of that corporation. So because there's so many people working for the corporation, you need a president, a vice president, and you need a Senate or Congress, which would make up the board members.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? So we're not dealing with a country. We're dealing with a corporation. And when you change your mind over to corporate understanding, then you can live your life. But until then, we're always going to complain about this is against us and this is and this, because that's personal. That has nothing to do with business. There's people that I'm talking. Listen, I know y'all don't understand this, but the information that I'm giving you, you can go into the music industry and listen to the ones that have done it, like Rick Ross. Rick Ross is a regular rapper. How is he living the way that he's living? Have you ever thought about it? In one of his songs, the man said, I made $100 million in a day. And I was like the only person that understood it. That's when they gave you your birth certificate bond money back. That's when they gave you your registered bond for investment back. When he said that, they give it back to you just like that, letting you know that you can use this to discharge any debt that comes your way. You just cannot exceed over $100 million to discharge it. That's why I'm trying to get you guys to understand. They're not going to teach you this in school. School is about indoctrination. What I'm telling you is education. There's a difference. You got education when you go and research and find out yourself. And then you have indoctrination when they go and teach you what they want to teach you. They teach you to work. Just like the schools are just like the prisons are just like the jobs. Do you see what I'm saying? They start you off in school. Same way that they do prison with the buses, with the cafeteria, with the child line. everything, just like the mall hallways, walking in a straight line. They do the same thing. They start you off in school. If you don't mess up, you'll go to a school called prison, and then you'll go to another educational thing called college, where they do the same thing, yet you're just on the yard. College is like a camp. High school is like a prison. When you go to college, it's like a camp. So now college, you have to get up by yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got the key to your dorm. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a camp in prison. Pay attention to how they set things up. Now you're in college. Once you graduate, now these are 3 forms of Freemasonic. You got degrees now. Just like in Freemasonry, there are degrees. You go what? 3 degrees. So you get your bachelor's, you get your master's, that's 2, and then you finally get your what?
Doctorate.
Your 3-degree Mason, you get your doctrine. And what is the doctrine? That means you completed the level of indoctrination.
Correct.
Yeah.
And now, right, you reach the final level of indoctrination.
Correct.
So they can use you now.
Correct.
So anybody that you see that's running around with a doctor this and they got our skin color, you got to think about, are they being used?
Correct.
Are they being used? Are they teaching us correctly, or are they indoctrinating us the same way they was indoctrinated?
Correct.
So they didn't, nobody taught me this, y'all. Somebody put me up on it because they was facing a life sentence, and then they told me and showed me what they were doing. And I was like, how did you buy your wife $1 million house from a jail cell? And then they just ran through it. These people in prison are some of the smartest people you will ever come into contact with. I know y'all look down on them, but these black males don't got nothing but time.
Correct.
Listen, I was sitting with a guy, and I'm thinking that I got to go get a lawyer to get something done that I had did in the past, you know, some traffic something. This man filed paperwork, told me that you have to open up a warrant on the private side in order for them to actually dismiss the case on the public side. And he wrote paperwork and did it, and they dropped the case. These people there are amazing. They're lost, they're forgotten.
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. Hold on. Nobody say nothing. Hold on. Listen, brother. It's my fault. I should have put my phone on the charger. This live is probably going to cut out. I got it on the charger now, but it's not working. You're chopping up a lot of game. I just followed you. I suggest everybody in the panel, y'all follow this brother, man. This is a good brother. You know, you got to be able to rightly divide truth. You're the first brother that actually came up and showed the paperwork.
Thank you.
And you have the competency and the confidence for us to actually believe what you're saying.
I know what he's saying. I know people like that.
Hold on. I got you. Hold on, brother. I got to finish because I don't got, you know, my battery's low. I want you to follow me back. And I want to bring you back up. I have a Discord. I actually want you to join the Discord because a lot of this information, we can't really say it online.
Right.
You're giving out too much game. And what happens when you start giving out the game, especially on these social media platforms, is they shadow ban you and they do everything to silence the message.
Become a target.
Yeah, I don't want you, brother. You're a handsome brother. You look the part that what you're saying. You know, you're not looking bummy and scrummy, teeth dirty. You don't got knots on your head. Usually, a lot of these brothers that come up here and talk like that. So I see a lot of people in the comments, right, saying agreeing with you, like, yeah, you're telling the truth, but the truth is they haven't done it, but they're agreeing with you. So I'm like, you know, why don't y'all go out? If he's telling the truth, why haven't you done it yet? So I want to get with you, brother. Get at me on the back channel, but I want to get at you. I want to invite you to the Discord, and we need a university of this.
I got you.
And you need to be compensated for what you're saying because you're freeing the people.
I got you. I appreciate it. I've been doing this for a minute, man. I ain't just started doing this. This is not my first conversation, but when you told me,
and I can tell you didn't get this from the educational system because, like you mentioned, I agree with everything you're saying. Education is indoctrination, and I actually teach that here on this panel. I let people know, don't stop sending your kids to school because school is why your kids are turning against you. When you send your kids to a school, they're gonna come back with an attitude.
Right? Can I give this to you, and then I won't say anything else. I'll be quiet. But the reason why they celebrate Martin Luther King so much is because they put us into citizenship where they were able to take our property from us. When we became citizens, that's when they were able to take our property from us. And that's why they celebrate Martin Luther King. You understand? They celebrate that man because he was the one that literally led the force on integration. So now when we became integrated, they was able to put us into citizenship, and that's when they took our property. We have to be able to understand that If somebody owns you, you cannot own property. So if the state owns you, you cannot own anything. Anybody that pays off the house, if you're a citizen, you can look at the title. It will say that you are a tenant of that house. On the deed, it says you are the tenant. That means that you are still owned. You can never have anything under debt slavery. And when you're in debt, you're enslaved. So it has nothing to do with color. It has everything to do with debt. All right? Debt. Remember, debt makes you a slave. No, there's no way. White people are slaves. Black people are slaves. All these immigrants are slaves due to debt. It's all debt and credit. If you want to be free, you have to stop being a debtor, and you have to free yourself by going and letting these people know that this is who I am. Because if you don't do that, you will always be under an illusion that you made something in your life. You didn't make anything until you free yourself. Free yourself by looking at your birth certificate and understanding what it is. Free yourself by getting this knowledge. Remember, they told you our people are in captivity due to the lack of knowledge. Once you get the knowledge, you free yourself. It has nothing to do with somebody else, because guess what? Only you can go get that birth certificate. A white man can't go get it. A white woman can't go get it. And nobody down the street can go get it. Only you can go get it. So it's about you and your all capitalized letter name. Learn how to take control over that. Once you take over control over your name, then you can operate in a different capacity, and you can look at other people like y'all still arguing over race.
Hey, brother, are you driving in the private or are you in the public when you drive?
I'm going to be real with you. I'm in the private. But you got to be able to understand that there is no driving for a man like me.
Yeah.
All right?
No, we traveling. I got
you.
Yeah,
right. But it's not something that I have to sit there and tell people. See, a lot of people don't go to the county's recorder office and put themselves documented and recorded on that actual paperwork in that county recorder's office to let them know. Because they have to literally go there to put their stuff in the computer. So if you don't go put these people on notice, then you cannot get mad when things happen. You didn't do it. You did not put them on notice. Go put people on notice. You know, you can't deal with the courts unless you deal with paperwork, right? So that means that you don't have to go to court. You can deal with the post office. The post office is the biggest court. Y'all know that, right? Did you know that a notary has more authority than a deputy in court, than a judge in court? That notary, if you go to a notary, they have more authority than a lot of these high positional political people. Like, a notary is trusted. A notary is somebody that they can look to. They don't trust these judges. They don't trust these people because they can't literally. A lot of y'all don't know that they're lying, right? So this is the lie. There are no judges in America. There are only executive administrators. These people that you go in front of, they're executive administrators enforcing regulations and codes. They're not enforcing the law. Can somebody tell me what the law is again? Because it's 2 million of them. That's not law. Those are codes and regulations under the corporation. Every corporation's got a code and regulation handbook. So does America. So you have to go into your research and understand which one are you with. Because even when y'all vote, y'all are enemies of the state. Think about that for a minute. When you're voting for a government that's a president that's a part of the government. You're not voting for the state. So that's treason in itself. So you are an enemy of the state every time you vote. This is why they make it such a big deal to keep us voting. They want us to vote so bad. You know why? Because we are the ones that get over America to them. Remember, the land is not, you cannot give the land away. You cannot take the land from a people. The only thing that you can do is trick the people. And what they did was they didn't let you know that the land is ours by birthright, by our mothers.
Exactly.
The mothers are the only ones that can inherit the land. This is why they literally say everything is about the mother. The mother is the only one because she passes it down from bloodline. The mother has the menstrual blood and she has the umbilical cord. That is the blood and that is the line. The mother is the bloodline. So the mother is the only one that can inherit the property. And that's why they focus on her so much. But when you vote, you give up your rights to your land. That's why you guys should never vote, because voting is treason to us. Why would we vote for a government when we are indigenous to America? That makes no sense. And why would we have an indigenous president when we are indigenous? That's why you've never seen us want as president. That's why they had to go get a 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘵 from Africa. They can't deal with one of us being presidents because it doesn't make sense. Why would I be president over the same organization that ruined my people, that took my people? that displace my people, that reclassify my people. Why would I want to be president over a corporation? I mean, over a corporation that did that? You can't be a president and be indigenous at the same time. This is why you've never seen a black president up until George Washington. 8 presidents before him looked just like me and you. And that was under the Republic.
The Iroquois Federation.
The Iroquois Federation was where they got their constitution from.
That's exactly where they got it from.
And it was ran by who? It was ran by women. So I disagree when you guys saying that when we get better, the women get better. No, when the women get better, we get better. The women are the governors in America. America was always a matriarch. It was always ruled by gynocracy, by the woman. Europeans came and made us turn against our women. Just think about it, man. We never treated our women like this. They promoting in Hollywood, pimping for the black male. How come they didn't promote that for the YT man? And he is the biggest PIMP that we got out here. Why didn't they promote that for him? Why did they promote it for us? Because we were attached to our mothers. We loved and protect that woman way too much. And they had to find a way to stop that. And they found a way by degrading our women and making us degrade our women with celebrities. Monkey see, monkey do. So when we saw the celebrities do it, we felt like it was okay for us to do it. So now they switched it. Now they got the women degrading their own creation. See, they had the creation degrading their creator. Now they got their creator degrading their creation, and it's a setup. So when you women understand that this is a setup, you will begin to train your offsprings differently, and now you have a new nation. The woman is the one that you teach. The man, I'm sorry, host, I appreciate you, but you know we ain't gonna be able to get there because once you're a man, it's hard to change your ways. But once you install this information to these women, they will teach the children, and the children will give us a new civilization.
Yeah,
Facts.
let me say this. Let me say this. Because I hear what you're saying, brother. You spend a lot of game, and I'm not gonna say any of it is wrong, but I'm gonna challenge a few things with a little bit of battery that I have. It has to start with the men because women cannot liberate themselves. Only the men can do it. So it does also start with the woman because the woman also needs to pass the information down to the men because the women's power is in the words. Their power is in their words. Our power is in our strength and our physical strength, but their power is in their tongue. They're the ones that cast the spells. They're the ones that practice the hoodoo that we've gotten away from. They can speak life into the man, and the man grows up and becomes a great conqueror, a great leader. So so there's some truth, and this wasn't just a matriarchy because you got to understand the world is balanced. There's a patriarchy and there's a matriarchy, and they always work together. But what we've been taught is the patriarch is the leader or the matriarch is the leader, and it's not. It's the patriarch and the matriarch work together. There has to always be balance. There's a positive and there's a negative. There's a pro and there's a con. There always has to be balance. Whenever there's not balance, that's the con. That's what you got to understand. When there's not balance, that's the con. When they try to promote one over the other, that's the trick of the enemy. That's the trick of the deceiver. That's the trick of the devil. Because the devil will come in and say, you can be just like God. He's not lying, but he's also not being truthful. You understand what I'm saying? There has to be balance. So when you say we were ran by a matriarchal and we gave, of course we revered our mothers. We're supposed to. We're supposed to revere the woman, period. But we're not supposed to decentralize the man and defocus the man. The man has to be the focus. The man has to be strong. The man has to be powerful because that's where the protection's coming from. The military has to be paid for. And it's not the military that's ran by the women who are these geniuses. It's logic. Logic has to rule over emotion, but also there needs to be a balance because logic and emotion are on the opposite ends of the spectrum, and you need them both working together. You need your logic in line with your emotion. So when you say matriarchal, and that gives you points with the women, of course, are going to be like, yeah. But that's also the trick. That's also the con too. We don't want to be deceivers. We want to give them the whole truth. The truth is the world works through balance. The truth is there's a God in there's an almighty, and then there's a lesser mighty. That's the truth. And they're at odds against each other because it creates balance. You're going to have some people that are going to fall by the wayside and some people who are going to make it. That's just the way it is. Some people are going to get the game and some people are going to refuse the game. That's the balance. We always are going to need balance. So always want to say on this platform, we're going to preach balance. Women respect men. Don't use your power against men. Men respect women. Don't use your power against women. We have to understand, and we got to know. So that's where my pushback. Everything else, brother, is game. But sometimes we take that matriarchal thing and we get the points with the women, and they jump on board. Like it's like let me tell you like this. There's masculine knowledge.
You're degrading me, man.
I'm not degrading you, brother. I'm not degrading
you because you guys act like I'm trying to get points. I was trying to educate you guys, and now you guys are saying that I'm trying to get points, and now it's a mockery and funny.
Brother, I'm not degrading
you. You got to think about what you're doing.
Brother, listen. I'm just pointing out the fact. I didn't say you were personally trying to get points. I'm saying it gets you points. Right. I'm saying that's what it's all for. The women are going to go rah-rah when they hear you say that, but I want to make sure that we give them the whole truth. It's the matriarch and the patriarch together.
The patriarch doesn't exist.
Or the other. It's not the patriarch in power. It's not just the matriarch in power. It's the balance. It's one face of the coin and it's the back end of the coin, and it's the same coin. That's all I'm trying to do.
Can I challenge it?
That's all I'm trying to
say. Is it okay if I challenge it?
I mean, you can challenge. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead and challenge. Go ahead,
I appreciate that. Thank you. The reason why I'm challenging it is because a father is a social construct. There is no father found in nature. The mother has always been here. The father has not always been here. So when we're talking about the matriarch, it has to be that is the foundation. There is no patriarch. The patriarch was used to go against the creator, which is the mother. You can go outside. Outside doesn't change, man. Everything outside has been there. So when you go outside, the female has always been there, and then comes the male. Even the female's body was used to sustain the male body, which means that the female body had to come first. There's no way that the male body could have came first, for the simple fact is the male could not sustain another male or female. So the woman was here first. So the woman gave the rule first. The woman was the first deity ever worshipped. So you got to think about it. We're literally being controlled by somebody else's perception of what is. That's not balance. That's not balance at all. That's being off balance.
No. I'm going to challenge that, brother. And you're going to listen.
I mean, I didn't really get a chance to. I didn't really get a chance, y'all. I'm listening.
No, what you got to do, brother. Here's what you got to do, brother. You got to be good at getting your point across in a short amount of time. I'm not being that long, brother. I'm giving everybody a chance to speak.
You had me 15 seconds, man.
A lot on this panel, brother. I let you speak for.
You didn't let me do anything. I earned it. Now don't start doing that. I earned my way to speak.
I
proved myself.
Don't allow ego to come in the conversation, brother.
Can I chime in? I think I might be able to not correct anything, but be able to give some insight to the whole process. Let me chime in. If you don't mind.
Real quick, LaDon, go ahead.
All right, thank you, brother. So one of the things that as you guys are speaking, I'm listening, and it's almost like we're saying the same thing, right? So I've been married for 20 years, right? But the problem is this: my wife, she has this thing where she's not really letting me be the man of the house. Now it's my fault though. Now I understand this, but what I'm trying to do is let her know, like, look, I've been given this thing that God has given me, which is called manhood. And it's my responsibility to be the man. Now, if you don't respect me as a man and don't want to put me and let me be in that position, I can't let you usurp my authority and turn into something else because you're not trusting me to be in that position because I've made some mistakes. Even though I've made these mistakes, it doesn't make me not be the man. I'm the man no matter what. That is the foundation. But like Christ said, or Yeshua said, he said the greatest amongst you.
No disrespect, brother, but I thought you were going to come in and really give us some game. I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way or form, but I don't feel like that's what we're talking about. Okay, I really so I just want to thank you for thinking, but that's not what we're talking about here. Listen. If you're a deity, there's nothing higher than you, more powerful than you, more stronger than you, in any shape or fashion. If you notice the power of men and women, they have different powers. Okay? And at any moment, a man wants to control something, he can control it. The woman don't have that power. The woman cannot defend her ideology. She can't. I respect women. I love women. They got just as much game as we got, but they cannot. So if I am a powerful deity or God or whatever, and I'm to be worshipped, why would I create something that can rule over me?
Can I answer you?
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish because I'm making a point here, and I'm not putting down women because I respect women. I have a wife myself, and I just understand. The woman is the more emotional piece. Okay,
Not disagreeing with you.
Emotions are high, intelligence is low.
Not disagreeing with you, brother.
But
I'm talking about the serving side.
Hold on, brother. I got you, brother. You're not gonna cut me off, man. I got you. I'll give you another chance. Okay. So listen. Whenever emotions are high, intelligence is low. Logic also creates a balance in the universe. Without logic, you'll have chaos. Without order, you'll have chaos. Logic brings about order. Logic brings about the things that are scattered on the ground. See, when you look at space, if you really understand what space is, it's a workshop. It's a workshop that you have a knife over here, you have a hammer over here, you have things just out there in the expanse. But then when you see Earth, you see order. When you see the planetary alignment, you see order. And when you really understand frequency, because that's what we operate under. We operate under frequency, and that's where you get your power from, and that's where you get the source. The source comes from the frequency, and the frequency goes like this. The earth is not round, the earth is not flat, the earth is in frequency, and we live in something called a realm. Not a planetary alignment like we've been taught, but we live in realms. There's the heavenly realms, there's earthly realms, there's planetary realms, there's different functions and different laws and legalities run in different realms. So when you're talking about bringing things from heavenly places to earthly places, you're talking about WARFARE. If you don't understand those things and how they work together, you know, it's like I said, the game you're talking about, brother. You spoke the truth, and I no longer will say that information is false anymore, based on the competency and the confidence that you had and the paperwork that you shown, and you actually looked the part.
Thank you.
So can I finish my point, bro? Just to kind of make sure you said you would give me another chance.
I will, brother. I'm going to give you another chance because I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm just saying this. Listen, everything has balance.
Okay.
You cannot have a matriarchy without a patriarchy, and you cannot have a patriarchy without a matriarchy. You cannot have a man without a woman, and you cannot have a woman without a man. So it's not that one came first; they came together.
Okay.
They were one in being, but they were together. And somehow we got separated and we got disconnected from each other, and that should have never happened. Okay, so you're saying that man can't get here but through a woman. No, the woman was the vessel for birthing of a nation, but that doesn't mean she came by herself. That don't mean she was first. We came together. The man and the woman were always together and always meant to operate together. You can't have a pro without a con. You can't have a negative neuron without a positive neuron because they are working together. That's how you get the order of the universe and the frequency. So that's what I'm saying, brother.
Hold on, Ladon.
I got to give knowledge a chance to speak on that.
And I appreciate
and then we'll go back to you, Ladon.
And I respect everything you said, and I appreciate what you had to say. What I will say is there is no son that was born from a woman, from a mother, that literally thinks about in the black community attacking his mother naturally. It is not natural for us BLK sons or males to attack our mothers. That is not natural. The thing is, we stop looking at other BLK women as if they were our mothers. So we have individualized them, separated them from our mother. Sons are not predators to their mothers, they're protectors. But for some reason, we have become predators to other mothers outside of our mother. And that was programmed. That was taught.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
I disagree with that. We're not predators to our mother, and we haven't become
that. Was 15 seconds.
May I?
No, hold on. I'm still trying to get this across. I just wanted him to understand when you're dealing with when you're dealing with the female, when you're dealing with the woman, everything is soft before it comes hard. So when you're dealing with this soft woman, this physically soft woman, this woman that literally is soft and nurturing, then you got to understand that she came first. Even boy, see, we forget that when we grow into men, me and you are in our 40s. We forget that we were boys. We have complete amnesia that we were feminine, that we were soft when it came to our mother, that we cried for mommy, that we loved mommy, that we needed our mommy, that mommy, please, mommy, mommy, every time we got cut, mommy, can you heal my cut? Every time we wanted to go somewhere, mommy, can I go? Every time somebody cried as a boy, you literally look to your mommy. And then we get older and life teaches us how to be tough. So then we forget mommy. We forget the things that we went through as a feminine boy, and now we think we are masculine men. Let me explain something to everybody in the room. A man is a social construct. That is not something that's real. That's what society tells you that you are. But we had to go through a process of experience, knowledge, and information in order to go get to manhood. We didn't just start off as men. No woman in here has birthed a man. So we cannot be the opposite of a woman. There can never be a patriarchy, seeing that the woman is always more gigantic than her son. The mother will always supersede her son. And all of us black males are somebody's son. And we have to remember that. We are not men by nature. We are men by social construct. And that man thing is getting in the way of our rulership because we were supposed to protect her. And instead, we want to be men and go against her. And that is our problem. This is not for brownie points. This is not for brownie points. No son in here is a man to his mother.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
There is no son in here a man to his mother, sir. None of us right now are men to our mothers. We will always be our mother's son. We will always be our mother's son. Hold on, man, I'm talking.
I got you, but let me ask you a question, brother. I'm the host. I got to interject.
I didn't know it was you. I didn't know it was you. My bad.
Yeah, I got to ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question. Who raised you?
My mother, my grandmother.
Exactly, sir.
I didn't say that there wasn't a man around. I just said you asked me who raised me. I didn't say men don't raise children.
Ask me the same. No, ask me the same question, sir.
Okay.
Ask me the same question.
I don't think that's necessary. I think the question that you asked me should apply to you, and you should just tell me.
Okay. So let me tell you. I was raised by my father, sir. My father raised me, the single father, and my two sisters, sir.
Congratulations.
So I have a different perspective, and I see why your perspective is the way it is also.
But it has nothing to do with that.
Now I grew up with Now I'm not saying I didn't have a mother either. I had a mother,
right?
But who raised me was my father. You understand what I'm saying? So
your father breastfed you too?
No. Well, I wasn't breastfed. Okay, I wasn't breastfed. Okay.
Okay.
So let me say this, sir. I hear your scholarship and I hear your way of thinking. And even though you may not be trying to get brownie points from women, I'm just saying if we're being honest and we're looking in the room, it just.
Anytime you tell the truth is brownie points for women, you think I care about? I'm a man. I'm a man. My social construct too.
Brother,
I'm not feminine. But you keep talking about brownie points from women. I can care less about somebody giving me something. I can't see we can't keep it real. We can't be truthful because all men want to do is degrade you, thinking that you're saying something to impress women.
So your outlook on men.
No woman in here has called me handsome, but you.
Brother, you're a handsome brother. I'm giving you.
That's what I'm saying. So how am I trying to get brownie points?
I understand, brother. I'm brother. This is no Diddy, and all.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. That's disrespecting me and the knowledge that I try to bring. You're acting like I'm doing this to
brother, but your truth isn't the end all be all, brother. That's all I'm saying. Your truth is you got a lot of truth, brother. You got a lot of truth. And I'm gonna hold on, ma'am. I'm gonna let you speak, and I'm also gonna let LaDon speak, but I'm gonna rebuttal this.
My bad, man. It's just like
brother, you got it. All I'm saying is, brother, don't let
I apologize. My bad, man.
Don't let it, stay in, stay in masculine frame. I'm very calm and I'm very, I'm very precise when I speak, brother. I'm staying in my position here. And this is what I'm saying, brother. This is what I'm saying. No matter what side of the coin you flip it, you could say a man came first. You could say the woman came first. I'm telling you that they both came at the same damn time.
But that's not true.
Because the
No matter what
universe.
you
Hold
say,
on,
that's not
hold on,
true.
hold on. Brother, to you, you might say that it's not true.
No, to life, I'm saying that. To nature.
Brother, without there has to be a light and there has to be a darkness, brother. There has to be both.
The light comes from the darkness.
The universe, exactly. The universe needs balance. The universe needs balance. It's
But
not about
man,
who.
a male is not the same as a female. They can't compare to each other. I can't
you're
give
right.
life. I can't
This is
menstruate.
just an
I can't get breast
emotionally
milk.
woman-raised man.
Hold on,
I
sir.
can't
Hold
get
on,
breast
sir.
milk.
Hold
Your
on,
father
sir. You
sucked
just
penis.
said it.
Nigga,
Hold
I don't
on,
care what
sir.
you feel.
Hold on, sir. You just said it. A male is not the same as a female. And you have to keep that in mind.
Exactly.
Now, and that's what we're going to agree at.
That's why it can never be any balance.
There's masculine knowledge and then there's feminine knowledge. And feminine knowledge should be used by the feminine, and masculine knowledge should be used by the masculine.
What is masculine knowledge?
What we're running into is we're seeing a lot of females pick up masculine knowledge.
Because they talk about men like him.
And they're using it.
So you don't want to debate. You want to act like a boy.
Working for them, and
you know what I'm saying? If you want to be a man, we can debate.
Brother, stop over talking.
I'm not talking to you. You didn't say that to him for over talking you when he was addressing me. Speak to the man, bro.
Brother,
at the end of the day, I'm responding to what he's saying.
I speak to everybody.
If you can't respond to him, you can't get mad that I do.
Brother, I respond to that brother many times.
Okay.
Many times. You've heard me. That's what I'm saying, brother. We can't get in our emotions. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not in my emotions. I was just addressing somebody.
It shows, brother. It shows that you've been emotional, brother. You got to be able to keep.
Where is the emotion coming from? Because I speak. I wasn't emotional.
Okay,
I wasn't emotional when I was teaching y'all.
Am I lying, bro?
I wasn't emotional when he was agreeing with me. I wasn't emotional when I was speaking about Black America against the immigrants. Now that we don't agree, I'm emotional.
Hold on, brother. I want to ask the people on the panel and the people in the chat. Is he not getting a little emotional?
You're getting emotional, bro. You were emotional.
Called Thomas emotional.
May I speak in a group of all of these men? First of all, when he was giving knowledge, you asked the question, please let me speak, and then I would like to speak about the source because it wasn't man. First of all, he was given knowledge and you got in your emotions and challenged him. You didn't say, let me sit with that. You didn't say, let me sit with that for a minute. Let me understand it for a minute. You talked about frequency and vibration, but that comes from the womb. And he explained that to you. And then you turned around and gave him the same thing he just told you as if you were saying something.
Can you bring forth life without a man, lady?
Let me give you
Can you bring forth life without a man?
Hold on.
Man creates life. Do you know that? Scientifically, he is energy and the spark to life. The initial spark of life comes from man.
I'm emotional. No, not you. The one that's above me.
The initial spark from life comes from man, lady. You cannot have a child without a man. You are not asexual.
Let her finish, sir.
This was the mandate.
Let her finish, sir. This is going to win points with the ladies. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, ma'am. I'm going to listen.
Once again.
Because you're not listening. When you're in the womb, you are a so-called female, since y'all like using that word, before you ever become a man. Do you understand that your first moments of life that is spent in the womb is female? You can look that up, sir.
You're a butthole. You start from your anus. Since you're speaking on it, you start from an anus.
Let her finish, sir. Let her finish, sir. Don't cut her off. Let her finish.
The law of the circle of the womb was this: you shall stand as the flame guard, as the breath beside the gate, not the gate itself. So you are in rebellion when you go against source. This is from the mounds. This is from the book of the mounds. This is from law. There's a lot of laws that we have. You guys have replaced the natural law with the patriarchal system and the laws they gave you and the system they gave you. So you're in rebellion. Yes, we created you because of your structure. This is what we did for you. This is what we gave you. Okay? This is what we did and gave you. And this is the reason why we gave it to you. To be protectors. But are you protecting? You're giving us system things of patriarchal and not what is real. Okay? You're using both the saying, oh, vibration and this and that, but your yin and yang. This is your Zhao dynasty philosophers of 1100 BCE gave you your yin and yang. All of these hybrids gave you your yin and yang. The yang, the prototype, and the electrons, yin, and the neutrons, the hidden womb balance erased from awareness. That's what you guys did.
Can I respond to her?
You're following after inverted frequencies.
Get to the point, man. Go ahead.
After inverted frequencies. Your timeline of your deception is 43 BCE. The 𝗤𝗄RGAN invasion began replacing the goddess led with European, with king warriors, so forth and so on. It goes on and on and on. This hijack of the gate, because that's what you guys were supposed to be, the gatekeeper. Okay, your post Indo-European priesthood, 3000 to 2000 BCE. That's what you're touting. That's what you keep bringing up. Created myths of divine couples. It was no such thing as divine couples. You had twin flames, and you had to get your woman by the rule of the woman. You can only have one twin flame. Because we had to stay in our
Listen, y'all, this is her story. Everybody in the
are
room, you have to go back and read about the goddess and her story that predates the gods. You gotta go read. You gotta go educate yourself.
Can I speak now? Let me say something about
we were violently taken over.
Hold on. Let me get order in the room, ma'am. I want to give you all the time to finish, but I need you to. We got other people, and then okay. Well, actually, my bars are going up on the phone, so that's a good thing. So that means that I'm at 4%. I was at 2%, so I'm at 4%. So that means I'm charging again. So, but I want you to give us your best point. Best line so we can kick it, and I gotta let other people.
She can't. It's all babble.
It's not disrespect.
Relax. I got lost a little bit. You got to be able to explain. I mean, women are very articulate.
Tell the truth.
You got to be able to explain it to where we can understand. You got to be able to really articulate what you're trying to say. So you lost me a little bit. So that's why I want you to bring it back to the point.
I gave you the history of when it happened. If you don't want to accept that, go ahead and say you're in rebellion and you're not accepting. I gave you the date and I gave you the name of who brought you that ideology that you believe.
You babbled a little bit. I'm saying you babbled a little bit. I want you to hold it back in and give us the
host, just mute her, bro.
You lost it. Hold on.
Now they're going to antagonize.
Hold on real quick. Hold on.
Now they're going to jump on her. That's crazy.
Everybody hold on real quick. In the chat and in the panel, did y'all understand what she was saying? Am I the only one that didn't understand?
Absolutely not. It was a lot of babble.
Can I break it down? She said there's no divine couples.
So again, I'm just not making this up. I'm just not making this up. So I'm going to give you another opportunity to really and make it. Give me the short version. Hold on. Don't overtalk the host. Don't overtalk the host. This is not an emotion thing. This is not an emotion thing, ma'am. I just want you to hone it back in and get to the
point. Your man up top kept interrupting. You cut me off and you're saying it's babble, but you have.
Ma'am.
Yes, you're not even respecting the host.
That's one thing I don't do, ma'am. I don't do that, ma'am. Okay, I'm not being emotional. You're now becoming emotional. That's what's happening. I need you to bring it back down and focus. That's what I'm saying. You guys are trying to make women out to be whatever y'all trying to make. Listen, women are women and men are men.
Yes,
you got to understand that. Men are very direct, and women use a lot of words. Women use a lot of words to articulate and speak. That's just the way it is. We're more simplified with our message, and women are all over. That doesn't mean one is better than the other. That just means that's how we communicate. So I'm asking you, you're communicating in a room of men now. You're in a room of men, and I want you to communicate with the men. Don't talk to us like we're your homegirl. Talk to men in the way that we can understand what you're saying. That's all you have to learn how to do. Just like when I'm talking to a woman, I have to understand how to talk on the level that she can understand it. So you're in a room of men. This is the platform. This is my platform. Please let us understand what you're saying. And I'm not getting emotional. I just want to understand what you're saying. That's it.
And may I? Okay, so I gave you dates. You don't understand dates? I gave you the name of the dynasty that did it and brought you that philosophy. You don't understand that?
No, you
You're
get condescending
saying
and
it's
disrespectful.
babble.
You know what
Oh
she's
my
saying. Just
goodness.
let her.
Oh
Just
my
let her.
goodness.
This
See
is how
how
she speaks.
emotional
Let
they
her say
get?
it with her tone.
Emotional. I gave you the dates. I gave you who brought you that philosophy that you hold today. So if you are saying that's babble, but you never did the study yourself, you never researched it yourself, who's being emotional? I'm bringing you facts. I'm bringing you truth, just like the brother did, and you don't want to accept it because you're in rebellion. I told you the truth that you are a so-called female before you ever form into a male. You don't want to accept that either. So that's not babble, that's just truth. You don't want to accept it, that's on you. You will continue, and those that believe and is restoring the matriarchy will rise. It's already
You
happening. They're
can't
already
repeat
awakening.
something
They're
over and it
already
be
Let her
intelligent.
finish.
awakening.
Let her finish.
Right here with
The
innocent.
laws of tone, the laws of vibration is in effect.
This
The
is a prophet
matriarchal
right here.
order is
Hold
in effect.
on. Let her finish.
Horrible.
You
I'm trying to
understand?
let her. Okay,
13,
are you done, ma'am? Are
13.
you done?
Babble.
Lord.
Please.
Okay,
Yes,
relax, relax,
we
relax,
know you're papal
relax,
people and Vatican people. We know about the
relax.
Jesuits,
Again,
and we know
a
about the
projection because you're
we know
wrong.
about
Relax. Hold on. I'm
we
gonna let
know
Boundary gonna speak next. Hold on, but are you, ma'am?
we
I'm
know
listening
about
to
the
you.
Masons. We know about all of that stuff that
Yo,
holds this system up high. So we know about you
yo,
guys. So
can we get
you're
some
not
time over
fooling
here, man?
anybody.
You're the foremost authority on things.
So
You know you're Encyclopedia Britannica.
So the
Yeah.
Jesuit made this is who gave you
Ma'am, you
your
got to be able to be
this is
concise,
who gave
and
you
we got a
I
lot of
am
people on the
being
panel.
precise.
Babble.
The Zhao
Babble.
dynasty philosophers 1100 BCE defined the yin and yang. Okay, so that's who gave it to you. It's a contemporary laying of ground for Confucius male authority. That's who gave it to you. Confucius and Menuchus
You know how crazy
500
you
Oh,
sound trying
BC.
to force your
I'm
ideologies
telling you.
from
Why are
another
you talking
person
over me?
they wrote in
Why
a
are you
book.
talking? Why are you being emotional?
Ma'am, I
I'm
need you to
not.
finish. I
I'm
need you to
talking
wrap.
to
Why are
you.
you
I need
being
you to get
emotional?
to
I'm
the
going
point
down the
and wrap
line
it
to
up.
get to
Give me your
Her
get to
point
best.
your
sounds like
Give
a
me your
Scrabble
best two
board.
in the
sentences. Hold on,
Jesuit
people, be
dictionary.
quiet.
So
Give
let's
me your
just go for
best
the gun
two
though, since you
sentences,
guys don't
ma'am.
want to hear
Ma'am,
all of the
ma'am,
people that gave
ma'am.
you
I
your
need your best.
ideology.
I need your best two sentences to sum up your point and what you're trying to say and nail it home. Two
What are you
sentences.
talking about? You did not come first. And there was a such thing as
Okay, so
partiogenesis
we did
before
not
you
come
guys.
first.
And
We
you
did not
know,
come first. And what else?
there is a fig tree that only pollinates itself.
Yo,
Is
y'all
evidence of
listening
that.
to this
That's the
stuff,
reason
man?
why you had the fig tree. That's the reason why
All
my
right, thank you,
grandmother
ma'am.
had the
Thank
fig
you,
tree
ma'am.
in her
No
yard.
disrespect,
In
ma'am.
the
No disrespect.
Yo,
Thank
y'all
you,
listening
ma'am.
to this stuff, bro?
Now,
The Jesuit
ma'am, hold on,
missionaries
ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am.
Yo,
translated
bro.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. No
Yo, can I speak,
disrespect.
man? Can
Thank
I
you so
say something
much
on
for
this,
the
bro?
information. Hold on,
dualistic
ma'am. Hold on,
language
Yo,
ma'am.
come on, let me say something for
aligned
this
with
real quick,
Christian.
bro.
Hold on,
Can I
ma'am.
say something
Ma'am.
real quick, bro?
Hold on.
Christianly
Everybody,
heresy, hell,
listen. I
bell,
want
and
y'all to be able
female.
to share.
That's what you guys are talking
Listen,
about
trouble
today.
Mike, if I
Bro,
put you
how
on
many
mute,
times
One,
you gonna
one at a
answer?
time. One at a
if I
time.
put you on mute,
You're
I
gonna go
need you to
back to
be
the same
quiet.
story.
I'm the
Can I
host.
say
Don't
something?
disrespect my room. If you want to continue, anybody's welcome to start their own panel. Go start your own panel. But
Yes,
this is my
yes.
room. We got to have some order here. And ma'am, we thank you for your scholarship and what you're trying to tell us. Now I want to go hear from what Mound has to say. Mound, go ahead.
Please, thank you, thank you. Yo,
Wow.
bro, I don't want to waste a lot of time on what she was saying because her thought pattern sounded like scribble,
It
like,
does.
like just a complete circle in all different directions. So I'm not going to get into that. I'm going to get into trying because I can see that maybe there's enough people in here, and I want the women to listen to what I'm going to say. Whenever you hear a man like that dude that was just on here a little while ago talk so much about how the woman is this, the woman is that, be careful about men like that
Yes.
because those are the worst type of character men on this planet. Let me tell you something. A woman-raised man has some of the worst character on this planet. And you know when they show they show their character as soon as they get behind closed doors and you get one-on-one with them. Okay? Their souls are imbalanced because the fact that woman has imbued into him a emotional mindset in a male construct, and it doesn't work. With him. And when he was sitting there and debating, the eloquence of intelligence is being able to project your intelligence like a faucet. You know, you're able to give it in dribs and drabs, and you're able to you have a barometer to you. When you start speaking the way that he is speaking, and bro, I know you might not want to say it because you the host, so I'm not going to knock you for it, but that was absolutely pandering to women, right?
P-I-M-P.
Yes. And listen, that's all he's doing is pandering to women. And most of the time, men that have speeches like that I have encountered, they are terrible when it comes to being competitive in a male market. They are terrible. This is the reason why they take the stance that they take, that they're going to be a captain saver, you know. And this is the problem that we have. Listen, these are statistics that nobody can deny. I can't remember if it was the census or someone else that did, but over 88% of all male prisoners in female and male prisons come from single parent homes, which is the woman. Okay? The next thing that I want to say.
Agree.
Statistics.
Hold on.
Let them talk,
the statistics are the statistics. I can't be the only person that's ever heard of that.
Statistics,
over 80% of the people that are inside of prisons come from single parent households. So whenever I hear a man speak and he is trumpeting a woman, it only tells me that he was raised by one, right?
Yes.
And if any of us have children and you had to deal with women and how they will section you off from that child, you know exactly where the mindset is that he came from. And that's where that comes from.
That's why I asked him who he was raised by, because you can kind of hear sometimes.
You can hear it.
You can hear, you know. I mean, this is what I always say, and this is no slight at women. We need our mothers from 0 to 3. But from 3 to an adulthood and further, you need father.
Your father.
You need structure.
But you
need discipline.
But you know you shot him in his belly button.
You're going to deal with some things that your emotions are not going to be. Your emotions cannot handle the world, but your logic can.
But listen, he couldn't handle the logic that you said when you asked him the question, who raised you?
Yeah.
It baffled him.
Yeah.
And I know whenever it baffles somebody, you know why that happens when it baffles them? It baffles them because it's a facade. It's really panhandling the women to make them. And listen, those are the most abusive ones.
Stop lying on that man. He told you exactly who raised him, but he told you to solidify that his father was in the house. Because
I don't debate with.
He didn't necessarily say his father was in the house, but he did say he said he had a father.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Can I finish my point from earlier?
Let me ask you a question, Mal.
I just want to say,
she's disrupting the panel, man. She's disrupting the panel.
Yeah, could you mute her real quick, man?
What law are you talking about?
Let me get order back in the room. Listen, I don't want to denigrate that man.
I wasn't finished.
He had a lot of scholarship. He has a lot of passion. He has a lot of information. And I praise them for that, okay? But again, all I gotta say, you guys gotta watch the con. The con always comes in when you try to elevate one group over another group. That's the con. The truth is, balance is always needed. You always need balance. You need the matriarchy and the patriarchy, and there's not one above the other. They're on the same level. They have different roles that complete everything. And if you don't believe that, and you want to call it some future thing or whatever, that you can call it whatever you want to. It's called the universe. It's
I
called look
gave
at the
you a law.
trees.
The
It's called,
universe is
ma'am,
rejecting
you
you,
got to
but
stay
you
out of
don't
your
even
emotions,
get
man.
it.
You
You're
got to
at the
stay
Mr.
out
bottom
of
of
your
the
Foley, you're just
barrel,
like you're an
but
agent.
you're
You come
trying
in here
to
like an agent, Mr.
uphold.
Foley, because
You're,
I see your
Yo,
comments and I
I
listen
don't
to
want
what you
to.
say.
I don't want to
uphold
drop. I don't
someone
want to
else's.
drop. I don't want to drop you, ma'am. I want to keep you in the conversation because you bring a different opinion. I don't want to echo chamber. So I want to keep you in the conversation, but you're gonna respect the host. That's all I'm saying.
Can I land? Can I land, bro? Can I
Oh,
land?
go ahead. Go
And
ahead.
after he lands, can I ask a
Yeah.
few questions to you and
So,
to
see, this is the
Malcolm?
Oh,
problem
Lord.
right here. This is the
Madam,
I'm asking
problem.
the
please
host
let him
a
speak out.
question,
This
and
is
you
the
guys are
problem
supposed to
right
be
there.
Hold
listening.
on, you guys. You can't all talk at once. I want the
This is
brother
the
to land his
problem.
plane.
Host,
That's all.
may I
I
ask
was
you
trying to do was land
questions?
my
And you,
plane. You
after
After
him,
see?
you can ask me the question, but let him land his plane, please.
you and him.
That's fine. That's perfect.
Yo,
Go ahead. Land your plane, sir.
listen. Listen.
Ooh.
I didn't say anything intelligent on this phone. All I said was something that makes common sense. You know, and this is all I'm gonna say about that, right? Whenever you try and elevate one part of a species over another, it only tells me you don't understand the balance that both and the importance of both of them, right?
Thanks.
Yep.
And it also tells me that your ability to be discerned in your studying is horribly off kill,
Thanks.
horribly off kill. Okay, and no matter what you say to me, your words are out in front of who you are, and if you don't speak them with with conciseness, what ends up happening is you betray yourself, and it shows that what you have up underneath it is a facade and a bunch of babble. When
Yes.
you are studying something, you must be discerned in your ability to know what you are studying. And if you just read something and find a fact that you like and regurgitate that, that then becomes a preacher like churchism that you're doing, right?
Yes.
And most of the time, when I hear things like that, it hurts my ears because angelic notes have a tone to them, and that don't got no tone to it. So when you say to me that the woman is this, the woman is that, let me say one thing, and then I'm out of here, right? The placenta that child grows in comes from the male.
Boy,
It
preach,
does not come
preach.
from it does not come from the female. Okay? And that does not take from the female in any way, shape, fashion, or form. But I do want to hold the importance. When you have I'm talking about high-end stuff now, right? When you have a chateau, right? The ones that are in France, they are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Those chateaus have a soil that is very specific to wine growing, but
Yes.
they are useless without the seeds. They are useless. They
Right.
hold no life in them at all until a seed is placed in them. Okay? And what they do is they help the process of life. They help the process of life. But I just want to say, whenever I hear intelligence, I know it because it is devoid of opinion and emotion. And if you tell me that you have done so much studying, I can listen to you and tell that you read 6 pages out of
Exactly.
an article and then throw it away because you can't digest the rest of it. Okay?
Exactly.
And no matter what you think you can say that's intelligent, intelligent people know intelligence. The same way that only tough people know tough shit. They're the only ones that care about it. The only people that care how tough you are other tough people.
All right, land your plane,
And the
brother.
only people that care, the only people that will be able to dissect how intelligent you are other intelligent people. So this is why you can't cut corners and just say what you like or based on emotion. And listen, when you allow a man like that to become your leaders, right, or your teachers, they come with snazzy lines and hooks, like you said before, too much. Their lines and their hooks are very snazzy, but
Repetitive.
they're churchism, yeah, and very repetitive. And that's what you'll see them do, right? You'll see them say snazzy look hooks and lines, and they'll repeat them a lot. Those are signs of unintelligence, not intelligence.
Everything you was
And
talking about, I know about all of it. I just shut my mouth and listen. That's how you learn. That's intelligence. I know everything you was
Have you
talking
landed your plane, sir? Because he let you go
hold
on.
on,
Ask
hold
your
on,
question,
hold
and then
on.
I gotta go to LaDon. I want him to finish up, and I got a Kemetric, and I got King, and I still got our brother up there that I haven't let speak for a long time. I've been shutting them
That's
up.
intelligence.
Got to speak for a long
I
time.
sit and listen.
Well, just go ahead and let all of them go, and then I can ask my question unless
Okay,
he's
just
about to
don't forget
run.
your question. Just don't forget your question,
Oh, I
okay?
haven't forgotten.
No, let her answer the question. Let her ask the question now, bro, to get it out of the way.
I gave
She's
her
in
the
the way
room.
of
If she wants
progress.
to ask it, I gave her the room to ask it. I gave her the option to ask. If she wants to wait and give somebody else
Okay,
her time.
to the host. When it tells you in the Bible, because I do believe you believe in the Bible, okay? When when David told his son, take the laws of your mother and bind them
Hold
around
on.
your
Who's
neck,
making this noise here? Hold on.
bind that's somebody else's, not me, and
Go
bind
ahead.
them around your neck. Who did it say take the laws of your father or your mother?
Hold
Which
on.
one?
Say that again.
When the law was given, who gave the
Of your
law?
father.
No, it does not say that. It says take the law of your mother and bind them around your neck. That's
What
what the
story is this?
so-called king
Ah,
told his son. And then to the mound builder, okay, when you're talking about I need to learn law,
Oh,
what
that was
law are you
rhetorical. I'm
talking
sorry.
about? Excuse me?
I said
what
so that was a
Bible are you?
rhetorical question. So go
Yeah, I
ahead.
was just
I'm
asking the
listening.
story you were
No,
talking about.
they're not rhetorical questions. It's just that I don't want you to lie about it because
What
that's
Bible
what
are
the
you
scripture
referring to
says.
first place?
So
First
you
you
can
got to
sit up
start
here
with
and
the
take
roots. So you going into? Do you know the roots of religion?
the roots of religion is the same people that did the crap everywhere
No,
around
no,
the
no.
world.
That's
The
not. I can explain it to you.
Vatican,
You want me to
the
explain the roots of
Jesuits.
religion to
No,
you?
I don't need you
I
to
have a
explain
question
patriarchal
concerning.
systems to me.
I
But
have a
I'm
question
asking the
concerning that too.
person who
What Bible?
hijacked the name Mound Builder,
You just
what
see, you just
law
spilling
are you
words, and
talking
you
about?
can't go deep
What
into it.
law,
I
sir?
can talk to you.
Please stop. I have all the information and the
Where,
people in the
where,
houses.
where's
Stop.
the
I
information?
have
Tell
your,
me. I
excuse
can tell
me.
you.
I have all of your
I
houses.
can
I
explain the
have the
root of
names of
religion
those
right
that
now to
rebelled
you.
against my people. So stop it. And I will be posting them on my
I can
page.
explain it
So
right now.
first, all of you
Verbally, I
guys.
can tell you right now the root of
Um,
religion to the T.
Sir, the root of religion is your rebellion. That's the root. Your
Oh
betrayal.
Lord, here
That's
we
the
There we
go.
root.
go with the
That's the
Babble,
root.
babble,
repetitiveness.
babble.
It's not intelligent
And
just because you
so,
repeat it.
so let me ask the mound builder. That's not a mound builder. That's
Oh Lord, now she's
something
trying to
else.
find
Okay, hold on.
a
Okay,
buddy.
Okay, hold on, real quick. Everybody, hold on, real
What
quick. Because
law
I
are
just
you
read.
talking about?
Hold on, real quick. I want a chance to answer the question that you asked me, and I'm gonna let you go to the mound builder because I want you to put it in perspective. A lot of times a lot of times people go to the Bible and they take one verse and they try to run with it and make it out to be what it is. So all I'm gonna say is, listen, I have a bachelor's in biblical studies. You know, I speak the language. I speak the Hebrew language. Okay, Aleph, Bet, Dalet, Gimel, but
There
I'm
you
not
go.
necessarily a believer in the Bible. I'll just say it like that. I believe in my ancestors, and I believe that there's the Most High, and I
Yes.
believe that the laws are already, I'm already righteous, whether I do good or bad deeds. I was born righteous. Okay, I was born right, and now I just need to act out the deeds of righteousness. Okay, so let me go to it. It says that's actually a proverb that you're saying, right? It says, "My son, hear the instructions of your father." That's the first thing he said. Hear the instruction. You need instructions before you do anything. And then he said, forsake not the law of your mother, for they shall be an ornament of grace unto your head. And then it says some other things after that. So what I'm saying is a lot of people don't understand that the Bible is not meant to be taken always literally. but there's also some allegorical things in there and
Yes.
some spiritual things in there that you must understand, because there's no such thing as the Bible. The Bible is man-made, but the scriptures are the scriptures. So these are scriptures that they put into a Bible.
And it's incomplete too. Missing books.
So yeah, there's
That's what I wanted to say.
The whole book. If you want the whole book of the Bible, you have to go to Ethiopia. They have all the books. Okay, but it's not the Bible. It's a scripture. So if you understand that he's talking spiritualness and he's not talking literalness, then you'll kind of get the connotation where he's going with that. These are spiritual principles that he's saying. Forsake not the instruction of your father, and forsake not the law of your mother. What is a law and what is instruction? You can have a law, but if you don't act out the law, there is no law.
Can I ask you something, host? Can I ask you something? Hold on, let me ask you something, man. Since you're preaching on religion, I'm gonna ask you one basic. I'm gonna ask you one basic thing, and if you can answer this, I can listen to you.
A minute, sir.
Listen.
Hold on a minute.
Who were Jesus and his people? Who are they? Who are they? And what language they spoke?
They got their religion from the black books of the Mound.
Who were they and what language they spoke?
This is what it means, okay?
You don't even know, so I can't. You don't even know. They were Hebrews. They were Hebrew Israelites, and they spoke Aramaic. Okay.
What we're not gonna do is
there is no letter J in Aramaic.
Hold on. We're not gonna disrespect the woman. We're gonna always respect and give her grace. We're always gonna do that. We don't argue with our women, okay? We don't do that. We don't talk sassy to them. We don't do that. Give her the room. Let her speak. Let her say what she needs to say. Go ahead.
So when you're talking about the Bible, first of all, you're talking about stolen knowledge from the book of the Mound, the black book of the Mound that was in Mississippi. That's the first thing. And it came from honor the womb that bore you. That's where it comes from. When it says honor your father and mother, it was actually honor the womb that bore you. They hijacked it and put it in Exodus 20:12. Bind the womb law to your voice. Bind her instructions to your neck. Proverbs 6:20. Do not enter the womb uninvited. Thou shalt not commit adultery. That's where it comes from. The gate of life.
Oh my Lord.
Thou shalt not kill.
Are you reading out of the Bible trying to preach to us?
Frame. The spirit returns to God who gave it. So that's where they got it from, sir. The black book of the Mound.
Listen, you can't read out the Bible and preach to me.
Because you don't know what happened.
You don't even know that they were Hebrew Israelites. You didn't even know that they spoke Aramaic. You don't even know there is no letter J in the Hebrew language.
You and you're being
emotional. You don't know your history of religion that you're trying to preach to people.
I am not addressing you, sir. I am not addressing you. Do you not get it? Me and the host was having a conversation. You interjected yourself. So I'm not even talking to you.
I'm speaking facts and truth.
You're speaking.
Can I make my point?
That's where it came from.
I thought she was asking me a question.
Hold on, real quick. When was the Black Book of the Mound? When was that? Because I'm looking at it says 1974 over here.
That's correct.
When was the Black Book of the Mound?
Yeah.
How did it predate the Bible? It looks like it's just interpreting or giving another interpretation of what it means. But it doesn't like predates. So when was the Black Book of the Mound? Because I just looked at it. I like to do scholarship.
Hold on. I can answer that question for you, bro.
Talking about what your enemy told you the history was.
Answer this question right
they
here,
have
okay?
been here. The mound builders. If the mound builders been here before your Bible, if the mound builders been here before your Bible,
where is this in the mound building? What I'm asking, man, because I don't see. I see the Black Book, but it was written by somebody.
Right.
No.
It was written by a woman in
1974. Your Bible and predates your whole entire existence. What are you talking about?
I think you bit off more than you could chew, lady.
The mound builders is 230,000
Black Book,
BCE. What
the
are you
Black Book
talking
is a
about? No,
collage-like
you
book
are talking
compiled
about
by Toni
literature, and I'm not talking
Morrison
about the
and
actual
published by
thing. You're
Random
talking
House
about,
in
oh my God,
1974,
you are
which
talking
explores the
about
history and
literature. You are
experience of
talking
African
about
Americans in
literature,
the
and
United
oh
States
my
through
goodness.
historic documents,
Oh my
facsimile,
goodness.
artwork.
You're
I
talking
mean,
about
that's what it
literature,
says the
sir.
Black Book is, ma'am.
So,
You're
so,
talking
so
about
let
literature, sir.
me, hey, I would like, as the host, I would like to, because you're touching on something that I want to make sure that that's
The Black
disseminated
Book era,
correctly. Okay.
the age of womb light, the first
Now
emission
listen.
before time was
Oh
recorded.
my
The
God.
seal
Can you
of the
cut her off for a
mound
second so
builders
I can talk some
activated.
real?
The invasion
Because I
of
don't want her
synthetic light,
to
Oh my
adulterate
the
Lord.
the
conduct
Black Book.
of the time,
Okay.
the Great Reclassification War, and the Black Flame
Yeah.
Burial.
See,
Okay, so
this
these are
is what I
all
mean.
things that knowledge is coming from the mound and the mound builders. But you
Yes.
talking about literature. Stop it.
Oh Lord.
To the mound builder, to the person who's
You,
calling himself mound builder, when you said I need to study law, what law are you talking about?
Oh
okay.
wow.
First of
Hey,
all,
Truffly, can I ask you one question?
host,
Yes, sir.
when I
But
start talking
please let
about the
him
Black
answer.
Book,
Mount, please
King,
let me ask you one question.
before you
Um,
ask me a question, please let mound builder not run away from the question I'm asking him and answer.
Oh my gosh.
What law are you talking about,
You
sir?
can't be respectful in your conversations.
correct.
What law are you talking about, sir?
I'm losing brain cells dealing with you. I'm
I
sorry.
am asking you once more. I have asked you this question. You made a statement, and I'm asking you, what laws are you talking about, sir?
Y'all come back next week, y'all. We're gonna have a discussion between
Wow.
men and women, man.
Mound, the person who's calling himself mound builder,
We
who
got
don't
to.
even know the history of the mound.
Hey, you're a
What
beautiful black
law
woman.
are
Okay,
you
And I tell
talking
you,
that's
about,
listen,
sir?
intelligent.
hold on, ma'am. Real quick. I gotta give some a couple announcements, and I'm gonna have to close the live out soon because I'm actually overstayed my time.
Then
My
let
wife
the
is upset
record
with me
show
right
that
now.
the mound builder could not even answer the question because he's
Okay.
deflecting. I'm done with
Unfortunately,
that
you
Please
answer.
stop
can't.
preaching about the
Let the
Bible
record
through
show.
your
Let me
Bible.
say this. Listen, you
Let the
guys.
record show that
We
you have
listen.
no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, let me say
Please
this.
let the
Let me
record
say this.
show.
Hold on now, brother. Listen, we need to. I don't know how, I don't know when, but we need to understand that men and women are different, and we have to learn how to work together. If we start believing one is above the other, that's where we get into trouble at, man. When
Yes.
we
I
start
disagree
when we
with that.
start falling into, listen, I'm all for hoodoo, which is our spiritual answer, which is what we really come from. We come from hoodoo, not voodoo, and not and not necessarily the Bible, right?
well, okay,
But
thank you.
but I understand that we have a Most High. There is an entity that's
There's
more
more than
powerful than
one most
all other
high,
things.
Oh
And I
my God.
understand. Hold on, man. Hold on. This is my platform. Let me speak. And that even in the Bible it says there are many gods. Okay, so I want us not to be caught into this strange thing. I want y'all to understand that we men and women need each other. And the moment we
Absolutely.
start thinking that one is above the other, and it's just we're never going to have that connection that we should have. We
But
were
there's an
both
order.
here. We were both here. It said God. If you go back to the Bible, it says God spoke to Adam and Eve. We were both
Yeah, but
here,
Eve came from
and
Adam.
and it is and if we go back and predate and say, well, there were people already here, we understand. Listen, whether you want to call them hermaphrodites or these Amazonian type women that could lift just big structures, but they could not procreate with each other until they got a man.
Exactly.
So,
And whether you want to say life is the egg or life is the seed, we can debate all those things. But listen, man, the most important thing is that we come together and we work together, not hate each other,
no,
not
that's
be
why I was trying to make
spiteful
my
of one
point
another,
earlier. Too much. Like
not
when I
to
was
put
telling
each
I
you.
other
understand.
down,
I
and not to
understand what you're
disrespect each
saying.
other, and not to be condescending either to each other.
Right,
Listen,
right.
listen. The brother that was speaking earlier, y'all saw me give that brother so much
Much time.
grace. So much grace I gave this brother, so much grace, because I
Yes,
respect the
yes, yes.
passion and the information that he was coming with. But listen, when you start going down the path, I mean, it seems like all these brothers kind of they start out with this one thing, and then all of a sudden they got to swing it in one direction. That's where you lose. That's where you lose the people that are trying to get the information. We need
Yes.
total truth. We don't
That's
need
why I asked him if he wanted a stage.
one-sided truths. I mean, if you were raised by a woman, just say that. If you were raised by a man, just say that.
Yes.
If you don't know what you're talking about, just say that.
Yes.
We can be honest. Listen,
Too much.
you should never
Can I
have to
make my
lie.
point?
The only reason why
Earlier-
you lie, is because you're afraid, and lying. You weren't even taught how to lie. You were taught how to lie from the enemy. The enemy lies to deceive so he can overtake you. That's a war strategy, also, to lie and to deceive.
So there's no order. There's no order.
There is order. There is order.
So if there's order, then there's ranking.
Yes.
Well, okay. There is a pecking order. Yeah, there is a hierarchy.
Right, so there's a hierarchy.
In everything, there's a hierarchy, but that doesn't mean there's
yeah.
not
But
balance.
you said we're equal. But you said we're
No. Equal means the same, sir. I never said equal. I never used the term equal. I said we have a role. We're similar. Men and women have similar. But I never said equal. Equal means the same. Women are equal to women. Men are equal to men. And even within that sense, they're not always equal, because there are some women that are better than other women, and there are some men that are better than other men. So, but as far as roles and positions, that's the equality there. But I'm saying there's a balance. There's a balance on the back end, and there's a balance on the front end, which creates the frequency. It goes up and it goes down. It goes up. That's the frequency I'm talking about. There is balance in that. If you have a straight line, you're not alive, sir. You're unalive. You're not alive. If you have there's no such thing as a straight line in life.
Correct.
Life, period, is always going to be vibrations and frequency. If you have a straight line, that's invented by man.
Why? Okay,
so when you said what you said earlier in regards to like the power structure, and you're saying we don't need to be on these different planes, we're equal. That's what I was misunderstanding.
Is that what we're doing?
We're equal in our roles. So what I'm saying is your role is not more powerful than my role. They're both is needed. So if I said equal, let me explain myself, and I apologize. I don't mean to to deceive anybody. Men and women are not equal. There is the roles, though. There's equal equity in the roles. Okay, let me use the right word, equity. Okay, there's equity in the position of a woman.
When it all hits the fan, who in the household, when it all hits the fan, who does the buck fall on? Let me ask that.
It's always going to fall on the man.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to get.
I agree.
Listen,
I agree.
No matter what, who is the woman going to blame? No matter whether she mess it up, or whether you mess it up, or whether the kids mess it up. Who is the woman always going to blame?
You're talking about your role in this system. That doesn't make no sense about it.
Listen, who are women blaming today? They're not blaming themselves, are they?
Blaming
Who are
men.
they blaming? Exactly. So understand, man, that's what it is. You
men
are
that
going to
get
be the
raised
blame
and put out into the
for
world.
everything. So if you know that you're going to be the blame for everything, you might as well take
ownership.
ownership. Hold on. You might as well take ownership of everything, because if I'm going to be blamed for something, I'm going to make sure I'm the one that messed it up. I'm not going to allow somebody else to mess it up. So I'm going to take
That's why I was
ownership.
talking about my wife earlier, my relationship with her. Like I was saying, I've made some mistakes, but I don't end up losing my birthright because I made some mistakes. She has to forgive me because we're in a committed relationship that's like till death do us part. But that doesn't mean I lose the authority as the head.
You need to be more patient with your men, because men learn through failure. That's just what it is.
Okay,
Man doesn't become a man until after he failed a bunch of times and then he figured it out.
And how can hold on a second? Let me ask. How can we do that when you deny truth? How can we get from point A to point B when you deny truth? When you talked about the
Nobody denies
Most
truth
High,
more than a woman.
when you talk about the Most High, you're talking about several people and several systems that call themselves the Most High, starting with Enlil, 3000 BCE, Amun-Ra, which is the late Kemet, 2000 to 1500 BCE. You're talking about Persia, 1200 BCE, Yahweh, the Hebrew tribe, 1000 to 400 BCE, Zeus, the Greek pantheon, 800 BCE. Who else had these titles of the Most High? Julius Caesar, Constantine the Great,
Oh
Catholic
my
Pope,
God.
Emperor
Anybody can take on the title.
𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏, the
Anybody, hold
Rosicrucians,
on, man. Hold on, man.
the
Anybody can
Caliphate,
take on the title. Anybody, but
okay,
see, the Most High
and
is not a man. The most
Yahweh,
High is not a man.
Allah, God,
She's not gonna
The
Father.
stop,
Most
man.
High is a spirit. It's not a
You
man.
are
A
talking
spirit. Let me
about
tell you who God
source.
is.
Who gave you the
Let me
concept
explain
of
to
the
you
Most
who God
High?
is. Let me explain to you who
You
God
don't
is.
have, you
Hold
can't.
on.
You
Hold
can't
on.
because the man
I
been
can.
telling you.
I can.
Yeah, she would
God.
need to be quiet.
Let me tell you who God is. God is purpose. Without purpose, there is no life.
Purpose and
Right.
action.
God
Purpose
is
and action.
purpose. Purpose. That is who God is. The moment you have purpose, you found God.
Yes.
I'm being real simple, real plain English because I got to make sure everybody understands. It's real simple. The moment a man finds purpose, he finds God. So a man should find purpose first and then go get a family because now you have a reason to support and protect that family. Without purpose, and a woman needs to understand that she is not above a man's purpose.
And
Correct.
goodness within that purpose. All
Correct.
goodness.
My goodness. The woman is who gave you purpose, or the warm man, the WAMB gave you
No,
purpose,
Okay,
no,
so
man.
you
no, no,
say I'm gonna
no, no, no,
disband the
no, no,
whole
no,
woman came
no.
first thing. Real simple. Look,
No.
I'm using
The
intelligence
family gives a
and
man
solve
purpose,
that.
not the
Okay.
That's
woman.
who gave. No, that is your social constructs that was given
No.
to you by
If
The
your
if
family
a
system.
woman
gives a
doesn't
man
By
if
your
purpose.
a woman
system,
doesn't
and
get
that's
the
what
sperm
you
to conceive every month,
have
what
been
happens? She
arguing. That's
menstruates
what
and
you have been
discharges the
debating.
womb and the egg, right?
That is
Right?
the filter in which you based your
So
whole existence on.
if a
Hold on.
woman came
So hold
first,
on.
how
Before,
can
Hold
life
on.
come
Hold on.
first
Time
you
then?
out.
had
Hold on, real quick.
jobs and you had to
Listen.
go out and
Listen.
work and all
I
of that
gotta
other
end the
kind of
live
stuff.
here soon, but I will say this. I
You
will say
had
this.
pursuit
I'm not
trees,
going to.
you
Hold
had
on, ma'am.
your irrigation
I'm
system,
actually gonna
you
give you
had
props on
all
something. I'm
of that.
actually gonna give you props on something. Hold on, ma'am. Listen.
I've
I
been
don't
trying to do the
disagree with
same
what
thing,
she
bro.
said. That a woman can give a man purpose. I'm not gonna dis. A woman is a very unique, a very unique being. She brings inspiration to a man. She can be a muse to a man, and she can definitely give a man
But you
purpose.
still talking about
So I agree
secondhand.
with that. I'm not going to disagree with that. A woman can
Let me
actually
say
bring
something
purpose to
about
a
this.
man, and if you
Let
want to
me.
look at it literally, because she birthed the man, you can say it that way too. So I will agree with you on that. But listen, y'all, I gotta go. I'm way past my time.
Right.
I should have been gone already. Listen, I respect everybody here on the panel, even the ones that didn't agree with me, and I hope even though I didn't agree with you, you still respect me as well. Come back, man. We got to have this high level conversation and keep it going. We kind of strayed from the secret societies and what it was and the fraternities and things like that, but we're going to get back to it. And I welcome all these
I have
conversations
that
because they're here
information
to
too. I'm gonna
enhance it.
post it.
Say
Every
again?
last one of them. Every last one of them. I have their names, their origins, and everything.
It's impossible for a woman to come first. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay,
Impossible.
bring all that scholarship to our next meeting. I possibly might come on tomorrow, but most likely if I don't come on tomorrow or Sunday, you'll see me Monday back at the same time. Come
Too
check out.
much. Too much.
Yeah,
I wanted to say something real quick.
real quick, brother.
Yo, the girl has some level of skills with her understanding and knowledge.
No,
I'm not
I don't.
knocking that.
Listen, she's a
No, no,
very
no, no. Listen,
intelligent woman.
let me land real quick. Because some of the things that she said is it means that she's really done some good study. All right, so I don't want to knock her for that, but I'm just talking about your placement and your geometrical shape. That's all. Okay, so I agree with you with a lot of the things that you were saying.
Women are etheric
Okay.
beings. So
Yeah,
we
but
don't have
listen,
no shape. This matter
no, no.
didn't come
When you
before the
release
ether.
listen, thoughts have
It started with
geometrical shapes.
vibration, sir. Vibration.
Okay, here we go again.
Okay,
All right.
me,
Listen, we
last
got
thing
to
that I
bring
wanted
this
to say
scholarship
is
back.
this. Too much, can I say something?
Go
Look,
ahead.
I listen
Thank
to
you.
intelligent women. I listen to intelligent men. To me, treat each other with respect. I won't ever put a woman on top of me I won't ever put a man on top of me. And to say that everything should be led by women, be careful with that, because the man is also necessary in the relationships. Otherwise, you will get the boys walking
Of
around in
course, we
bikinis.
gave them purpose. They are always important to us. We can't. What we're trying to do is put our man back on top and stop following after these hybrids that we created.
So
These,
why would
these
you say the
different
woman came
graphic
first then
beings.
if you're saying this? Why would
Okay,
you say that?
so it started. They know
That's not
how
truth.
things.
That's not
They
facts.
hold on, sir. It started with them dismantling the matriarchal order and giving you the patriarchal system. That's how it started. Go back and check the record.
I'm
And they
interested.
You're
I'm
never
contradicting
interested
stood
in what you
yourself,
down.
though.
say,
That's what I'm
Trumpy.
Hold
saying.
But
on, sir.
let's do it next
Hold
time when
on,
Too Much
sir.
is going
The
live.
winds,
Yeah.
the ley lines, the pulse
Okay,
of
I
the
got
earth,
you. I got
everything
listen.
started
I
with
got to
the
end the
one
live.
mind.
Make sure you guys go to FBAcoin.org. That is our cryptocurrency that we have. Support the coin. We're in the liquidity stage, and we're dang near ready to release this thing out into the public. Everything is verified. Everything is open. Go check out the white paper. Check out muchoart.com and get your FBA gear, your ancestor gear, your wearable art. Check out, I got pictures, I got t-shirts, and eventually we're coming out with many more things. Check out the music. If you like real music with a real message, I gotta meet you up, brother. It's just no loud.
Hey, Too Much. Real quick, I just want to say in closing, I appreciate your program. I think you're a great narrator, and I just want to say that you should check into the Earth being flat. It is flat, and we are the lost tribes of Israel, Black folks that have been spread throughout the world. We are the lost tribes of Israel. Just check that information out,
brother.
and maybe we can talk about it next
I hear
time.
you, brother. Ain't nothing flat though. Ain't nothing flat. Trust me. But let me say this. Listen, check out the music. I'm on all major streaming platforms. 𝗵𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗵𝘁𝘀. Just type Too Much Moxie. 𝗵𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗵𝘁𝘀. 𝗵𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗵𝘁𝘀. And you'll get all the music. Album coming out. It's gonna drop January 1st. And I'm telling you, I 10 times my other album. My other album was FBA only, but this album, I did 10 times that album. I promise you. So check it out. And I'm trying to get to 150,000 streams as quickly as possible. So with that being said, man, everybody have a good day. Enjoy. It's a nice sunny day, at least in California. It's a nice sunny day. It's hot as hell. I hope everybody's day is doing phenomenal. Take care, everybody. I'll see you guys either tomorrow or Monday.
Too much.
Yeah, and
Too
send
much.
some
Give
son
me
over
2
here.
minutes, right quick. Committee, get to committee. 2 minutes, right quick.
Go ahead, committee, real quick, brother. Go ahead, real quick, brother.
I want to say this here at the very end. This is going to be the rainbow moment of the night. That our sister up there, she's a chosen one, and also this a sober message and a global message is for us to understand the lost art of understanding one another, the man and the woman. It's a lost art, and we got to restore it all over again and bring back that universal balance. So when we do shut dialogue, it won't really be no debate or emotional conflict. We will only just build on that subject matter, and we will continue to stir up that pot and build on it, build on it, build on it. Then we download what we need once we close out that particular line on any given day. And that's how
Brother,
I came
you
in today, and I received everything that was given.
Brother, you should have spoke a long time ago. I apologize we didn't get a chance to get to you.
It was time for me to be still. That's clarity. That's clarity I have clarity.
Okay, good. Bring that clarity or either tomorrow or Monday if I go live. I'll definitely be live on Monday, but bring that clarity tomorrow. If y'all see me on tomorrow, bring it tomorrow. But definitely Monday through Friday, y'all going to see me on these things. 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the time I start my show. And I try to stop it. I try to do a 3, maybe 4 hour show and stop it.